Good afternoon, everyone. I will be standing in for the mayor. This is my rookie turn as deputy mayor today, so please bear with me as I go through the process. Here we are, February 21st, reconvening from February 20th. I believe we have a quorum present. I will now call this reconvened public hearing to order. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is not in the chamber. Councillor Carr. Councillor De Genova. Councillor Fry is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick is in the chair. Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kubiang not in the chamber. You have quorum, Deputy Mayor Hardwick.
Thank you. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and we thank them for having cared for this land since time immemorial. Before we continue, I have some announcements. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the application being considered. Speakers should also state whether they are in support or opposed to the summary and recommendation. Speakers may only speak once. Any additional comments can be submitted in writing to publichearing@vancouver.ca. Those speaking on behalf of 3 or more persons or 3 or more organizations will have up to 8 minutes to speak. The persons or a representative of the organizations must also be present and must not be speakers themselves. So having said all that, we are returning to our number one item, which was rezoning of 1636 Clark Drive and 1321 to 1395 East First Avenue. The clerk will now read the summary of additional correspondence received since the meeting recessed last night.
Since 10 p.m. last evening, Council has received the following additional correspondence: 4 pieces of correspondence in support and 5 pieces of correspondence in opposition. This represents all correspondence received up to 12:45 p.m. today.
Okay, so we'll now continue to hear from staff in response to the questions that were sent last night before we continue hearing from speakers. Go ahead. Yes.
I'll wait till my microphone's on. Point of information, Deputy Mayor Hardwick, I was wondering if we would be taking a break at any time during this meeting, a specific break. I just wanted to know. I see the city manager shaking his head, and although I agree, and I can stay here until 10 p.m. and not take a break, if we were to take a break, I would hope that we would let the public know ahead of time. So that's why I was asking. So if the clerk had planned for us to take a dinner break or a break of another type, then I was hoping that perhaps after questions to staff, you might announce that, and also let speakers know that they could follow that on Twitter.
I am advised that we will know soon. So I certainly think we could proceed with questions of staff and then sort that out
Just
afterwards.
let everyone know. Perfect.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Sarah Crowley. I'm the rezoning planner for this project at Clark and East First Avenue. And we received a total of 21 questions from Council. And I'm going to answer a few of them, and I will give it over to my colleagues in the Housing Division to answer the housing-specific questions. Just the first one we received was in relation to the industrial land component. Was it considered to retain this land area for industrial use? What is the trend for retention of industrial land in Vancouver? So just to answer this question, the I2 zone portion of the site is designated as industrial within the regional context statement of the official development plan. Additionally, the Grandview Woodland Community Plan does reference the intent to retain existing industrial lands in the policy under Section 10. However, given the exceptional circumstances brought about because of this project and its opportunity to address the critical needs in the neighbourhood around housing affordability and addiction services in particular, Staff have used the city's provision under the regional growth strategy to propose that the industrial land be redesignated to general urban to allow the uses proposed on site. So the aggregate area of land affected by the proposed redesignations under section 6.2.7a of Metro Vancouver's 2040 Shaping Our Future, that obviously the redesignations does not exceed 2% of the city's total land for redesignation in this case. So staff are permitted to redesignate lands when circumstances require it. Obviously, staff only recommend such amendments to the RCS ODP in unique circumstances. So the way the land is currently zoned, it does limit the opportunities presented in the proposal. The residential and institutional uses proposed as part of this rezoning would be permitted under a general urban designation within the RCS ODP. And as you've probably seen, the report recommended that 0.09 hectares or 9,700 square feet of this I2 zone be redesignated from industrial to general urban to permit these uses. So our process would be that we would notify Metro Vancouver in writing and note to council on this as well about industrial lands overall. A staff team are currently working on an update regarding the employment lands and economy review, which will provide a municipal-wide review of industrial lands within the city's jurisdiction. And an update will be presented to council approximately Q2 of next year. So that's the response in relation to the industrial lands piece. We also received another question regarding the pace of change. So regarding the pace of change policy in the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, what is the current number of rezoned projects in the 5 years, excluding this project? So under the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, which was approved in 2016, the pace of change policy has been in place for just almost 3 years. Currently, there are 2 rezoning projects that have been reviewed and approved by council under the pace of change policy. These being, I'm just going to name these addresses here, 1837 to 1857 East 11th Avenue and 2631 to 2685 Victoria Drive. The second address is 1619 to 1651 East Broadway. Another project is currently under consideration by council, which you will hear more about next week, and that is the site number 3, which is 815 to 825 Commercial Drive and 1680 Adenock Street. There is another application under the pace of change currently in rezoning application, and that's at the following address, 1535 to 1550 Grant Street. And we also have another project at inquiry stage right now. Another question from council was, why was a smaller scale project not considered that would be more congruent with the current Grandview Woodland Community Plan? So from an urban design perspective, staff had explored earlier concepts with the applicant to consider locating the clinic facilities within the I2 lot and potentially locating the social housing within the RM4N lots. However, we certainly have heard from the applicant regarding the requirement for their treatment facility requiring a larger floor plate for medical best practices. That was confirmed yesterday by the applicant team in their presentation. So working with this requirement, the proposal, we aim to interpret the Grandview Woodland desired urban design performances and then balancing the housing needs, clinical requirements with the Grandview Woodland urban design intentions. Staff and applicant team proposed obviously the revisions during the technical review, which was the widening of the podium there to provide a more sunlight penetration to the properties to the north and livability for the units in general. And then obviously varying the heights of the building. The rooftop podium with the garden is 3 stories to offer a more varied building profile along East First Avenue. And then recesses were introduced along the East First elevation to break up the massing and add some architectural interest. So that is, you know, during the evolution of the project, you know, staff did work to the intent of the Grandview Woodland community plan, but also working with the proposal at hand with the clinical programming space. The next question was, several speakers mentioned the danger of locating this facility on Clark Drive with its heavy truck traffic. Any staff concerns or mitigation around this? And just to provide a response from our engineering team on this, so a review of the intersection of Clark and East First was completed as part of the transportation study for this development. The study does note that the collision volumes are higher than what may typically occur at similar intersections in the city, approximately 40% higher. Mitigating measures that would be provided by this development include improved pedestrian amenities in the form of sidewalks and curb ramps. The project would also provide improved lighting along both Clark and East First and at the intersection. Improved lighting has resulted in a measurable reduction in collisions in trials in Vancouver and other cities. The conditions seek additional analysis of the intersection of Clark Drive and East First as part of the traffic study update. This will inform future changes delivered separately. In the longer term, changes to reduce congestion, including turning lanes, may be delivered. This requires additional dedications from the south, from the site on the southeast corner. Reducing congestion may reduce collisions. Overall, the amount of traffic generated by the development is not significant compared to the existing volumes on these streets and is not expected to materially impact operations. Transportation staff do not have specific traffic safety concerns related to the volumes of trucks on Clark Drive. The next question was to do with the pace of change policy again. Where in the Grandview Woodland Plan does it indicate that the pace of change policy was never intended to impede 100% social housing? So just to recap, the Grandview Woodland Community Plan seeks to balance the retention of affordable rental stock in the RM3 and RM4 zoned areas while creating opportunities for long-term renewal of this stock. To this end, it introduced rezoning policies for 100% secured market rental buildings, which would be up to 6 stories in height, and a mixed tenure to achieve this goal. The pace of change policy was introduced to moderate the uptake of the market-focused rezoning policies and to mitigate concerns around speculative investment following the period immediately following the adoption of the plan. While the policy never explicitly excluded social housing, it was never the city's intention that this policy be an impediment to the 100% social housing developments. For this reason, staff are recommending that the application of the policy for this 100% social housing institutional project be waived. We got a question about the existing 109-year-old house on site. Is there any protection required for the 109-year-old heritage house? And we had a similar question from council as well. A member spoke about a 109-year-old house in the Grandview Woodlands area and claimed that it would be demolished. Is this true? Is this house on the Heritage Register? And if so, what category? Has there been any consideration of staff to include the home in the HRA? Just to confirm, the existing building at 1321 East First Avenue is not listed on the city's Heritage Register. Therefore, it does not have a categorization. In general, the Grandview Woodland Community Plan provided strong support for a number of significant heritage and character objectives, including the rezoning of areas to the east of Commercial Drive to incentivize retention and reinvestment in pre-1940 buildings. In the Britannia Woodland area, where this site is, the plan sought to balance a number of objectives, including protection for existing renters, the creation of a new rental stock, and the selective protection of some character buildings. All of the buildings in the area that has been identified for apartment building, all in the area have been identified for apartment housing since the 1930s. So to do this, the plan called out for specific character streetscapes in the policy, which was section 11.1.5, to ensure that they are not eligible for rezoning. So this is a very specific area. There are 10 of these streetscapes in the area in the vicinity of the proposed redevelopment. However, there are none on East First Avenue. That concludes the planning-related questions from council. I'm just going to pass it over to Alison Dunnett to speak to the housing questions.
Afternoon, Deputy Mayor and councillors. We have 4 questions relating to affordable housing and our tenants on the site. The first question is stated on page 13 of the policy report. It states current rents are $705 to $2,500 for the current rent for tenants to be relocated. In the presentation, it was stated that rents were $850 to $2,500. Which figure is correct? Both figures are correct. On page 13, the policy report, the rents are presented as a full range from a low of the $705 a month to the high of $2,500 a month. In the second to last slide in the presentation deck, the rents are presented as average monthly rents for each unit type, from $850 per month for a 1-bedroom to $1,700 per single family house. The next question, if tenants included in the tenant relocation plan qualify for rents at shelter rates, welfare or pension rates, at the time the project is finished, if approved, would they be eligible for units categorized as social housing in this project? Could this mean their rents may actually be lower when they return? If a tenant in the existing housing qualifies for social housing and can only afford welfare or pension rate housing at the time that a rate of an offer to return into the new project was made available, the City and BC Housing would work with the selected nonprofit operator to enable that tenant to return to the building at an affordable rent. That's something in the TRP that partners would work towards. The TRP states in the right of first refusal section that tenants will need to be income tested through BC Housing to be eligible to live in the new social housing project. And so that would be testing at the time of an offer should the project proceed down the road. Depending on their current rent to income ratio in their existing unit, a future affordable rent could be higher or lower than their current rent, depending on what they are paying currently. Next question. One speaker said this project is not 100% social housing. It is institutional, commercial, and residential. Can staff respond? Yes, it's correct that the project includes a variety of uses. There's institutional uses, there's social enterprise uses, there's residential floor space. The residential floor space in this project is considered 100% social housing as per the zoning and development bylaw definition. Social housing must comply with the following conditions. It must have a minimum of 30% of the dwelling units at Hills rental rates set by BC Housing. It must be owned by a nonprofit corporation or government agency. In this case, that would be BC Housing. and those units and affordability must be secured through a housing agreement. This project is meeting the definition of social housing in the zoning bylaw. And finally, were there any prospective renters or illustrative renters for the market rental units included in the community consultation? Renters participated in the public consultations and open houses. However, prospective renters engagement was not undertaken and is not typically undertaken in the consultation phase for a social housing project. If the question is intended to understand the area market demand for social housing projects typically use a combination of current vacancy rates, housing registry waitlist volumes and length of wait, and benchmarks like HILS to project demand for affordable housing in a specific area. And if council did have more questions, the applicant, BC Housing, could provide more information on this topic area. That concludes my questions. I'm going to turn it over now to Diana Herford, Senior Planner in Social Policy, for the last questions.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and City Council. I'm Diana Herford, Senior Planner in Social Policy and Projects, and joining me is Ian Upton, Inspector from the Vancouver Police Department, as several of your questions have involved VPD responses. Bonnie Wilson from the applicant team from VCH, the Director of Inner City, and a co-lead from Mental Health and Substance Use is also available to clarify any questions. We have 10 questions that were related to health, the social enterprise component, and addiction. The first one is a question about the amalgamation of the detox and sobering centers. With the amalgamation of 2 other detox facilities from Vancouver Coastal Health and the Salvation Army contemplated with this new project, what are the current number of detox beds and sobering capacity with the 2 current facilities versus the number and capacity the new development would have? In the current facilities, there are 26 beds in the detox component at Vancouver Coastal Health Vancouver Detox Center and 25 beds at the Salvation Army Harbour Light Center. In the current facilities, there are 15 sobering beds at the Vancouver Coastal Health Detox Center and 0 sobering beds at the Salvation Army Harbour Light Center. In the new proposed withdrawal management program at First and Clark, there are proposed 51 detox beds and 20 sobering beds. The next question, is the applicant BC Housing bearing full cost of constructing the units? What is VCH's contribution? Is there any cash investment from the city, or is the city contribution solely provision of the land? The MOU approved by Council on May 2nd, 2018 outlines both the roles and contributions by each partner. As per the financial implications section of the rezoning report on page 23, if approved, preliminary budgets indicate that VCH will provide a $27.5 million capital contribution to the project and operating project costs for the withdrawal management services. The city will provide approximately $1.6 million as a capital contribution for the social enterprise space, and this would come forward to Council as a separate report for approval. City will also provide $16.7 million in the value of the land that will be the nominal lease value for the ground lease to BC Housing. 3, can staff advise of any similar combined use projects in other municipalities, jurisdictions, and the results of those? The Vancouver Detox is currently in a community-based care environment and is situated in a residential neighborhood that includes both sobering and detox services combined. This existing center on East 2nd Avenue is located in a residential area across from an elementary school amongst high-density residential condos and rental buildings, the Emily Carr campus, and has no issues in 30 years as stated by the applicant. VCH has also highlighted the combination of health services and housing in new projects such as Pearson Dogwood and temporary modular housing in the applicant presentation. Case studies from other jurisdictions that VCH have used include Victoria Withdrawal Management Services that's located in similar residential community settings with houses, community centers, schools, businesses, and daycares nearby, and it includes 20 detox beds. The Pinewood Center in Oshawa has 22 inpatient beds of withdrawal management services and is located within a residential community near an elementary and high school. Blackbourne is a proposed new facility in Portland and located in a mixed-use development. So this also demonstrates a current best practice in care, and in context of growing urbanization is to mix uses and integrate into residential settings. In terms of impact, if I'm to understand it as community impact, no negative impact from any currently operating projects have been reported. The next question has to do with centralizing the alcohol sobering to one site in the city. Why centralize alcohol sobering to one site? Are there risks to this? The greater risk for both the client and the public is to include these services, is to not include these services as a continuum of care. Currently, the combination of sobering and detox services together are for clinical reasons and require expertise of staff needed for medical oversight. All withdrawal management services are part of a continuum of services, not separate services needed for both treatment and for stabilization. VCH defines 3 levels of care currently, level 2, 3, and 4 services. Level 2 is for outpatient care. Level 3 is what is currently serviced by Harbor Light or the Salvation Army. And level 4 is the Vancouver Detox services, combining sobering and detox treatment. Clients tend to go up and down levels during treatment and often have to go from one site to another to access services, risking success of treatment due to having to do multiple admittances and discharges and waiting to get to another program. Currently, there are many risks for someone to slip through the cracks. Withdrawal management is a specialized treatment program that would be very difficult to have at separate locations in its specialized format. VCH uses the example of a cancer treatment patient. If this patient would have several barriers to care in terms of accessing the right treatment at the right time, impacts would be to efficiency in providing expedited care in a life-threatening circumstance and providing high levels of quality care for people at high health risk. Is combining sobering and detox facilities, for example, at the current Vancouver Detox Center, a proven model, or is the model of combining these at Clark and First untried, as a number of speakers have stated? The combination of sobering and detox services is currently operating at Vancouver Detox Center as noted on West 2nd without issue. Sobering occurs for clients assessed as level 4 prior to accessing other treatment, as people need to sober up safely from alcohol and other substances and be monitored by health professionals for high-risk health issues that may arise in the sobering process. Withdrawal management is a specialized treatment program, again, that is difficult to separate for this level of service required. How is a sobering center difficult from a jail drunk tank? Does it enable connections to healthcare? A sobering center, such as the one currently operating at Vancouver Detox, provides direct medical oversight for people with complex medical health issues, often related to alcohol and substance use. A sobering center is a harm reduction approach, as opposed to a criminal justice approach. Patients who access the sobering centers are not violent. If people are violent, they cannot be brought into the sobering center program. People access the sobering center to sober and then are retained for a few hours to keep safe and are not discharged unless they are stable. Professional nurses assess stabilization and refer to treatment services next as an essential part of the continuum of treatment services on the same site. I'm now going to turn it to Ian Upton to answer the second part of the question.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Ian Upton. I'm an inspector with the Vancouver Police Department, currently in charge of District 2, which is basically the northeast part of the city. So one of the questions that has come up is, how does an intoxicated person call for service happen? So in the Vancouver Police Department, first off, we don't always go to an intoxicated person. If the BC Ambulance Service is there already or Vancouver Fire, we utilize the services of something called Safe Ride, which is run by the Vancouver Recovery Club, and EHS and Vancouver Fire can often call Safe Ride for themselves, and Safe Ride, which is a used experience program, transports that person directly to detox. When our officers are on scene at dealing with an intoxicated person, the first and foremost thing we do with other first responders is do a medical health assessment, because we need to know, is it intoxication? Are there underlying health issues such as low blood sugar? Has the person suffered a cut or whatnot? And then we make a determination. If they have other medical health issues, they're transported to the emergency room of the hospital. If they are non-aggressive or non-violent and suitable for detox, they are usually transported there by Safe Ride. The police wagons are not utilized for that purpose unless Safe Ride isn't available or something like that. Safe Ride is the chosen manner of transportation. It's a large van that gives people dignity in sitting in a seat, and that is what we utilize to transport a state of intoxication in a public place. They go to the Vancouver jail when they exhibit violence or aggression, and they wouldn't be suitable in a healthcare setting. The next question is consultation with partners. Have emergency services been consulted on this project? The Vancouver Police Department has been involved with social policy from the city, BC Housing, and Vancouver Coastal Health on this project from the very beginning. We are 100% supportive of this proposal. Every day, I like to say my officers, but it's actually Chief Constable Adam Palmer's officers, deal with both addiction and homelessness on a daily basis. We support Vancouver Coastal Health and innovative healthcare around intoxication and drug addiction and alcohol addiction. And we also deal daily with the plague of homelessness. And we are 100% supportive. We have a plan in place, should it be granted, that we can mitigate any crime or disorder problems. I can tell you that I've been a police officer in Vancouver for 29 years. There has never been an incident at Vancouver Detox. And in fact, one of my family members lives a block away and wasn't aware that it was even there. These people pose no risk. Anybody who's violent in a bar fight or something like that would never be considered for detox. We are very careful as an organization when people are found in an intoxicated state on the street.
So just to clarify, there is little also integration with these clients and BC Ambulance Services. So if that is a question about other emergency services as well, there's most of the interaction has been with VPD. There is a question about financial costs. What is the average cost of holding an individual in the Vancouver jail and a Vancouver hospital for a 4-hour to overnight if there is no other place to take them, such as a sobering center? Will this new center affect positively or negatively the COV operating budget, including public safety? For many years, we've been focused as a staff team in partnership with health and with VPD around reducing acute care costs, given the expenses and high intensive costs that are associated with these. VCH has preliminary approximate numbers of about 10,000 overnight costs for an individual in the emergency department, with additional costs that we know for VPD staff time if accompaniment is required prior to or post-admittance. There is some additional staff time that's associated with someone holding someone in jail. But again, in general, we try to reduce both any acute costs in the emergency setting.
From a VPD perspective, should someone be placed in the Vancouver jail, they do have nursing staff on site, but our jail is staffed 24/7 with a full complement. I can tell council and the deputy mayor that in speaking with detention services, they would estimate the cost to be between $250 to $350, just because we assess them constantly while they're in custody with us. Sometimes they're there for 4 hours and sometimes they're there for a period that's longer. It's very situational dependent. But from detention services, that's what they estimate the cost to be.
The next question is, Speaker 17 addressed the need for services that are family-friendly and accommodating to parents, including programming and care for parents who face childcare issues. Is there any possibility of including this type of programming in the project? So in the proposed application, the project, VCH has proposed an area that is specific for inpatients for special populations, including women who may be at risk and youth at risk. This includes a specialized pod area as well as recreation and access to special services. Although childcare and accessing for women with children is not currently available in the current programming, VCH works with partners and nonprofit organizations to support the clients while they're in treatment, including supporting the whole family. Is there any evidence that co-locating these two services will negatively impact either of these services? I've spoken previously to the positive impact of co-locating the services. VCH doesn't see these two services as separate services, but rather combined within a continuum of care. Again, it's located currently in a residential setting and is very hard to separate as I've explained previously, due to the level of service that this facility would serve. Level 4 is the service that requires both a sobering center and a detox combined. Thank you.
Hi, just want to clarify a couple of points. My name's Bonnie Wilson. I'm a director with Vancouver Coastal Health. So just to give some more accurate numbers about costs, we were able to get some numbers around an approximate emergency room visit cost, and these are incredibly rough because the level of variability and complexity is high, but it's about $3,000 for the cost for an emergency room visit. And then we did some calculations about a sobering bed in the new site would be about $185. So considerably less than emergency, and it sounds like a bit less than jail as well. I also just want to make the point, it's also a much, much, much better use of our hospital resources to not be sending people to the emergency rooms. The other thing I'll comment on is just the question about women and families. We also, one of the services that we offer that women are availing themselves of is that we do outpatient and home-based withdrawal management. So that's a way for us to keep that family unit together, and it's a service that's relatively unique. Thank you.
Is that it for staff? Well, great. I just wanted to mention at this time that I think we're going to look at recess for dinner for 30 minutes at 5:30 to 6 p.m. So if there's anybody that's looking at the public hearing, those are the times that we're looking at right now. So I believe at this point, I don't think we can go back to council for questions, so we need to move forward to continue to hear from the public. Right? So we'll be picking up where we left off. The next person on the list is number 24, Nathan Davidowicz. Sir, you have 5 minutes, and there is a counter there to your right.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of council. I gave the city clerk some handouts. You got that, right? Excuse me? I gave it to the I gave it to the city clerk office at about an hour ago, or more than an hour ago. Well, one of them, anyhow, I better start talking. One of them was a copy of City Council meeting August 13, 1985, where the city passed various motions on transportation for Expo 86, and one of the motion was in particular that the First Avenue bus be given a high priority. And of course, nothing has been done since then, and we're still waiting for the bus. It was approved also by Burnaby Council as well, so both councils have approved it back in 1985. In the drawing for this project, doesn't seem to be any allowance for a bus stop in front of the project on First Avenue between McLean and Clark Drives, and you'll need to have a bus stop there in order to make a transfer to the number 22 bus on Clark Drive. So I don't know why they don't have that, and I mean, there's no, I haven't seen any proper traffic maps or showing the number of lanes, the number of vehicles going through First and Clark. I haven't seen it unless council got a copy from the engineering department. But I mean, basically, I mean, there's a truck once a minute going on Clark Drive, you know, in case you don't know, between 6 a.m. and whatever, 7 or 8 o'clock at night. It averaged to about one truck every minute. It's the heaviest truck corridor in, you know, in Vancouver, for sure. And something has to be done to mitigate that, the truck traffic and so forth. They were asking about some questions, you know, where this facility would go. I think some people suggested the new St. Paul Hospital, but Vancouver Coastal Health say it's not possible to do it. But what they didn't mention is that Burnaby is getting a larger hospital. Burnaby Hospital is a 22nd in boundary, and part of the large hospital will be a detox and a sobering center and so forth. So that would help Vancouver. You have to remember that the problem is that once you cross Boundary Road, it's Fraser Health. And Vancouver Coastal Health, you know, don't communicate as much with Fraser Health. And if this particular council would like to support amalgamating the two, that would be one a good step, you know. I can't see the clock, so I don't.
You've got about 1 minute left.
Oh, okay. The other objection was about the height of a 10-story building. And I'm somewhat, while I support the project overall, I do know that council or previous council, for example, limited the height on the Cambie corridor for 8 stories. So I'm not sure, you know, where this fits in the whole city plan, you know, and should the rest of that area be zoned for 10 stories or 8 stories? And
Can you wind it up now, sir, please?
yeah, so it's up to council to decide about the number of stories that should be built. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see that Councillor DiGenova has a question for you, sir, if you could just hold up.
Maybe more than one, but we'll start with one. Thank you very much for coming, and perhaps you had prepared your presentation before we heard those numbers and the thoughtful answers from our staff, as well as the partners involved in this project. But we just heard that a hospital stay for someone would cost $10,000. So although that's provincially funded, I think the numbers I have as the chair of finance are 46 cents of every tax dollar goes to the province. And the province essentially funds certain services. I mean, federal government provides some funding as well. But if we're looking at the taxpayer, there's one taxpayer, right? You had talked about looking at things from the context of a council. So I'm going to ask you, do you think that if we're looking at a detox or a sobering center and it costs, I think the number I just wrote down was $185 versus $10,000 to have someone in a hospital, and I'm not sure that it matters if it's Burnaby Hospital or VGH. Would you consider that cost savings a reason that we should consider this?
I didn't meant that that it's going to be in Burnaby Hospital. It's going to be similar to what it is in Surrey Hospital or 94A, which maybe you should go and visit. And it's one long block, and at one end of the block is the detox center. The beginning of the block is the sobering center. They're just across the street from the hospital. And so that's what I mean to do.
So to clarify, you weren't suggesting a hospital, you were suggesting co-locating.
Yeah, because the Burnaby Hospital is going to be remodernized and rebuilt, and that's, so part of that.
Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, I understand. I'm a Vancouver City Councilor, so I try not to tell Burnaby City Councilors or City Council members what to do with their city, but perhaps you
that
may want to
was-
speak to them.
Yeah.
But specifically to Vancouver, considering the constraints we have that with land in those areas, the area where this center is going right now is what we're looking at. We have to focus specifically on this project. So so is it fair to say, and I'm asking you, is your issue that this is not co-located with the hospital? Do you feel that this facility would be better suited next to a hospital? Or is it the location that's concerning you, or the actual overall
Well, no,
project?
I'm for this particular development. From what I heard last night and so forth, they can't fit this complex together with the new St. Paul Hospital, and they decided to go along with this particular site. And you know, as I said, it works fine in Surrey. It's right across the street from the hospital, together with a whole bunch of medical buildings and other facilities. And if that could be done also at Burnaby Hospital when they rebuild the hospital in the next few years, that'd be good. But if you can't do it in Vancouver, then this is the only location. It has to be done. I mean, you can't just,
Thank you.
say we're going to send everybody to Burnaby.
Thank you.
Because it's...
Perhaps Councillor Weeb's next questions will answer some more of mine. Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much. And now over to you, Councillor Wiebe. Need your mic?
You talked about the transportation plan not being in the document. What would you like to see in a transportation plan to have a better understanding of should we vote on a project or not?
Well, I mean, the First Avenue bus is definitely needed right now, and it's been approved by previous council, both in Vancouver and Burnaby, and it was at one time on the BC Transit list when there was the changeover from BC Transit to TransLink in 1999. I presume it got lost in the shuffle somehow.
But I guess my question is, you're looking for what bus access there would be, kind of pedestrian in and out of the building. Is that kind of what you would like to see in a public hearing document?
Well, the engineering department should have made an allowance for a bus stop and a bus shelter and a canopy on that block between McLean and Clark Drive, because that's the only place where the bus will stop. It cannot stop far side Clark Drive because that's on the Grandview overpass, viaduct, so it has to stop before the corner. And that's where this project is. So, and that's not shown in the drawing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
No more questions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is number 25, Trevor Miller. You know the routine. You've got
I do actually represent 3 people that are in the room. If 8 minutes is cool, I probably won't need all 8 minutes, but it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much for having me. My name is Trevor Miller. I speak wearing a few hats today. Number one...
Excuse me, sir, before you start, the rules of the game seem to be that we need your 3 people to come and stand behind you.
Oh, cool.
If that's okay,
Come on,
just
people.
strengthen numbers.
So these 3 people include somebody that does suffer from opioid use disorder, who is on methadone, 200 milliliters a day, as well as somebody that works as a social worker on the downtown east side. So, once again, it's an honor to be here. I speak wearing a few different hats today. Number one, I'm a resident of the neighborhood in question. I live at the corner, near the corner of Commercial and Venables. And for the last 20 years that I've been living in Vancouver, the bulk of that time has been spent in that Commercial Drive area. I think it's the coolest neighborhood in town, and I think this project fits perfectly with the vibe of what Commercial Drive is. The other hat that I wear is I am the chairman of the board of directors for an organization called MAPS Canada. And this is a nonprofit. MAPS stands for the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies. And MAPS is one of the organizations, probably the organization that is doing the most to push forward studies on psychedelic medicine. And psychedelic medicine is proving to be very, very effective in treating a lot of the things that we're talking about here and for the last day. Anxiety, depression, substance use disorder, opioid use disorder. And it seems most importantly what these medicines are able to do is really get to the trauma that seems to be the cause of a lot of these repetitive negative patterns that happen in people's lives. So the third hat and final hat that I wear today is the one that got me this position as the chairman of the board for MAPS Canada, and that's that I have been the owner and operator of a company called Liberty Root Therapy Limited for the last 5 years here in the Lower Mainland area. And what Liberty Root has done is provided a psychedelic plant medicine by the name of ibogaine to mostly opioid addicts. And iboga is the plant that ibogaine comes from. It is from Africa. It has been used in Gabon and Cameroon ceremonially for centuries. And medicinally, it's a very powerful medicine. And then in 1962, somebody that was addicted to heroin by the name of Howard Lotsoff, his chemist buddy knew that he would try anything and said, "Here, why don't you try this ibogaine stuff?" And he did, and he went on a powerful psychedelic trip. But the interesting thing is, he came out the other end of it and he said, wait a second, I haven't wanted heroin the whole time I've been on this, nor do I want it now. So that's when its anti-addictive properties were discovered. And there's been clinics operating, providing ibogaine around the world basically ever since then. It is a legal psychedelic, ibogaine. So we...
Yes, please. We are here. I'm anticipating. You want to go for it? Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm very interested to hear more about this. I'm not sure that this is exactly related to the project we're talking about. At council, we have a little more leeway, but we have a very strict legal public hearing process here. So through the chair, I would ask that you stick to specifically the parameters set out in the report before us about the detox, sobering, and public housing that we have to consider. And right now, we're not here to consider alternatives to that, other than saying specifically what about this project that's before us you either support or don't support. So I can't speak to you. I can only speak through the chair, and I would ask the chair to remind speakers to keep on topic considering the long list.
The same thing.
Sure, so ibogaine detoxes people off opiates in a way that nothing else does.
Okay, relate it back to this rezoning application.
So this is a detox facility. My suggestion is, my understanding is that there's going to be research beds within this facility. I suggest that one of the things that be researched is ibogaine for detoxing people off of opiates. And there are other psychedelics. Canada has a great history of using
but
psychedelics
still
to
out of
treat
scope of
substance use disorder.
This is a land use decision that we're trying to make. We don't program the facility. So you're speaking, I assume then, to support this development?
Support the project with the caveat that I think there's a lot that could be done using these medicines to actually solve these problems.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. But do you have anything more to say about the development proposal, the rezoning proposal itself?
Yeah, I just hope that we're able to offer as many options to the people that go through it as possible.
Councillor DiGenova, do you have a question? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm just respecting that we have a number of speakers here today. So I try and consider every speaker's comments as it is related to the project. So I heard some comments that you made to the chair. So you do support a detox and sobering center. You just hope that other options, which we just heard, that there would be individualized treatment plans that aren't currently considered.
For sure.
That's what you would like considered, and perhaps even going a step farther if and when the project is confirmed. Is that
The
is that
go-to
correct?
treatment for opioid use disorder is Suboxone and methadone, and unfortunately, the word on the street is methadone's like liquid handcuffs. You still have to be on an opioid for the rest of your life. So this is actually a solution to help people actually come off of opioids. So it's my simple suggestion, and I apologize if I was out.
No. I mean, that's up to the chair, and I'm very interested in what you have to say. You can always send council information on our website. However, it was good to know that you do support the project.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you very
I'll note
much,
that
and
down.
thank you to the folks with you as well. Next up, number 26 is Lena Jones. Lena Jones. No? Calling once, calling twice. Next, number 27 is Benjamin Hertwig. Thank you, Mr. Hertwig. You have 5 minutes.
Deputy Mayor and Council, I'm speaking today in support of the First and Clark development. As a resident of Grandview Woodlands and as someone who is employed in the neighborhood, I support the consolidation and streamlining of services that this development represents. As a former housing and crisis diversion worker in Edmonton's inner city, I have watched clients and friends die on the street while waiting for services and stable housing. And while this proposed model may not have a Canadian precedent in terms of scale, as previous speakers have mentioned, I believe this to be an opportunity rather than a problem. Vancouver has the opportunity to develop a model that other cities follow and replicate. In the midst of a housing and opioid crisis, delaying this project would represent not only a missed opportunity for the city, but will result in harm for those most deeply affected. As a veteran and as someone who has accessed weekly services through BC's OSI clinic, I support the visibility and accessibility this project represents as well. As a board member of the Crossroads Community Meal at Grandview Church, I and the rest of the board welcome those who wish to access services into the neighborhood and believe that Grandview Woodlands is made healthier through increased health services and housing possibilities. I support this project but hope that Council will continue to examine the idea of deepening affordability and will push for significantly more housing at Hills rates and lower. In closing, I provide a list of 46 names from friends and co-workers in the neighborhood, some of whose faces you saw on last night's slideshow. Thank you for your time, and I urge Council to provide ongoing support for this project and the opportunity it represents. And if I have just 30 seconds left quickly, just in terms of how the meeting itself functions, I admittedly know very little about City Hall. I'm taking unpaid time off of my work and did so last night as well, and I know that people here you are paid to be here, as you should be, but if there is a way to facilitate meetings where public input is sought, I don't know if it could be considered in the future to have the public speak before the city speaks so that it would be easier to plan for those of us who have to take off time from work to be here. Thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you for your input. That's very useful. Appreciate it. You have no questions, so we'll move on. Oh, wait. Oh, Councillor Wiebe.
You said you're from the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, do you think that this size of this facility will be acceptable with the transportation of getting people in and out? Because it is a very busy corridor on 1st and terminals. So do you think that it'll be easy to get in and out and have drop-offs?
Yeah, I mean, I can't speak to that directly, and
Yeah.
there are people, I mean, I bike a lot,
Yeah.
and so, I mean, yeah, I think I'll leave that question to city planners. And I know First and Clark, my partner lives at the top of the hill on
Yep.
First and Commercial, and so I'm often exiting out of that parking lot where the Salvation Army has roughly 50 units of overnight shelter, and it has not been a problem for me to exit onto the street. It's busy at times, but it hasn't been a problem, so.
Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Our next speaker, number 28, Rosie Forth. Welcome.
Thank you.
You see that timer to your right there?
Yes.
You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. So Deputy Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to address you on the proposed rezoning at Clarkham First. My name is Rosie Forth and I'm speaking on behalf of Frog Hollow Neighbourhood House. I am the coordinator of Drive Youth Employment Services, which is a satellite program of Frog Hollow. We provide employment services to vulnerable youth aged 16 to 30. My office is situated at Commercial Drive and 5th Avenue, and I live at East 7th Avenue in Fraser, between the current detox centre and the proposed new site. I'm speaking in support of the project. I was approached about this project at Drive Youth Employment Services as part of the stakeholder engagement phase and was grateful to later receive a full description of the project at our neighbourhood house, courtesy of the planning team. My colleague at Drive Youth Employment Services, who lives in the same block as the proposed rezoning, was engaged even before this time and was able to attend all the community consultation sessions. We'd like to offer our strong support to the Clarkham First rezoning. As a community hub serving East Vancouver youth on Commercial Drive, we understand the urgent need for services like this, and we believe many of our youth clients will benefit, as well as the wider community. Our youth face barriers of mental health challenges, substance use, financial hardship, and lack of community connection, and this new space can provide outstanding support in all of those areas. One of the biggest challenges for the youth we serve is finding stable housing. So we are happy to hear that this site will include units planned for rental to lower income individuals. However, I do urge you to take every step you can to ensure that units in this building are available to some individuals on income assistance, as this would bring the greatest benefit for many of the youth that we serve. Frog Hollow Neighbourhood House also partners with a local social enterprise in the operation of a program supporting newcomer youth to gain valuable skills and earn fair wages. We can speak to the transformative impact of these projects, and we look forward to welcoming a new social enterprise to the neighbourhood as part of this building. There are strong community resources for those accessing both the social enterprise and the withdrawal management services in the form of both our Employment Centre for Youth, Mosaic's Work BC services at Commercial and Broadway, and of course Reach Medical Centre and Britannia Community Centre. Among others. I might remind you also that the Kettle Friendship Society, an outstanding resource for those with mental health concerns, is located at Venables just off Commercial. We enjoy excellent referral partnerships with all of these organizations and look forward to building a relationship with service providers at this new project. I cannot emphasize to you how valuable it is having multiple connected services in one neighborhood when working with vulnerable populations. I believe having them in one building is even more valuable, especially when working with those with substance use disorder. Speaking personally, I further endorse this project as a neighbor. I do not have any concerns on the impact on the safety of the neighborhood, having lived just up the street from the current VCH detox program for 5 years. The neighborhood is safe and I have not heard of or experienced any problems with the current site. In my capacity as a youth center coordinator and my experience as a local resident, it is my strong belief that this project will be a solution to many of the issues local people are facing, rather than a cause of further problems. This community hub will be a huge asset in a welcoming, vibrant neighborhood, which often sees its residents facing challenges of substance use and unemployment. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but thank you for your time.
Perfect, thank you.
Next, number 30. No, sorry, I'm sorry, number 29, Caitlin Etherington. Caitlin Etherington.
I'm going to start by just stealing some.
And you have 5 minutes. You see that counter on your right there.
Got it. Thank you. So my name's Caitlin Etherington. I live in a co-op at Woodland and Fifth, so in the neighborhood. And I also work for Vancouver Coastal Health. I'm a director there. I have not been directly part of this project team, but I work closely with the people who have been. And I wrote, like many people have, I wrote a letter of support that I was going to read to you yesterday, and then I sat through yesterday and today, and I'm pleased to say that my neighbors covered all of the points that I was going to cover there. I think you're getting a feel for the neighborhood. It's the right neighborhood. We are a welcoming and diverse community, and that's just what you're hearing over and over again. So I'm not going to belabor that. I'm going to offer some other observations and ideas, I think from a position, both from a position as a co-op member, but first as a position of being kind of in the system that's working on some of these complex issues, and a resident at the same time. And so the first one I just want to comment on is a lot of people have used the term experiment, that this is some kind of an experiment that's happening. And I just wanted to offer a bit of a reframe around that really what this is an innovation. An innovation is, it's not a brand new idea. We have right now, at this point in time, as you heard from Dr. Daly and Dr. Joe, a bigger evidence base around what's working and what's not working for substance use. And it's been so great that that's been reinforced by people with lived experience in this room over the past 24 hours. And I think that what this project is really, in a true sense of the word innovation, it's taking those proven ideas and those really grounded, that grounded knowledge and applying it to a new situation to do something new and bigger to face these really, really complex problems. And I would say to you that if your staff and their partners and all the staff at BC Housing and VCH come to you with ideas that don't feel a little bit uncomfortable, and people aren't saying, wait a second, this is new, we haven't done this before. If they're not doing that to solve these really complex ideas, I would argue they're probably not doing their job well. We need new innovative ideas that feel a little bit uncomfortable and involve some level of risk. That's the only way that we're going to actually be able to address these types of problems. On a similar note, another thing that was noted, which I thought was really interesting yesterday, was the idea of a well-oiled machine. So, and it was mentioned in the context of somebody not feeling like their voice was listened to, and my background is in community engagement, so that's always something that I would want to know more about for sure. Having said that, as somebody within the system, I would say a public member coming to us saying it feels like there's a well-oiled machine coming up with a really complex, interesting, innovative solution to a complex problem is actually a huge kudos to those people involved. Because what we don't want is 3 partners working on the same problem separately. So what I see there is being able to leverage one piece of land to achieve a whole bunch of different interconnected solutions. Yeah, I think that there's probably been times where those 3 partners have not worked as well as they have right now and are with this project. And that's something we should really pay attention to. Again, if we're going to solve these problems, it's only going to happen with partnership. Particularly when you have 3 big bureaucracies coming together, it's something of a minor miracle. So kudos for that. My last observation is actually as a member of my membership committee on my co-op. So there were lots of questions yesterday about, are these units going to be rented? So we have vacancies infrequently at my co-op. Lots of families come forward because we have 3-bedroom units. Because one of our mission statement values is affordability, we really look for the family who needs it, or the couple or the individual who needs it the most and has the least economic resources. So we do end up interviewing lots and lots of families, young professionals who have been rent-evicted, who now have children, and their main worry is, when I have children and I get rent-evicted, I have to move my kids out of their school into a new school. So the implications are so huge, and we can't help those people at the co-op. We don't have the units. So just in terms of answering that question firsthand, yes, these units are going to be eaten up. And although it's not solving all of the problems of affordability,
Your time is up to 10 seconds.
that I still think it's solving a really, really important gap that we have in our community. So go for the affordability 100%, but in the meantime, it's still a huge gap that's desperately needed in Grandview Woodlands.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your contributions. You don't have any questions, but thank you. Take care. Next up, we have Craig Jorgensen. Do we have Craig Jorgensen here? No? Polly Eng. Polly Eng? I see Pierre Daniel Kraus coming down the stairs. Here he comes. Welcome, Mr. Kraus from the BC Nonprofit Housing Association.
Well, that was faster than I anticipated. Thanks to my previous speakers for not being here today. Good afternoon, Chair and Council. My name is Pierre Daniel Kraus, and I'm here to express support for the rezoning application put forward by BC Housing in partnership with Vancouver Coastal and the City of Vancouver. I'm a policy manager with the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and I'm here with some of my peers in the community housing sector to show support for this proposed development. As an association, we represent 400 nonprofits operating affordable housing across the province, one of whom would be operating the 90 units of new social housing. Today, we are not only speaking on behalf of our members, but we're also here as neighbors, as our offices are located 400 meters, that's 3 blocks from the project site. In our opinion, this project is an opportunity for the City of Vancouver to show continued leadership in responding to some of the most critical issues facing our city: housing affordability, addiction, Indigenous health, and wellness. This rezoning application addresses these needs in many different ways. Let's look at the issue of housing affordability. In 2017, BC Nonprofit Housing Association published its Affordable Housing Plan for BC. That report documented the need for an additional 54,000 new rental homes in Metro Vancouver over 10 years to address housing demand for those in the missing middle and in core housing need. The proposed development provides for 90 of these new affordable rental homes for low to moderate income households. Our landlocked community, as was pointed out earlier, is growing and in need of many more homes. In the face of our housing crisis, 90 units may seem like a small contribution, but it is a significant addition for every one of the people who will find a home here. On the issue of addiction, we're also all well aware of the staggering number of our residents struggling with addiction. Last year, 382 people died from an overdose in the city, a number that has been increasing year over year despite our best efforts. Upgrading our withdrawal management facilities with this enhanced state-of-the-art operation will enhance a desperately needed resource in our city. We must address the challenges we face around addiction head-on. Having all of the components of withdrawal management in one co-located facility will allow for more efficient services for those who need them. I trust the leadership of our partners, and I am proud to say that to see this level of coordination that enabled this innovative proposal, as the speaker before me was just pointing out, it wasn't always like that, and it's definitely something that we are striving for in the nonprofit housing sector, to bring partners together. One of the most unique features of this application is the inclusion of a social enterprise space. With the approval of the rezoning application, the city would indeed show leadership in providing space for an Indigenous organization to provide culturally appropriate services, focusing on the cultural and healing needs of our Indigenous community, many of whom live in our neighborhood. As outlined in our letter of support, we do understand that there are concerns about the impacts of the project on the community. Our members have been involved in many projects that included services for people with addictions, where fears over crime and safety have dominated the discourse and fueled opposition from the start. From some of the submissions to Council, we know that this is a concern in this application as well. We also know from experience that across the board, over time, initial concerns from community members develop into positive neighborly relations through proper management, professional operations, and proactive and collaborative communication with neighbors. We are confident that the partnership of BC Housing, VCH, and the city, as well as through the addition of an experienced housing operator, will ensure that this new facility will be operated in a manner that is safe for those that live in it and the local community as well. In our opinion, the success of many recent projects that faced tremendous opposition at first and now house those most in need in our city and provide services to those struggling speaks for itself. I'm happy to add the name of BC Nonprofit Housing Association to the support for this project. As an association, we have full confidence in our partners in the affordable housing sector to deliver a safe and successful project. As a neighbor and local business, we are also offering our support to participate in any process that can help move this project forward. We ask that the City of Vancouver approve the rezoning application and provide affordable homes and supportive space for its residents who urgently need them. Every level of government has a role in addressing issues of housing affordability, addiction, and Indigenous healing, and we urge the city to build these homes and supports and not further barriers. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Well, thank you very much and for being under 5 minutes. You have a question from Councillor DeGenova.
My microphone. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation, and I understand the work that the BC Nonprofit Housing Association does, and that you represent a number of nonprofits, from those who provide housing to across the spectrum to families to supportive housing for people who may need help and have a disability or may need other types of help with addictions or mental health issues. So in looking at this approach, there's a number of different options, from people living independently to some types of supported living to immediate treatment beds and longer term stays. Is that an approach that BC Nonprofit Housing Association is looking forward towards, more individualized catering of specific needs of nonprofits, such as the 9, I know that it's only the 9 units specifically that your organization is speaking of, but in the context of the whole project here, do you think that that may actually provide supports that would complement the nonprofit operator?
I think, if you go back a little bit into the history of the nonprofit sector in BC, we are, I think, a pillar of affordable housing across the province. But we've also seen a divestment from senior levels of government in affordable housing. So over the last 10, 15 years, the nonprofit housing sector has become very innovative in continuing to move new projects forward. Partnerships have become part and parcel of how we do our work. And I know that some of the operators that will be operating those units moving forward have long-standing experience in working in partnership with integrated services. So I think that they have learned to make the best use of this integrated approach. And I have full confidence that they would be utilizing that to the best of their abilities.
Okay, thank you. Also, in looking at, usually we would see your nonprofits that may fit under your umbrella. I come from a background in land use and both working in the private sector and in nonprofit housing. But looking at sort of the $375 or the welfare shelter rates that we've heard from many speakers are important to try and maintain, do you feel that having a nonprofit operator operating that space as well will help to perhaps secure more dollars or more funding for individuals who need it to top up that housing to make it viable for them to live in this project?
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the unique things about the nonprofit housing sector is that the mission describes and prescribes the operations, and that's different from a private market rental operator where a profit motive is more likely to dominate the operations. Where our members put the mission first, they put affordability first and serving the people who live in those units, and so I know that when they go into the operations, they think about affordability first, and they will try to do everything that they can to maintain affordability and maximize affordability as much as possible. That being said, we also recognize that with the past levels of government not providing the level of subsidies that are required to deepen affordability, the sector had to become very innovative and creative in mixing different incomes within a project, and this is something that we're seeing in this particular project as well, where the pro forma obviously doesn't allow for 100% units at shelter rate, which may or may not be desirable from a mixed perspective, but obviously we would like to see 100% of deep affordability wherever we can, but we all know that in the current sector where construction costs are rising at 30% on a monthly basis, it's very hard to make these numbers work.
But also in having different income levels, you feel that it might, for lack of better words, not ghettoize housing, that it's more integrated, and an integrated approach is what you would support.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And then just another question as a neighbor. as you had said, you're also speaking as a neighbor. We've heard from a number of neighbors in support and not in support from looking at my list from last night as well. And this is a unique site because part of it is zoned under industrial, and in looking at sort of the way that that's split,
You're down to 30 seconds.
usually we look at best and highest use, and highest doesn't necessarily mean height. Do you find that this project fits that parameters of best use?
I think I would challenge anybody to come up with a better use for this site, and I definitely see this as a very high and very good use for this particular project.
Thank you.
And thanks for coming back to the point of us being neighbors. If there's any opportunity for us to participate in processes moving forward, and we would very much offer that and be happy to do so.
Our staff are there, so thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much for your, I don't see any further questions, so thank you. Next up, number 33, David Eddy. Welcome, Mr. Eddy.
Hi, I'm David Eddy with Vancouver Native Housing Society. Thanks for the opportunity to allow me to speak. I lost my notes here, so I'm going to go from memory.
You do have 5 minutes, and the counter is to your right.
Yeah. So we operate 19 buildings in the city of Vancouver, 10 of them in Grandview Woodland, 5 in the DTES, 3 in Mount Pleasant, and 1 in the West End. So we have a lot of experience in affordable housing, and we provide housing for the most part for members of the urban Indigenous community. And they certainly make up a significant percentage of the people in Grandview Woodland. And in Vancouver, although they only represent 2% of the population, their numbers in the homelessness category get up to about 35%. So there's a great need for affordable housing. This is not our first rodeo in terms of public hearings on our own part. We had I think in a lot of ways a very similar project to this one in that there was significant opposition. This was a project up Broadway and Fraser in Mount Pleasant, and it had 2 partners, us and Broadway Youth Resource Group. And there was, along with a 100-unit building, 9-story building, there was a 20,000 square foot youth center. There is a 20,000 square foot youth center attached to the building. And we have, it's a supportive housing building, so most of the people in the building, most of the tenants, the residents, are marginalized, and 30 of those residents come from the youth center. So given it's an Indigenous project and there's a lot of youth involved, I think that contributed to the community unease. But I want to speak about our experience with that building. I also want to speak about social enterprise if I get through this part quick enough. But our experience with the building, and I think it's important for councillors to hear this, is that while there were 3 nights of raucous public hearing, and they went till midnight each night, so it was pretty intense. And the opposition to the project was very well organized, and it was 55 people, I think, in the group that identified as Mount Pleasant Residents Association or Residents Group. And so they had their ducks in a row, and they were a well-oiled machine. I think as opposed to what you see here from the residents and even from the community members. I haven't been sitting around talking to people in the sector about how we're going to make this project work, and we haven't hired public relations people or anything like that. We're just speaking our truth, if you will. So in the end, and what happens with these projects, for the most part, BC Housing, this city, they convene a community advisory committee that sits after the project is open and looks at issues that come up over the course of the building being in existence. And so we used to meet when we first opened, which was December 4th, 2014, we used to meet on a monthly basis. After the first year, that turned into a quarterly basis, then a biannual basis, and in the 3rd year, it basically petered out. because there were no issues. Notwithstanding all of the concern expressed by some of the residents, there were no issues at all, major or minor, and the committee was composed of different people, some of them community members who expressed their opposition at the public hearing. So it's not over once the building is built. And so I just wanted you to know that. That's what happens. So it's not, after you guys approve this, hopefully, and I'm speaking in support, it's not over. It continues, and people are working on it, and people are working to keep the neighborhood safe and all of that. As far as social enterprise, we have a social enterprise. You may have heard of it, Squatch Eyes Lodge Hotel and Gallery and Artist Residence. Just so you know, last September we got an email from Time Magazine International, said they'd created a list of the 100 greatest places in 2018, and they named our social enterprise as one of them. The only project in Canada and only one of 6 in North America. So good things can happen, and I look forward to the social enterprise as well.
Well, thank you very much, sir. Your time is up. I see that you don't have any questions, but thank you very much for your insight. Next up, number 34 is Julie Roberts from Community Builders. Welcome. You have 5 minutes and the timer is to your right.
Thank you for hearing my comments today. I'm a renter in Vancouver, and in my professional life, I'm working in the nonprofit housing sector to offer supportive and affordable housing for people in Vancouver over the last 17 years. I'm here to support the application to rezone these properties at 1636 Clark Drive. I believe the proposed affordable housing units and the state-of-the-art withdrawal management site that you've heard about today are all critically needed in our city. In my role as the executive director of the housing provider Community Builders over the last decade, I've come to realize that there is an acute shortage of housing options and addiction services and transitional beds in Vancouver for those who need them. The organization that I operate has 8 supportive housing and affordable housing centers at this time. We operate services and to offer services to people with addictions and mental health issues. Through this work, I've seen firsthand how the right housing and treatment options can change lives and lead to healthier and more vibrant communities. When people are given an opportunity to be supported across the continuum of recovery and wellness, I believe they're able to give back to their community in unique ways and be part of the future solutions. We work with many individuals who want to break free from the cycle of addiction, but there are just so limited options in our city right now. I have partnered in the opening of affordable and supportive housing centers in residential neighborhoods across Vancouver. While I know there are sometimes concerns, fears, and opposition to projects like this being located in residential areas, I have seen how well housing and support centers can be seamlessly integrated into neighborhoods. The last 4 housing centers Community Builders opened were met with similar concerns and greater opposition. Last year, Community Builders partnered to open the first temporary modular housing site in the Marpole neighborhood of Vancouver, and I heard a lot of these same concerns, and there were very, very strong opposition to the idea of putting people that need supports in a residential area around schools and families. I can tell you as we approach the 1-year mark of operations in the neighborhood of Marpole that these fears have not been realized. The site, the residents, the building have been well integrated into that community that so vehemently opposed them. Through open communication and regular meetings, such as my colleague described at the CAC meetings with the Marpole community, and through diligent operations with our partners of the project, who are also the project partners of this proposal, the City of Vancouver, Vancouver Coastal Health, and BC Housing, it's made this project successful with no impact on the surrounding community. Where we were once faced with opposition, the neighbors now largely support the new housing ventures. We have seen people integrate and learn about these services and the needs in the area, and people that were
opposed to it now come regularly and offer to be involved in it. The fears and the concerns that existed have been mitigated through good operations and very consistent communication. Once things like this are approved and operations begin is when the real work of integrating into the community happens. My experience has shown to me that it is possible to locate services and housing across the city of Vancouver and integrate it in a way that adds to each community and benefits individuals more than concentrating in one area like the downtown east side. Addictions and the need for sensitive wellness centers are not unique to the residents of the downtown east side. Addiction is spread throughout the city, and so making resources like this available in more locations, we're able to increase the reach and benefit of these treatment options. I believe these experienced partners that are listed on this project that I have worked closely with on a number of projects, namely BC Housing, the City of Vancouver, and Vancouver Coastal Health, are committed to delivering a project that will serve the city with minimal impact on this neighborhood. I believe that the City of Vancouver desperately needs affordable housing. I'm also a renter in Vancouver, and I have personally been impacted on how hard it has been to find affordable accommodations for myself and my children. I think affordable housing is needed across many spectrums, from low income at shelter rates to the project that has been, the target that's been indicated by this project. So in closing, I believe that the Wellness Center and addiction supports are critical given the opiate crisis that grips our city. And I think if this site is approved, it will bring lasting healing and benefits to the City of Vancouver. Thank you for considering the merits of this proposal, and I hope that it's approved.
Thank you very much. You have no questions, but thank you for your input. Next up, number 35, Russell Maynard. Is Russell Maynard here, please? Good afternoon.
Thanks everybody for the time. I'm speaking as a neighbor of the project. I was motivated originally to come because of the negative press, and then I was here for hours last night, and I was taken aback by a lot of the criticism. I mean, I've lived in the neighborhood for 30 years. I'm an owner. I've raised my children there. That's an intensely light industrial area. Like, I just don't understand how the scale of the project does not fit. It fits very well in a city growing as quickly and under the pressures of Vancouver. So I wanted to, as a neighbor, speak to that I think that the scale fits, and I think the project's really important. I wanted to, just from the questions I've heard from council, I wanted to touch on this idea of the transitional model that VCH is proposing. It's really, really an important model. There's nothing controversial about the project that I can see as a resident of Vancouver and of the neighborhood. When someone finishes detox, which is a very short stay, anywhere from 5 to 10 days, finding the next step in that journey can take time. And if you have to leave the facility, which is the standard in North America and in Canada, it's really disruptive, and the likelihood of your success diminishes incredibly. And so the City of Vancouver has had great success, and I think that Vancouver Coastal would say they've learned a lot from their community partners, in particular PHS, about how to reduce the severity of those steps, and this transitional model is a great example of that. I don't think there's any negative issues around treatment and sobering in conjunction with housing. I think that it's important, again, that the council understand that treatment is, by definition, an intensely supportive environment. So when people leave treatment, either according to their care plan or they're self-discharging, they're still leaving, and as well as sobering center. They are leaving after being very supported and cared for. They're not leaving in a really disruptive state, and there's no reason to worry about the people that are involved in that project and their immediate interactions with the neighborhood. I have no concerns as a homeowner. I was concerned to hear how many questions there were last night from council, from questions being sent in. More than a couple of times, somebody said, what's the likelihood of people from the DTS, Downtown East Side, using these facilities. Like, why is that even a legitimate question? This is a council for the people of Vancouver. Those are the people of Vancouver. I find it offensive that that question even merits asking. Even if someone wrote it to you, how does it manage to get asked? So I just think it's an excellent example aimed squarely at enhancing the inclusivity of Vancouver. I would agree with many of the speakers today. Today's been a much more positive experience. I think there's been a lot of really good points made today. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. I wanted to be short because I'm feeling more optimistic. Thanks everyone for your time.
Thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but thank you for your input. Number 36, Liz Barnett. Liz Barnett. Number 37, Nozomi Imanishi. Am I getting that wrong? Imanishi, no. Withdrawn. Number 39, Carolyn Gardiner.
Is there a way for us to control our presentation?
You've got a PowerPoint that you've sent to the clerk? Can we reset their time?
Also, I'd like to confirm we have 8 minutes as a group of 3.
I believe that's the case. To the clerk? Yes, please proceed.
So hi, I'm Caroline.
I'm Matthew.
I'm Trebesti.
And we'd like to acknowledge that we're here speaking to you while benefiting from living off the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations.
We are 3 members of the UBC School of Medicine Municipal Advocacy Committee and are representing 90 UBC medical students who have formally signed in support of the rezoning of Clark and East First to move forward with the proposed facility. Importantly, we ask that people with lived experience of poverty, economic vulnerability, marginalization, and substance use disorders be consulted actively and meaningfully throughout this process.
So we're all medical students, and as medical students, what we're really trained to do is to use the evidence that's out there to inform all of our decision making, medical, healthcare, otherwise. Just as you probably wouldn't want to have a cancer medication for you or your family that doesn't have the evidence behind it. What we're doing today is presenting to you evidence in support of a facility like this. So our presentation does have a lot of evidence, has a lot of research papers on it, but you have all the slides, you can read on it later if you like. I think you'll get more of our presentation by listening to us talk.
Great. So quickly, addictions are defined in medicine as substance use disorders, and they have identified underlying pathophysiologic mechanisms and evidence-based treatments available. The standard of which are a multimodal approach with behavioral and pharmacological tools being used. And what we really want you to understand is that addiction's not a choice. It's not a matter of a moral failing. We're in the midst of an opioid epidemic. There's not time to wait for a prettier building. And most Canadians who struggle with substance use disorders don't report their needs being met. So we need a multi-service center because in order to maximize a person's chance of recovery, you have to address all the basic determinants of health. And it's very intuitive. How can you sustain recovery without a place to live or employable skills? These issues occur together. And that Vancouver Barrier Report actually found that mental health and substance use are being treated in silos, and that prevents people from getting better, and they called for the integration of services. Other major barriers that have been found time and time again here and nationwide are stigma, making the community setting imperative for easier access, and it's thought to lower relapse rates because there are less surrounding triggers. As well, the lack of continuum of care and coordination between health, social, and law enforcement services marks a huge barrier. So we need centers that combine these services to foster efficient interdisciplinary approaches between the sectors so people stop falling through the cracks. Again, we'd like to point out the history of what made the Sobering Center possible. From the public inquiry into Frank Paul's death in 2009, he was a 47-year-old Indigenous man
following being denied entry into the police-strung tank. He was left in an alley where he died from hypothermia. And we wanted to stress this because these folks aren't at a risk to the public, they're a risk to their health, and it's our obligation to provide safe spaces for them. In addition to that, there's a huge body of evidence that proves their cost effectiveness internationally, a close one being here or nearby in Calgary, where there's tremendous decrease in the use of emergency and hospital services. And I'd like to point out that this center has a detox and a shelter attached to it. This is not an experiment. This is a standard, and these facilities exist like a lot elsewhere, so it's not an experiment.
So our point here is that there is an abundance of literature and research that shows the evidence supporting these types of facilities. If you look into a research database, I'm sure you'll find lots. This is just kind of a couple of examples that we found. So we talked a little bit about the research that's out there, but us as medical students, we also have some academic, clinical, community type research and experiences as well, so I can speak a little bit to mine. Over the past 2 years, I got the opportunity to do public health research. I did interviews with service providers on the front lines, as well as with people who use drugs in Vancouver. And it was a qualitative research study, but some of the themes that kind of emerged out of there, a common theme that emerged, are that there are a lack of services like this facility out there. So I heard time and time again stories of people going to the hospital and looking for treatment there, but facing stigma and not feeling comfortable in coming back. Or they go to a sobering center, but then they don't have housing supports, they don't have residential areas to stay, and so they're back out on the streets and then they relapse again. And so we have some personal experiences, I guess is what I'm trying to say about that.
Okay. And I get to facilitate art sessions with homeless youth every second Wednesday. Regrettably, I had to miss one last night while waiting to speak, but I wanted to be here to tell you about it. So these are a few pieces of art that have been made by youth and I've had permission to share. It's incredible how much talent and creativity these young people have. And the other day, a young man came into the art room and he sat down and he pulled out his journal from his bag and he started writing. And after a while, I asked him what he was writing about, and he told me he's been working on a novel. He wanted to tell the story of his life, how he became addicted to meth, and what each day is like for him now. He told me people just look at you, ask you why you don't just get a job. They pity you, they hate you, they want you to disappear. I want to show people that I'm more than just a bum, that it's complicated. So when they look at people like me, they know I'm not some lazy nothing. So something I've come to learn is how keenly aware these individuals are of the messages we tell them as a society. And what's more is how those messages get internalized and play such a key role in perpetuating cycles of addiction and poverty. How they hurt people, messages that they're worthless, pitied, that they belong out of sight, out of neighborhoods. The list goes on, and it's all not true. People that come into the center write songs, they play music, they paint these extraordinary pictures. They're just like you, except for they work tirelessly every day to break a cycle in a system that isn't set up for them to succeed. Well over 100 people in BC die each month from a drug overdose, and while marginalized groups and people without homes are overrepresented, addiction doesn't discriminate, and it's not a choice. All that separates you from someone who might come to this facility is a matter of circumstance, maybe even a moment of time. So numbers and facts aside, I think what we came here to ask is that you realize the potential the folks who would be accessing this center have.
Unquestionably, we're at a collective crossroads in the history of our city in the midst of an unprecedented health and social crisis. As my colleague Carolyn has illustrated, we have a common opportunity as a city and a community of caring individuals to open both our neighborhoods and our hearts to one another. However, if this laudable appeal is not enough, we have been gifted rigorous scientific research and guiding evidence to further reinforce our support for this proposal. Here, we highlight evidence refuting two of the most common myths pertaining to the proposal. The first of these myths pertains to the fears of a rise in crime rates in the regions surrounding drug treatment centers. In this recent publication from the Journal of Studies on Alcohol and Drugs, researchers found that the average number of violent crimes surrounding both liquor stores and corner stores was significantly higher than those around drug treatment centers. Therefore, if one is to be opposed to a nearby drug treatment center based on a flawed logic of an increase in crime rates, by similar logic, they should equally or more be opposed to the convenient access to one's favorite Pinot Grigio or corner store milk and eggs.
You have 30 seconds.
Second, a commonly cited concern about the specific location of a drug treatment center is a myth about the relationship to surrounding property values. A paper published only last month in the National Bureau of Economic Research addresses this concern through objective economic perspective in Washington. These authors suggest that historically cited rates of property value decreases in association with co-located drug treatment centers were misconstrued as a product of directional bias in the literature, but rather they concluded drug treatment centers tend to be set in regions with already declining values and do not contribute causally to any decrease in these values. Thanks.
Well spoken. Your time is up, but you do have a question from Councillor Carr.
Thank your fellow students for signing the letter of support as well. My question to you is, oh, and by the way, thank you for the research about the myths. But my question is about the research. You know, we've hardly spoken about one element of this facility, which is to be, as I'm quoting, academic training research hub. Have you talked at all about that, or can you convey to me any ideas around what that might look like, or what services that might provide, or outcomes?
So glad you asked that question, Councillor Carr. Thanks. So the three of us are variably involved in different research in the community, and I've had the privilege over the last 3 years to be involved with research at the BC Centre on Substance Use and their leading team. Yeah, so when I found out through reading the proposal that this included an academic space, I was very excited because it meant for me that there was an involvement of people who are invested in care for folks with substance use disorders, as well as being right alongside them as they receive this care. So there's nothing to me that says there's a greater opportunity for learning than being in the midst of it, and nothing that says there's a greater opportunity for learning than being informed by the people as they go through the process. I think having like up-to-date, based on personal experience research in conjunction with the ability to collect great data in a state-of-the-art center is going to be what really offers an opportunity to address every facet of this. And having it in conjunction with things like social enterprise so that you can have multimodal research, qualitative research alongside quantitative research, social researchers alongside of traditional medical academics, as well as peer research led by people with lived experience, is what we could invest in the establishment of a center like this, because we get to build it from the ground up. So.
Great, thank you very much for that information. A second component that we haven't spent much time, if you followed the speakers and the presentation so far, is the social enterprise space that's intended to include ceremony and Aboriginal health and wellness. So have you thought, again, as students' medicine, around the potential of that in terms of integration with this site?
Yeah, I mean, having thought about it, not necessarily from a formal research perspective, but recognizing that St. Paul's Hospital, Providence Healthcare have an Aboriginal healing space, a gathering space, and that most hospitals in this community have what's variably referred to as an Aboriginal health navigator, really individuals who represent Indigenous communities, not as a homogenous entity, but with a representation and a recognition of the fact that colonialism, post-colonialism, and intergenerational trauma have wide-ranging impacts that need to be addressed, and that need to be addressed in a manner that's led by the communities who've been long affected by them for centuries. I think recognizing that in the context of substance use, and we've heard over the last 2 days from Indigenous community representatives and the sad truth that Aboriginal community members are overrepresented not only in this crisis, in criminal justice settings, and as well in substance use settings overall. That it would be remiss of anyone to proceed without that as being a core acknowledgement. And the idea that meaningful activity through employment, supported employment, and social enterprise is a means of giving back, much like Potluck Cafe in the downtown East Side community, is a natural segue to do so, and it builds capacity within these communities. So yeah, similarly.
Well, again, thank you for, I know your lives as students are extremely busy, so thank you for taking the time to be here.
Great, thank you all. Next up is number 40, Barbara Broughton. Is Barbara Broughton here?
Glad you saw I had to move it down. Hi, well, I'm going to be a direct neighbor of the facility, and I just really have some comments that I hope you would take on board, because I know the facility will go ahead, and certainly given the known value that Vancouver needs more housing and there is an opioid crisis, I would never have the audacity to say I object to the project, but given that it's going to be my immediate neighbor, I own a house on McLean, I do have some thoughts. And I guess one is I do find the scale really out of whack compared to the rest of the neighborhood. in terms of the process of this project, because Grandview had gone through such a long and extensive planning process with the Grandview City Plan, this was never part of it. And because the plan has only just really been approved and it's being implemented now, I think the community has yet to see how that scale and impact is going to affect the community. And then this facility just goes so much beyond what was just approved in a huge city plan. I think it wasn't even 2 years ago. In terms of the process, as an actual neighbor to the facility, we knew nothing of it until literally there were architectural drawings, and it was very much presented as a baked cake. So while I certainly appreciate this process, and I'm not going to say there isn't community consultation. If you were a neighbor, it did come very much as, this is what we're doing. And when I went to the initial open house, I found the people that presented there very much took that approach. So you didn't really feel like you had a lot of opportunity to ask questions, because ours was, what other places were looked at, because it did seem like a really big facility in what we consider, more of a neighborhood. And then I do just also question the accessibility of that corner. It's a long, thin piece of land, and there's going to be a lot of use on it. And I'm just wondering how that will work with traffic coming off of the viaduct. And I'm assuming there'll be ambulances. There'll just be a lot. So I hope that as part of your approval process, you'll really look at transit and traffic flow and just studying that, because I think it's a high risk corner anyway I think there've been quite a few accidents at McLean and First. And I just hope as well that when you're looking at a facility like this, it does seem an interesting use of putting the three together as you continue to develop the Broadway corridor, which is going to have a lot of density added to it. Canby's profoundly changed. I would hope to think that you'd start looking at putting these sorts of facilities around the city, because I think we do agree that, you need more housing, we need more detox centers. I just don't know if they should be so big in one area when we do have the ability to kind of move them around in what are a lot of other areas in the city that are having a lot of development right now. That's it.
Well, thank you very much. And you have a question from Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much. I was actually just typing out some of the comments that will go into questions for staff. I was here during a portion of the Grandview Woodland planning process. I wasn't on council long enough, even though I was here a term before, to be here for the whole planning process, technically, because I know that it's been going on for some time. And by that, I mean informally and formally, and that came to us. We also had the Citizens Assembly, and hearing from the community, I heard many different thoughts. I think that the plan certainly might not have been I think it strived to definitely take the needs of everyone from a very diverse community and include them in one plan. It certainly was, I have a lot of respect for everyone who participated, including the public, and also for our staff, because I think it makes most people happy most of the time, but maybe not everyone all of the time. So we've heard from people from the Grandview Woodlands community that they want this. We've heard that from others that they don't support this. And I'm just wondering, I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked others. You had mentioned that in the planning or in the actual Grandview Woodlands plan, it doesn't prescribe anything specific in a project such as this.
Not that I'm aware of. Okay. Are you asking me whether I think we need it?
Well, I was going to ask you, do we need it, and should we consider it if it wasn't considered at that time? Do you feel that it's the scale that you have an issue with, or is it
because as a neighbor,
use?
I've actually never heard any of my neighbors complain, or I don't, it's my personal view, I'm not part of a group. I mean, I do feel like a lot of the presenting positive groups, it's sort of their job. It's, it sounds like they represent Vancouver Coastal Health and homeless centers. They're coming at it from a very collaborated approach where I'm just a neighbor. But when I talk to my neighbors, I've never heard anybody feel that it's a safety issue, and I've certainly never heard anybody talk about land value concerns or crime for that matter. I think it is just, it's the size of it, and it seemed very hurried. And I understand that, the perception is we've got a crisis, so we do need to act quickly, but I think it's going to be a profound change for a neighborhood, and it's a very big project, given that we've just approved complete rezoning for First and Nanaimo. I mean, most of the major corridors in Grandview have had their scale changed, and then this goes yet above and beyond it, and it then sort of starts becoming like the thin edge of the wedge. So that's now become that many stories and big. It just seems like it kind of made, what was the point of the Grandview City Plan if coming so quickly on the heels of it, this comes in and it's so different?
Is there anything that you feel, thank you for that. Sorry, I'm just very aware of the time also. Is there anything that you feel that the applicant could do or that could be done we do have to judge very
Well,
much
I'd like to see just a bit more on the transportation and accessibility for that corner. I mean, I have a lot of empathy for the users, and I truly give thanks that our family won't need to be a user of the facility, but it's not particularly close to the SkyTrain. It's kind of on two highways, and it is residential on two corners of it. So it's, it seems tight for the amount of use that this would have. And so traffic, parking, I have 3 children and a minivan, so I can't use a bicycle. So I do want to park my car somewhere close to my home.
Thank you very much for coming to speak. Really appreciate it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yes.
Come
I've got
back,
one
we
more
have one more.
question for the speaker. Yeah, you talked about the process and that you were at the first open house, and obviously
Yes.
the version's changed a little bit since then. It went from 97 to 90 units, and they've done some setbacks. Do you think those changes are changes that are better for the residents of your block? Do you see them as positive changes?
Well, I mean, I think they're kind of nominal. I mean, it's still a huge facility going into, I mean, I live in a house, so
Yeah.
I mean, it's big. And I appreciate that, again, because there's a Grandview City Plan, they are trying to project out, they're not building for today, they're trying to build a little bit for tomorrow, but I feel like they're building for 40 years from now. I mean, it's so out of scale with that site. And it's small. I mean, they are just homes on it now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you again. Next up, number 41, Rachel Sellinger or Sellinger?
Either works, actually.
Well,
Dad
welcome.
pronounces it one way, I pronounce it another, so.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, thank you. 5 minutes, yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. As indicated, my name is Rachel Sellinger, and I'm here as part of the neighboring Grandview Church community as a renter and resident of Vancouver to speak in support of this project. And I just want to clarify that while I recognize that a lot of people have spoken who work in nonprofit, many of the folks you saw on the slideshow yesterday evening and that are in the petition that Benjamin Hertwig had handed out are people who do not work in that industry, who are neighbors who live in the community. The church is located on Salisbury and First, and so it's very close to the site, and many people actually live a few blocks away from where this would be located, just to clarify that. Recognizing both the housing and opioid crisis our city faces, the opportunity to say yes in my backyard is clear and needed. I know many projects like this one have faced opposition towards those that may access the services or live here, and it saddens me to see those in need, many of whom are friends and neighbors of our community, stereotyped and priced or pushed out of our city and neighborhoods. It's difficult to see a long, uncertain rezoning process required to provide more housing and care for the most vulnerable residents of Vancouver. And I'm also voicing my support to see projects like this one happen more easily. Like others noted last night, I recognize that there are no silver bullet solutions to both health and housing for the city. But the more projects like this are delayed, the further we get from any solution. I strongly urge you to say yes to this project and pave the way for other neighborhoods to say yes in their backyards as well in the near future, hopefully. We need to be welcoming more projects like this one into our communities if we are truly to see a city and housing that works for everyone. I also would just like to take a few moments to acknowledge those who were unable to speak last night. I know many of them stayed and were unable to make the list and maybe have withdrawn, and I encourage you to also consider their positions in your analysis of this project as well and in your decision. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. You don't have any questions, but we appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Next up, Nick Pogor, Executive Director, Commercial Drive Business Society. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Nick Pogor, and I'm the Executive Director for the Commercial Drive Business Society, or Business Improvements Area. We represent close to 750 businesses and property owners combined. While the Commercial Drive Business Society supports those in need of detox in the City of Vancouver and understand that these issues are deep-rooted, we are in opposition to the facility primarily because of its chosen location and also because of the already existing large numbers of related services in the same community. The nearby Commercial Drive Retail District already plays host to many social services, including warming shelters, homeless shelters, a federal parole office, and provincial social services building. Not to mention the many mental health services. The list goes on with many more in the area. There really doesn't seem to be a need to centralize or decentralize these services and put them all into East Vancouver. One of the previous speakers stated that the Grandview Woodland area has double the Indigenous social housing versus the downtown east side. It's an important point. The Grandview Woodland area has the highest number of social housing units in the City of Vancouver. Why place the site here? There seems to be several more centralized sites that could serve the users and this location more ideally. In speaking to some of the concerns, first and foremost is the sobering facility component, which would see this 24-hour operation placed into a neighborhood and retail district which already currently struggles to maintain safety in its community, both on its streets and in the parks. The Grandview Woodland area and Commercial Drive in particular is already rampant with drug and alcohol abuse, with what seems to be very little support at street level from those tasked with directly managing these issues and their related trickle-down effects, which include homelessness, mental health, illegal trespassing, illegal vending, theft, crime that includes violent crime, vandalism, panhandling, and as mentioned, open alcohol and drug use. The Commercial Drive Retail District and the parks that fall in the same area are seeing increasingly disturbing instances of all of the above. Grandview Park, Victoria Park, McLean Park, and Clark Park, not mentioning all of the green spaces, but also the local elementary school grounds are all at risk. The sobering tank in particular brings with it negative impacts when those released out of the facility potentially take up home on the local streets afterward, further contributing to the number of homeless residing in the area, adding numbers to those homeless who already reside in the community's sidewalks and parks, places where families and children should feel safe. We've already seen the same direct negative impact to the same end when the warming shelters close in the area. The BIA currently spends close to half of its budget on safety and security with what feels, like I mentioned, like very little help from those tasked with providing safety and security in the City of Vancouver. City bylaw, don't attend the area. Policing at street level is not existent. Homeless outreach, mental health outreach, and waste management agencies are not at street level where they need to be, feet on the street or by way of foot patrols. In short, the BIA is left holding the bag when it comes to managing a large portion of the safety challenges in the Commercial Drive area. Another negative that I'd like to mention is the impression that this facility leaves those who pass through and to the area. How do we develop this in a way that it provides a welcoming gateway to Commercial Drive and to Grandview Woodland? The plan thus far sets a negative tone for the community and sends the wrong message to our valued and much-needed destination shoppers. This is something the Commercial Drive Business Society would like to ensure is managed thoughtfully. In closing, this facility could potentially put at risk an already challenged community while adding negative pressures on the retail district. And while the funding is neatly outlined for this project and what goes on inside the facility, we don't seem to see the equivalent in resources or funding being put back into the community. And with this in mind, we would like to ask that you do your part in seeking the necessary funding and aligning budgets so that we see the same type of support not only inside the facility but outside of the facility to protect the neighborhood, retail district, and the community.
Well, thank you very much. And you have some questions, starting with Councillor Wiebe.
Yes, thanks, and we understand the issues that are happening. We've had conversations before. How did you get the input from how many members were for or against the project?
We didn't do any specific outreach.
So because you said that the BIA is against the project, is it a board vote or was it how?
We have specifically to this facility.
Yes.
No, but to the issues in the local area, we did do outreach. So surveys. We actually went to not only all of the businesses and property owners, but we went actually to each and every door in Grandview Woodland. So our data or where we stand on this is based on that outreach.
And the outreach didn't have questions specific to the project?
Not specific to the project.
But more to the
security and safety in the neighborhood.
Yeah, which is something. Do you think some of the security and safety issues would be people that would be able to benefit from a facility like this?
I'm sorry?
Some of the security issues, some of the people you've talked about that are in the parks and stuff could benefit from a facility like this?
Yeah, I definitely do. But as I mentioned, I don't feel like the right number of resources are currently in the streets.
Mm-hmm.
We like to call it feet on the street or by way of foot patrol. A lot of these issues seem to not be managed at street level. So where I've asked that potentially you could look at adding resources and aligning funding with some of that would help get some of those people in the area into the facility. But again, it's their choice at the end of the day too. So
yeah, no, for sure.
That's a concern also.
No, and I appreciate your help in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your next question is from Councillor Kirby Young.
Great, thank you. Thanks for being here. I have a similar question to Councillor Wiebe, and that was really around whether or not that was a board vote or representative of the business. So it sounds like it's more of a general position versus consultation on this specific project. That's what I heard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, you're suggesting that there's too great a preponderance of these types of services in one area. So what would you propose as an alternative? Are you suggesting that they be spread throughout the city, or what is it that you're suggesting?
I think part of the idea behind this facility, part of the vision was that a centralized facility was created. And there are other sites in Vancouver that are more central. The False Creek Flats, some of those areas would probably be more ideal and better serve the users of the facility by way of providing better transit, that sort of thing. Being in between West Vancouver, North Vancouver, South Vancouver, it is more central than East Vancouver itself. Other locations, I'm sure there's a few more, but perhaps some of the land from the what would now be referred to as the old St. Paul's Hospital. That building's already there, so that's an ideal site in my eyes.
Okay. And I have to limit my questions specifically to this project, but I'd be more than happy to talk offline about any support efforts and discussions you've had with staff or VPD about issues in your area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Councillor DiGenova.
I did just want to note, I was a point of information, but through the chair, we are not, even if we were to recess this public hearing, I would hope that no counselor would be speaking specifically to anybody about these issues until we had concluded this public hearing. Is that correct?
Fair enough.
Process?
Yeah.
I'm asking a question.
Yes.
It's a point of information. It's a
Oh,
question.
so it wasn't a question of the speaker.
Oh, I do have a question of the speaker also, but I thought I should start with that. So that is correct, process.
Yes, I'm sure that Councillor Kirby
Thank
is
you.
aware.
Just on the same questions, and thank you, Mr. Poger. I know we've worked closely on Little Italy.
Yeah,
and
sorry, Councillor Kirby Young.
Privilege, if I'll let the chair deem fit, but just to clarify my comments for the record so they're clear, I was suggesting I'd be happy to talk about general issues in his area relating, as the speaker had brought up, nothing to do with the public hearing. I thought that was clear, but I'd like to clarify that for the record as a point of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all satisfied. Would you like to move on?
I am. But I'd like my time back. Thank you. We've worked closely on issues in your community before, such as Little Italy and Italian Down the Drive. I'm wondering, I know that there was extensive consultation with the businesses on those matters and petitions, in fact, that you dropped off here at City Hall for matters such as that. So I'm wondering, specific to this project, with such an engaged membership on those issues, do all of your members, are they all aware that the BIA is speaking against this here today? Has there been notice that's gone out to your membership?
We haven't notified the entire membership, no.
Okay, so then, I mean, is there a process? Do you have to ask your membership to speak on specific issues?
As the
here?
previous counselor mentioned, you know, a lot of the points that I'm speaking to are general points that relate to safety and security in the neighborhood. And those are direct potential negative effects that this type of facility could bring to the neighborhood. So, you know, I think I'm speaking to those points. And with those particular points that I've spoken to, like I said, we did do outreach not only with the residents, but with the businesses.
Okay, so further to that, so you're speaking, although you've come to speak to this project specifically, you were speaking generally about issues in the area. You're not specifically speaking out against this project. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that correct?
We, the Commercial Drive Business Society, is in opposition to the facility because of the spin-off negative effects that could be caused by having this facility in the neighborhood. So the opposition is not to this type of facility being in Vancouver, but its location.
Okay, but you're speaking, given the feedback that you've received, that's what you think your membership would want you to do?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
You have one more question. Are you finished, Councillor DeGenova? Okay, now Councillor Swanson has a question.
If this project did go ahead, if it could house some of the people that you're talking about that are living on the street, do you think that would be good?
Absolutely. I mean, like I said, I mean, we're, you know, in support of these types of services in the city of Vancouver. We're empathetic to people's, you know, life challenges, if you will. But, you know, one of the biggest concerns and the biggest, you know, things that I've seen over the time that I've been with the Commercial Drive Business Society, not only, you know, employed by them, but as a resident of Commercial Drive and Grandview Woodland, there doesn't seem to be a lot of support at street level from any of the agencies that could be tasked with managing some of these issues. So, you know, I think if the outreach was there, the potential for what you're describing could also be there. But at the moment, we don't see that in Grandview Woodland. We don't see that on Commercial Drive.
But if we had housing for these people, you wouldn't even actually need outreach because they'd actually have a place to live?
That's debatable. You know, I mean, the amount of detox beds that are in Vancouver at the moment and the amount of social housing and SROs, that type of thing, are available, you know, in the neighborhood and others, yet these issues still remain on the street. So, you know, I get it. We need more beds at the end of the day, but I don't think enough effort and resources are being put to the task, again, at street level. So yeah, that's a key component in getting people help. The outreach needs to be there. The people, BC Housing, all of the various groups, Vancouver Coastal Health, we need people out of the offices and on the street, supporting the Vancouver Police Department, the first responders, where I say it feels like little is being done by some of these groups. And I didn't mean that in, perhaps the negative tone that it may have sounded when it comes to first responders, because they can't do it alone. They need additional resources, funding, but these other various agencies, BC Housing, Coastal Health, et cetera, need to be part of what's happening at street level. And when you bring a facility like this into a neighborhood, the facility itself is managed from the inside. There's budgets and there's funding that's aligned with the, what that facility does. And it's the same, or you could compare it to a warming shelter or something like that in the neighborhood. We have them, and we experience all kinds of issues that are, trickle-down effects from that: vandalism, crime, theft, waste issues, and we're left to pick up that end of things. No additional resources or funding is aligned with those facilities being in the neighborhood. So that facility is managed and funded on the inside, but the neighborhood or the business improvements area, to a large degree, is left to deal with what happens and any of the issues that spill out of the facility. That's a big concern for us.
So we've got 2,181 homeless people in the city for whom there are no homes. And you're basically saying we need a lot of services to deal with that are expensive and costing taxpayers money.
Yes.
So I'm saying, well, if we could get some homes for some of those folks, maybe those costs would go down. Plus, it'd be nicer, hey? They could live longer because it wouldn't be
we don't disagree with that at all.
Good, thanks.
Great, and just noticing the time, and I think that's it for questions, and thank you very much, sir. We've got 10 minutes, so I'd suggest, as we're supposed to break at 5:30, that we try and fit one more speaker in, if that works for everybody. Is Dylan Neil Kaufman here? Dylan Neil Kaufman, thank you. Mitch Bax. Mike Kodere. Celine Mobolis. Celine is in the hallway, I'm hearing. Here she comes. Welcome, Celine. You have 5 minutes. You'll be our last speaker before the break for half an hour.
Perfect. My timing is excellent. Good evening, Chair and Council. To begin, I'd like to acknowledge with respect and gratitude that our meeting is taking place on the unceded, traditional, and ancestral territory of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh First Nations. My name is Celine Mobiles, and I'm here to express my support for this proposal. I'm the Executive Director of the Homelessness Services Association of BC. We represent over 250 shelter providers, outreach teams, drop-in centers, and other service providers addressing the needs of individuals experiencing homelessness with the goal of ending homelessness. Today, I'm here speaking on behalf of our members, and equally important, as a resident. I have lived in Grandview Woodlands for almost 20 years. My husband and I are raising our 2 kids here and are deeply rooted in our community. I want to highlight some important challenges facing our city that I hope you consider in making your decision. Lack of affordable housing, poverty, homelessness, and the overdose crisis are having devastating impacts on individuals and families, as well as our communities. Incomes are not keeping pace with rents, and we have an extremely low vacancy rate of just 0.6% in Grandview Woodlands. 2,181 individuals were identified in the city's 2018 homeless count. 659 of those were living on the street. This is the highest number since the count was first done in 2005, and we know that the count is an undercount. Individuals who identified Indigenous also continue to be vastly overrepresented in homeless counts, 40% compared to 2.2% citywide. This should signal a continuing and growing concern about the welfare of Vancouver residents who are marginalized and about how we respond. Dr. Daly yesterday described the impacts of a lack of a clean drug supply and its continuing devastating and sometimes fatal consequences for Vancouver citizens, no matter their socioeconomic or demographic characteristics. I witness the reality of these statistics in my neighborhood every day. I've attended several meetings on this project, including the developer and city-led open houses, to community meetings focused on generating both support and opposition to the project. Concerns have been raised about the scale of the project, or that the sobering and withdrawal management services and housing are incompatible, or that some of the withdrawal management services would be better suited elsewhere. I believe the applicant has addressed many of the concerns related to forms of development, shadowing impacts to neighbors on the north, traffic patterns, setbacks, and public realm improvements. This has resulted in the loss of 7 units of social housing, which is a significant compromise given the dire need for housing. I believe what is underlying some of the other concerns that have been raised is related to fear and stigma associated with the people that will be seeking the health services. I would urge you to think about your own family. Each one of us has been personally impacted by addiction, or perhaps even lost a loved one to an overdose. When I talk to my kids about these issues, they can't understand why anyone would be opposed to making sure that people have access to housing and health care when they are likely at the very low point in their lives. We need more of these types of projects delivered through partnerships like the proposal before you. Given the housing and overdose crisis, we must take advantage of every opportunity we can to create more options for people. While this project won't solve all of the issues related to poverty and addiction, it does make positive contributions by providing much-needed addictions treatment programs, including on-site and outpatient withdrawal management transition beds, culturally appropriate services intended to meet the cultural and healing needs of Indigenous community members, a social enterprise space focusing on Indigenous healing and wellness through employment, and 90 units of much-needed social housing that is publicly owned and operated by a nonprofit housing provider. So, on behalf of all of our members at HSABC and and in solidarity with many of my neighbors and others that have spoken before me, I encourage you to support this project to build on our collective values of diversity, inclusion, and caring for others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have one question from Councillor Swanson.
Thanks for a great presentation.
Thank you.
So one of my concerns, and you probably know more about this than me, given your previous employer, is that the housing that's proposed here doesn't really guarantee that any of the homeless people will get a bed, because it's only 1/3 at Hills. Yeah. And there's always that financial incentive to pick tenants who can pay the highest amount of Hills rather than the lowest. So can you think of a way that we could make it so some of those units could actually be for people at welfare rate?
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm really optimistic about this proposal because you already have a great partnership with the provincial government. I think if there was a way to bring the federal governments or some more investments and capital dollars to offset some of the costs of building the units, then that would be a way. I think I heard yesterday and from some of the project proposal, or pardon me, the project partners, that they're going to work towards that. So I would just really hope that there's continuous pressure applied, not only to the province, but hopefully also bringing the federal government to the table.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Looks like that's it. So thanks very much. And at this time, I look to the clerks. Do we need to have a motion, or what do we? Thank you very much. No. 6. Do we need a seconder for that? Great. All in favor? Okay. Well, thank you very much. And to those in the gallery, we'll be back in half an hour.
Okay. Hello. Sorry? Oh, shit. Okay, ready to go. And I'm just looking at the speaking list here. I think we have Rob Fisher. Let's call everybody back to order. Hello. Councillor Hardwick, I heard you did awesome job chairing, so thanks for that. Oh, wow, that's good. Excellent. Nice work, thank you. So the next speakers on the list that I see, Rob Fisher, number 49, Stephanie Langford, number 50, 51, Luke Summers, 52, Dasha Komenenko, sorry, I have my glasses on, Komenenko, 53, Andy Smith. So I'm calling Rob Fisher. Calling for Rob. There he is. Okay. Mr. Fisher. I could keep everybody on their toes here, so. Thanks so much. Don't just take your time. We're good. You're here now, so we'll start the clock until you're ready. So.
Okay, I'm as ready as I'm going to be.
You ready? Okay, thanks very much. 5 minutes. Please just stick to the item that we're considering here this evening. I will. Please go.
So, Mayor, councillors, thank you very much, first off, for taking your time and spending yet another evening with us, listening to all of us and trying to make the right decisions. I've got to say, this is the first one of these I've sat through. I admire your stamina, and I don't envy you your jobs. So, good luck with this one. My name is Rob Fisher. I live with my wife and a friend about 4 blocks from the proposed development. I was born and raised in Vancouver. I've lived on the east side almost all my life, and I've lived at my current location in Grandview Woodland for 13 years. For clarity, I understand the need for this project and the purpose of this project. I'm a former renter with lots of friends and family who still rent, many with low incomes. I recognize the current crisis and need for social and affordable housing. I was raised on social assistance, and I have good friends who have had to go through detox and recovery. Some have made it, fortunately. I recognize the need for the types of services that the proposed development offers. I deliberately chose to live on the drive because of the diversity of its population and character. I welcome the people from all strata who choose to live there and add to that diversity. I understand the purpose of this project, but I am 110% against it in its present form. And I'm not alone. I manage a mailing list of 39 people who live in the neighborhood, many of whom could not last long enough to come and be here and speak. I asked them to let me know how they felt about the project. Of the 12 who replied, every single one feels the same way I do. So I'm speaking with the voice of 13 as you listen to my words. And all of us are against this project in its current form. Why? Well, there's the issue of size. The 10-plus story institutional style building proposed takes up half a city block and is completely out of character for a residential neighborhood with a large number of detached houses. Even from a technical perspective, it doesn't meet the zoning for First Avenue, which allows for 6-story buildings, but only for rental stock. And it definitely doesn't fit with the vision of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. This project is being dropped into the middle of a neighborhood that it was not intended to be in. That's why you're seeing the opposition you're seeing. Then there's the design. This modern monolith design of the proposed building would be fine in other neighborhoods, but it doesn't fit in this one. This one, which is a neighborhood known for its character and heritage homes, whose community plan is entitled, Keep the Vibe of the Drive. At the first information session, the architect, when I asked him about that, specifically acknowledged the building did not fit the neighborhood from a visual or style perspective. At the next session, I didn't see any changes, so I asked him about it. He pointed to a mural of Indigenous art that had been added to address the issue, a single small mural on a 10-story, half-block long building. There's also concerns about functional design for the residential units. With no balconies on the residential units, there's no direct outside access. So any kids living there are supposed to use the green space. That green space will be shared by children with patients from the sobering center and those in recovery. Then there's the services mix and scale. No other developments in North America exist that are of a similar size and scale in terms of facility and breadth and combination of addiction services, especially considering the inclusion of residential units. None. This is 5 times the size of other facilities that offer those services but don't offer the same mix of services. Or at least the applicants have never, ever been able to point to one that matches. Yet this is going to be the only sobering center in Vancouver. It's going to concentrate the treatment and release of approximately 4,000 intoxicated persons a year in our neighborhood. Please note that concentration goes completely against the many comments I've heard from service delivery professionals in these sessions that talk about how services should be spread out to where the need is. They should be outside the downtown east side because the need exists outside the downtown east side. So why are they all being concentrated in one place in Vancouver? Doesn't make any sense to me or to us. Then there's the neighborhood quality of life. There's traffic problems. What would we ask for? And there's risk. If this program fails, the program can go elsewhere. The treatment can go elsewhere. But you can't just cancel a building and make it go away.
And we're just on the 5-minute mark?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. And I have a question from Councillor Dejanova for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your story and the story of your friends. And I'm so sorry to hear that some of them aren't with us for reasons of addiction. I know that you had, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you had suggested that this was an institution because of how high it was, or it was institutionalized. Is that because of the size of it, or is it, you see, I've heard from staff in our policy report that it's going to have different levels of rent, from social housing all the way up to market housing. We'll have more family housing than we require at the city, as well as have the detox and sobering center and community space and social enterprise space. So I went through the George Pearson model here, where 12 people living together in a space, some people thought that was an institution, other people wanted that type of pod feel. So what is it specifically to you that makes it feel institutionalized?
The appearance and the style, the design.
Okay, so it's not the height, it's not the density, it's specifically a design issue.
The height is part of the design. We've got the 10.5-story building that's going up right on that corner. And if you take a look at it, look at the buildings surrounding it, look at the area surrounding it with a lot of heritage-style buildings and so on in it. It's very institutional compared to that area.
Thank you. My next question, I'm just looking at my notes here. Specifically you had talked about so much opposition. I mean, I've seen speakers from all walks of life here in support and oppose so far. I mean, that being said, we're not finished the public hearing. I'm keeping an open mind. You said that it's because of the community plan in the neighborhood. Where would you propose instead we put this facility?
I would spread those services throughout the city. It doesn't make sense to me to concentrate services away from where the need is. And if the need is spread throughout the city, then that's what I would do.
So you would put a sobering center one place, a detox center another place, a social enterprise. What do you mean by spread the services out?
It makes sense to me, I'm not a healthcare professional, but it makes sense to me that sobering centers, detox recovery transition beds, those should be in one place. But that doesn't mean that you have to have all of them in one place, all of the sobering beds in one place. Personally, I would have multiple smaller centers that combine those services throughout the area of Vancouver.
Okay. And I'll ask staff about that, and if there's an added cost to that, as well as, I'm not sure if that's a question for the applicant or for Vancouver Coastal Health. We had also heard that, I'm not sure if you had heard earlier, the questions and answers we got back from staff, that taking someone to a hospital for this cost $10,000, and having them instead in one of these treatment spaces would be $185. So that would be a cost savings. Would you, I mean, if there was a cost savings that allowed more of an investment into affordable housing or deepen the affordable housing of the units, which I'm going to ask staff if that does deepen the affordability of the units, keeping them together, is that something that you would consider, or is it simply just for you something you wouldn't consider regardless of cost?
A couple of points, and if I've missed your question, my apologies. The first comment about sending people to a hospital, not something I would recommend, and I don't believe I mentioned or suggested that. What I would look at, if the cost savings are there, great, take advantage of them, because that means more people can be helped or people can be helped better. Again, what I would recommend, or what makes sense to me, is just to take those services that fit together well, but don't have a monolith that doesn't fit the neighborhood it's being dropped into. Have smaller, a larger number of community-scaled facilities spread throughout Vancouver. If somebody's in Dunbar, it's going to be much better for them if they can access a facility in Dunbar than have to go to First and Clark.
Thank you. This is something that I haven't even dealt with even on my second term on council. So it's nice to hear thoughts from everyone. So thank you for making the time to come out.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
And you've got Councillor Hardwick has a question for you.
Good evening. There's a few things that I've been thinking about from your comments, but one of them was that 6 stories would have been acceptable in rental under the terms of the Grandview Woodland Plan. Did I get that right from your statement?
My understanding for First Avenue, if it's 100% rental, yes.
So if this was a 100% rental building at 6 stories, that would be something that you would not find scaled out of, that would not be inconsistent with the neighborhood?
I think it would fit the neighborhood far better. Obviously, you've got to look at the rest of the design as well, but I think it would fit it far better, yes.
Okay, so your issues are, just in summary, again, the scale, 10.5 stories, institutional design, the concentration of all of these activities into a single facility, although what we've heard is that there's economies of scale for having people, concentrated in that way. But that your opinion would be that that facilities should be more distributed throughout the body of the city rather than concentrated in one place.
I would say so. If I can add one more to that, personally, when I look at social, and I'm reluctant when I see those rental prices to call it social housing or even affordable. But when I look at residential housing, long-term residential housing being beside those services, to me, they could be there or not be there. I don't see that there's a logical reason that long-term residential units need to be co-located with services that are designed to treat addiction. The services to treat addiction, the levels, that makes sense. But why residential units need to be added on, I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me, and I think that causes more problems.
But you would be okay with a 6-story rental facility, even with the kinds of numbers that we've been discussing as being quote-unquote affordable?
I would definitely find that more suitable, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and that's all your questions. Thanks for participating this evening. Okay, we've got Stephanie Langford. Thanks very much for coming tonight. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yes, I did register for 8 minutes.
Oh, I see.
I'm I'm advocating for the tenants on the block. So I was speaking also for three tenants on the block
Are they
that
here
are being
this evening?
displaced, but they're not with me.
Right.
So I'm assuming I don't have that 8 minutes.
It is 5 minutes unless you bring them with you,
Yes.
but thanks for speaking
Yes.
and coming this evening. So I'll start the timer, and please go
Great.
ahead.
Thank you. So the First and Clark development looks like a great project to support, but unfortunately, it's destroying 18 units of super affordable housing and displacing long-term tenants. And I think you're going to hear from some of them. And I have with me impact statements from 5 of the tenants that are being displaced with this project. So even though the city is the owner and landlord of the existing properties, these current tenants are unsure of what kind of protection they'll get besides the right of first refusal. The difference in rent between the current units and the proposed ones of the same size can mean double or triple rent, especially for these long-term tenants. The tenants that I've spoken to said that so far the relocation offers that have been made to them have been much higher than they can afford. It goes against basic morality to displace long-term tenants from city-owned property, and some of them are worried about becoming homeless in order to build a complex that may not necessarily house them. So I do have 5 impact statements with me. I'm hoping to have a moment to conclude. I also live a half a block from the development, so I'm hoping that I might mention that. So I have a statement from Adrian Kelly, who lives in the college apartment buildings, which is in that block. So as a result of the city's decision to demolish the college apartments where I live, I've been asked to provide an impact statement on my forced relocation. First and foremost, due to the city's stunning lack of direction and clarity of intention, I'm extremely stressed and anxious. My home is my foundation.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but
sure.
so we'd be happy to accept those impact statements as written. So we'd rather just hear exactly from your experience, since you also live in the area, if you'd be able to adjust your presentation to that.
The tenants were with me last night.
I've got a point of order. I'll just freeze your time here. And I'll talk to Councillor Swanson. Please go ahead.
I'd like to hear the tenant impact statements.
Right. The procedural bylaws, though, say that it has to be the person who is speaking, their direct experience, and not to read in the testimony of other folks. However, you are, certainly welcome to submit those statements to us through the clerk, who can take these from you now, and we'll provide them to all the councillors as we go forward.
Yeah.
I hope that clarifies your question, Councillor Swanson.
Okay.
So I can give you a second to get your
Sure.
thoughts in order if you want, but whenever you're ready to start, please let me know.
Good. Yeah. All right.
Okay, you ready? Okay.
Yes. Thank you. So as I mentioned, I am co-chair of the Outreach and Advocacy Team for the Vancouver Tenants Union. I'm also a neighbor of the tenants that I was hoping to speak for today. Some of them were with me yesterday. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here now, and I appreciate the protocol on that. I've met with a number of the tenants, and as I've mentioned, I have to speak on my own accord. So I do support this development. However, as a tenant advocate and a neighbor, I'm very concerned for the tenants that are being displaced by it. I want this council to reassure me and the tenants who are being displaced by this development that they'll be able to come back to their neighborhood they call home and to the proposed apartments that are planned in the development. I do believe without a shadow of a doubt that this is possible. I and the Vancouver Tenants Union are here to help and make that happen. And I was just talking with Allison, and I'm happy to advocate for the tenants that are being displaced potentially by this development. I trust that you'll do the ethical and right thing for these tenants and support them as they're temporarily relocated, and that they can be brought home to my neighborhood and their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your time, and you do have a question from Councillor Swanson, but you do actually have at least 3 minutes left if you wanted to say anything else. Okay, take questions. Great. Questions. Okay, Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just wondered if you could summarize some of the things that you saw in the impact statements.
Sure. Thank you for that question. So the city has spoken about the relocation policy. With the tenants, there have been a couple of meetings. There have been some one-on-one meetings. But I must say these tenants are very, very confused by this process. They have been asked for financial information because of the potential that they may or may not qualify for
housing in the new development. This is their home. Some of them have been there for 20, 30 years, and this is their neighborhood. And I will submit their impact statements. They are quite profound, and they are very stressed and worried. Some of them have felt that they could be homeless. They're not sleeping. There's a lot of distress. And really my experience with the tenants is that this is their home. This is their neighborhood. They want to come back. And I'm hoping that the city will help them do that without necessarily. I would like to see these tenants kind of grandfathered in as you are the landlord, and they are remarkable tenants, and I'd like to see that process available to them so they can return to their neighborhood.
Have you talked to them at all about what their perception of the process for where they would live between when they're demolished and when the new building is built, and whether that is satisfactory?
No, I would say it's hard for them to understand what that means. There has been discussion with many of them about temporary relocating to be able to then move back into the new building. But they were told, one of the tenants told me that the city said, well, if you move into a building that we are selling or will be demolished, then that's the end of our obligation to you. So they feel a lot of vulnerability about that relocation. And I guess I would argue that it ethically behooves the council and the city as a landlord to honor these tenancies and support them in their relocation and their movement, and to bring them home and bring them back to their neighborhood.
So what's your understanding of the amount of rent that the tenants would have to pay when they're relocated?
Well, some of them are, because of 20, 30 years of rent on the block, are lower. And so they're anticipating double, triple rent, and having to open their financial records to the city in terms of potentially qualifying for housing in their neighborhood again. And I don't think that's acceptable. So it's, I think I want to see these tenants kind of grandfathered in and supported by the city, and the city honors the tenancy and finds ways to bring them back at comparable rent, with space and the amenities that they've cared for.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And thanks for your work.
Thank you.
Which I know is volunteer.
It's true.
Finish there, Councillor Swanson. Okay, on to Councillor Dejanova, please. Up to 5 minutes. Just going to reset.
Thank you very much, and I apologize. I will for the process. Sometimes it doesn't allow us to hear those statements from people who aren't here. But if you do, and I understand you've given them to the clerk, I will make sure I read them before we make a decision. I really do value people's time and the fact that they've taken the time to write them out. So my question is specifically regarding the tenant relocation. And what I understand from staff in one of the questions that I sent in was that, in fact, a person's rent could be the same, or it could be possibly lower, or depending on their income, because they will be income tested. I mean, it may be a good thing. If they're making more money, they might be able to pay more rent. If not, they may actually indeed face lower rents. But there is going to be, certainly if they did live here as a tenant beforehand, there is that option for them to come back. Granted, they meet certain conditions, as was said, but I was also happy to see that there would be a consideration for what they're making there. Is that something the tenants understand, that they may actually come back at the same, if not lower rents? Possibly.
Possibly. I guess there's a caution to engage in that process of income testing. They have been your tenants. When you start asking for income testing and financial disclosure, they've been paying rent, they've been good renters. I guess there's this, you're now placing conditions on their tenancy that I think they're wondering, maybe, will they fail? Will they, I don't know, I guess it's just this questioning of the tenancy, and I guess I think they are aware of that, and they're all listening right now. So thank you for that question. And I think there's this concern: what rent will they be paying? There's a vulnerability in this process. I think that is right now because there's so much uncertainty, and the relocation policy. It's good. I mean, I don't know if I can say it's good, but it's there, and let's use it. But I think I guess I would anticipate there could be some challenges. I think I may challenge parts of it.
So I am the representative for the City of Vancouver Council at the Metro Vancouver Housing Committee. And I've had a chance to review some of the tenant relocation policies in other municipalities, districts, cities, and towns, and it's definitely not as strong as the City of Vancouver. So I'm wondering, do the tenants fully understand the tenant relocation policy that our staff have outlined in policy, or do they know where to get those supports?
Well, the city, I must say, the city has reached out with one-on-ones, and they continue to do that. So I think there is an open door, and I want to acknowledge that. I think my sense of this process is that I think it does require an advocate with them. I think there's I don't know, I wouldn't say doublespeak, but there's kind of a lingo to the policy and to the to the conditions of the relocation that I think can be quite confusing for the average renter. And there's just a lot of vulnerability, and maybe it's just kind of teasing all that apart and potentially challenging parts of it. The city, as the landlord on this block for these tenants, has an opportunity to really kind of stand up and be an exemplary landlord for these tenants, and so that hopefully will unfold.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much for your time. That's it for your questions. So I have the 51st speaker, Luke Summers, then followed by Dasha, and now I have my glasses on, Kornienko, Andy Smith, Claire Lomas. So, sorry, Luke Summers would be next. Not here? Okay, I will go to Dasha Kornienko. Nope. Andy Smith. Okay. Claire Lomas. Karen Geary. Sean Connor. Okay. We have a winner. Thanks very much. So up to 5 minutes on the specific project.
Sure.
Whenever you're ready, just let me know and I'll start your timer.
Okay. First of all, I think I want to, say thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to us in this marathon that we call a public hearing on rezoning. I think there's about 3 points that I wanted to make. I'm against the project. The first one is I agree with Rob Fisher that it's too big for the neighborhood. I've heard the presentation from the city and BC Housing and Coastal Health, and I'm still not convinced that there's any reason to have social housing and the addiction services in the same building. I mean, I don't think there's a through line between someone who goes through addiction services and then they're placed in the social housing, which is what I think people are trying to make it sound like, but I don't think that's the case. I also wanted to express my agreement with Nick, I think it was from the Commercial Drive Business Association, or Better Business, that that neighborhood in particular is already home to a lot of social housing. And that it would be good if it was more equally distributed throughout the city. And that the development is not right for the neighborhood and too big as it stands, and it will irrevocably change the neighborhood. There was also something said last night that I took a little bit of an exception to, which was that the currently industrial zoned area on Clark is not in use, when in fact it is being used by people in the neighborhood. They walk their dogs. I think there's a picnic bench there. They use it as a social space. So it's kind of a social space for the neighborhood. And with this development, there will be no social space that was there to replace it. I think those are all the points I wanted to make. But I did receive an email from someone who spoke earlier, and Barbara Broughton, and she asked that I bring up a few points that she didn't have a chance to. She noted that the scale of the building will be like living next to a hospital. She also noted that there was a rush process to get a win without adequate study of traffic, community impact, light, and transport, and that we haven't really gotten a clear picture about what other sites the city actually looked at to place this project in, or parts of the project. Those are all the points I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, please.
Yeah, quick on the scale of the project. The version you see in front of you is not the version that we're approving, and it's changed in scale, and it kind of looks like 3 buildings. How much smaller of scale would you look for a project to be one that's viable for the neighborhood?
Well, it's a whole block. I would be good with half a block. You know, if it was social housing or addiction services, one or the other, taking up half a block, maybe leave some of the already standing structures where they are. That seems to me a good compromise that I don't think would impact the neighborhood nearly as severely. No one's given really a good reason why that's not a viable option. It seems to me that this is just convenient for 3 bureaucracies. That's what it amounts to. It's a plot of land the city owns. BC Housing wants one thing, Vancouver Coastal Health wants another. They can all come together and just agree, let's just use up this block, why not? Rather than, let's find the best possible solution.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Another question from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Councillor Weeb actually asked my question, but just for greater clarity, you've mentioned half a block. If it was 6 stories, for example, that's kind of within the current land use and the Grandview Woodlands Community Plan, but took up the block, would that be something you would support, or is it more
Absolutely,
the size of the block? So number of stories is also important.
Yeah, the height. I mean, it's going to change the neighborhood the way it stands, like completely. From the look to the atmosphere to the feel, I think a 6-story building would not have as great an impact, certainly.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Nice
Thank
for your
you.
questions. Thanks for coming in this evening. Okay, that was Sean Connor. So Jennifer Bradshaw. Sean Spear. Darwin Fisher. He's coming. Oh, sorry, Sean Spear. That's okay. Don't hurry. I see you coming. Take your time. All ready?
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Please go ahead.
My name is Sean Spear. I'm a neighbor of the proposed facility in the catchment area, a couple blocks away. I've lived there for the past 6 years. And I raised my son, who attended Britannia School. And I've worked in the field of addictions, mental health, and housing for the past 20 years. For the past 11 years, I've been the Associate Director for Rain City Housing and Support Society, and we operate a variety of mental health and addiction and housing facilities throughout the Lower Mainland. I've enjoyed listening to the speakers for the last night and today, and I am in full support of this proposed facility. I've been through many of these community processes with my work in housing, and I've heard a lot of the same points that get brought up. I think that the co-location of these services is the best use of the land and the best practice. I don't see this as not fitting in the neighborhood. I do have experience in looking for places to put a facility of this size and scope, and I know it's really hard to find, and I think that, you know, they've found a good property. One of the 11 years ago, I was involved with a facility at 39th and Fraser. It was an abstinence-based housing facility for those struggle with mental health and addictions. And there were about 900 people that showed up at John Oliver School. And this is another example where there was a lot of concern about the impact and what would happen when that facility opened. And I've had the pleasure of being involved with that facility. And as the example we heard earlier this evening, the Community Advisory Committee ran for a couple of years. There was no impact, no complaints, and the meeting stopped. There was no necessity to have it, to keep meeting. That facility is just been a great resource in that area. I think that I know that the current operator with Vancouver Coastal Health has done an amazing job with that facility that is just not, I mean, they really, really need a new detox. I'm involved with, I just know that the facility, as was presented earlier, it's just, you know, they've been there for 30 years and it's really run down. I think that this opportunity is one in which I've spoke to many neighbors. Everyone in my building that's only a few blocks away is very supportive of this. I do share the concerns that I've heard about the relocation of those tenants, and I really hope that the best is done to find them alternative housing. I can understand that that would be really stressful, and I hope that the best is done there. That was my really biggest concern. I think it's a great fit in the neighborhood. So I was involved with a number of community process in Vancouver and outside of Vancouver recently with my work. One of the most recent ones was in Richmond, where there was many people concerned, and we had 16 community process and spoke to many people in that community. And what I've found is every time that I've had a chance to be involved with one of these facilities, people have valid concerns and some that are based in, I believe, some myths and stigma that have been, you know, I was really glad to hear the support this evening that countered some of that. But at the end of the process with the Richmond one recently, the council, I believe, did the right thing and voted it in 7-1. The same things happen in other areas like Chilliwack and Sunshine Coast. So I hope that this council does, I believe, the proper thing and has the will and doing the right thing to vote this in. Just very supportive of this. I spoke to many, many of my neighbors and some businesses that are very supportive of it. I think that the track record for running of 30 years with all the condominiums and everything that was built around that current detox facility and having virtually no community impact or complaints speaks for itself as well.
Great, thank you very much. That's your 5 minutes. You don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for coming in this evening. Thanks so much. Okay, so number 59, we have Darwin Fisher. Somebody coming in, I'm not sure. Nope. Okay, Dan Zubkov. Dan Zubkov. Carrie Mahan. Sure. Dan, that's fine. Thanks for coming in tonight. Just let you get set up there, and then I'll start your timer for 5 minutes talking about this project specifically.
I'm not as prepared as I wanted to be, but
All ready to go?
Yeah.
Okay, great. 5 minutes, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm a 31-year tenant where that place will being proposed. And yeah, I've lived there quite happily. It has suited my life. It's the 109-year-old building that was mentioned yesterday by one of the other neighbors. And I actually came with the house when the city bought it. That's how long I've been there. So yeah, it's been a good place for me, and it is a home. I've been there longer. I've been there. I've been there. Well, it's been over half my life that I've lived there. So it's also concerns me, you know, that it was and is, or was, still is, I don't know, but it was protected by, you know, the affordable old stock rental housing policy, I believe, and then of course with this project, they're going to override the pace of change policy within the Grandview Woodlands. So that project, you know, it says those don't matter. So therefore my life is really affected because I have to rely on where I'm living because of my income right now, which is after 31 years, you can imagine it's pretty low. So yeah, so when it gets to the disruption and everything and the concern and worry, it gets to the tenant relocation and protection policy. Like so many other things that I've heard throughout the process of this past year, the words in the policy do sound promising, and I hope they are fine. But, you know, it's like even the way this development was started off, you know, like certain words. I remember the MOU hearing on May 2nd that started this process off. And there was people from the community who came to speak their concerns about it at that time. I've watched the video. And it was promised to those community members who came and expressed themselves. The word robust consultation was used. In fact, Adrian Carr was asking about that. And the word robust came up 3 times, and it was promised with that community that came and expressed their concerns would have robust consultation. I went to every meeting, and I understand the concerns. The word robust, what does it mean? We didn't get robust. There was a lot of things that came up in the past year. So when it comes to, you know, it's like the word affordable. You know, a lot of people have issues with the City of Vancouver's definition of affordable. You know, it doesn't mean anything to people who really do need affordable. So this is going to destroy my affordable housing. There's no way I conceive of all the words and definitions I've seen in the, judging by the ways definitions get spun around, I don't see how the tenant relocation protection policy is going to replace as the words they use. And I've got them here somewhere. You know, the words they use is appropriate and, you know, I don't know. I've talked to other tenants who have said, yeah, they're getting offers that are just not equal to what they expected from the words used in the tenant relocation policy. So that's my point being here is, you know, with all the sort of misleading narratives about how this thing came to be, override this, ignore that, shut out the community that are concerned, rightfully so, it is their neighborhood, shouldn't they have an input? I think maybe if this thing goes through, as it seems like you're pressured to push it through, that's my observation, but that's what's going on here. So it leads to concerns about the tenant relocation protection policy. I think if you are going to push that through today, my life's going to change because I've got, 6 months to live there and deal with my life, which I've got belongings and, you know, I've used it as it's not just a place where I go and eat and sleep and watch TV. I've used it as my office. I've got 3 closets in it. I do use the place. It's nothing that's going to replace what I'm going to be losing when this goes down. So I propose, if this thing goes through today, I really thorough review of that tenant relocation protection policy for long-term tenants, because the definition of long-term tenant, I've seen it here.
I'm going to have to stop you there because you reached your...
10 years, they
But
say.
actually, you have a question from Councillor Carr, so this will allow you to continue on if she's asked a similar question. So I'll just put Councillor Carr in the queue. Thanks very much, and on to Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Minister. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate that so much. So I am interested in knowing where you feel you are currently at risk. What is it about the tenant protection and relocation policy that is not serving you right now and that you would like to see?
Well, it's not serving me now because it's not like I'm in the situation to use it yet. But based on, the other meanings of words used throughout everything else, I don't know. Let's see, where are these words? I have them here. The definitions. I mean, okay, here's part of it. Okay, now the guidelines of the tenant relocation protection policy. And admittedly, they do recognize the concerns of long-term tenants. It's written in. They had hearings about this. But it's like it says here, long-term tenants, especially those who have been in building for 10 years, have significantly lower rents and have even more difficulty finding comparable accommodation, understanding the stressful, vulnerable tenants, which I guess I am because of, all these other issues, have fewer choices available to them. So it's all been recognized. I mean, I appreciate they put it out, but when they use that 10 years as a long-term tenant, and they kind of, I guess they perceive the benefits and the helps and all those things for them, then being 30 years, there's this tenant on the block that's, I think, 45 years on the same block. There's others in my time frame, which that's where you go. Well, if you've got the funds to pay more, that's fine, but at this time, I'm not in that position. So I do rely on my affordable housing, which is supposed to be protected, but is going to be overridden by this project. So the words in the Trans-Pacific, or sorry, the tenant relocation policy: appropriate, comparable, comparable in unit type. Here's another one: where possible, options should be tailored to the tenant. These are all great words, but like size of unit, comparable in type. I've never understood what "unless otherwise agreed to" means yet, but maybe I'll learn that. But anyway, comparable, to ensure appropriate relocation to alternative housing that meets individual needs. Okay, so when you're talking about a tenant who's been there for a long, long time, and as the tenant relocation protection policy has reviewed the fact that, yeah, they're in a place where they're paying really low rent. I mean, it's how do you put that together? How do you? I mean, there's nothing. What can you provide? My one-bedroom apartment is 700 square feet, I'm told. It's a one-bedroom apartment. Of course, it's in 1910 when it was built. I mean, there's a different concept of size. Now, I spoke to the representative of BC Housing, for instance, James Forsyth, at one of the tenants meetings, and I asked him, I says, okay, so I have it here somewhere, but, here, I have it. He told me back in a June meeting, I said, so this new place that you're going to build, the new social housing there, or whatever it is, he said a studio is going to be, well, maybe this has changed. I didn't double check. This was back in June. A studio is 350 square feet. A one-bedroom is 525 square feet. A two-bedroom is 725 square feet. So my one-bedroom is almost equivalent to a two-bedroom of what they're building, which raises another thing that I've still been trying to figure out. How does this comply with the Grandview Woodland Plan's one-to-one replacement of existing rental property? I've never got that straight. I've been waiting for months for that answer, and I never got it.
And plus, on top of that, it's interesting, when the MOU, the motion of understanding hearing, because I watched that video, I think it was James said, he said 19 existing rental units at that time. When the documents were coming out, then it went down to 17 existing.
I'm sorry, you're at your end of your 5 minutes for
sorry.
Councillor Carr, but I do have Councillor Swanson on the list, so I'll ask her to
Any
start
more
her 5
questions?
minutes now. Go ahead, Councillor
Yeah,
Swanson.
thank you so much for coming.
Okay.
And it's really important for tenants to speak out about what's happening to them,
I'm
in
doing
my
that
humble
today.
opinion. So I think the tenant protection policy says that you need to be offered 3 choices within 20% of market rent, something like that.
I
in
think
your
it's, well, within 10% of what you pay now. That's the way I remember it. being.
with at least one in your neighborhood. And they're saying that the vacancy rate in Grandview Woodlands is lower than it is in the city as a whole. It's 0.6%. So do you think there's any hope of finding a unit within 10 or 20% of your current rent in Grandview Woodlands?
Well, not something that's going to be suitable. It's probably, this is my big fear.
Okay.
Because I'm in a time I don't have the income to pay more than I'm paying now at this time. I have reasons for that. So yeah, I'm in a big, I've talked to the people who, from the relocation policy, and there's been some admission. There's, you don't quite fit into this. I'm sort of falling into the cracks. I may have to get something that's equivalent. I'll probably have to go, it depends. I'm not saying but I may have to be relocated further away than where I am. So, well, that's kind of displacement. If I have to now move from where I've lived for more than half my life, I guess what it all comes down to, again, back to that meeting, they used the slogans, the promotion for this project and the way it started off. Caring for all. We care. You remember those slogans? They're part of the mayor's policy about everything. But, talking to a lot of the other tenants and the stresses, I've just talked to another one today. She was presented with something that's $1,500 or something, and I didn't see it. When I'm checking out, but she wouldn't want to live there. In fact, she even wanted to present a challenge. Can you find us places that you'd like to live in? For the price so that you can afford. That's the fear. We're going to end up shoved into some little closet someplace. That changes your life.
Did you find
700 square feet I've lived with for more than half my life. I don't think there's going to be an equivalent findable that's just not. So if we're caring for all, let's see if that all applies to displaced tenants as opposed to the the favorable crisis groups that this is primarily for.
Can I ask you another question? Would you like to return to the new building when it's done? If your rent was the same?
525 square feet. That means I lose half of what I've got. I've got a record. I've got books. I've got a library. I got records. I got things. I got tools. I do use those closets.
Yeah.
I've got 3 walk-in closets in that place. I didn't pick it just by random. I thought that suited my purpose 31 years ago, and it still does. But, that's why I never moved out. I did make some efforts in the past. But quite a while ago, I remember I saw another 1-bedroom somewhere, but it was a renovated old house. And older house renovated new, I should say, in a suite. And I looked at it, and I walked in, and where's the closet? The closet was just barely that big, where you can hang your clothes. And over to here, maybe that's it. And that's all it was. That's all it was. I've got closets where I can walk right in like this and walk right out. I'm not saying I'm expecting that again, but that's part of the 700 square feet. You see, so this is what I'm challenged with. I remember I was at the, I think it was in the November tenant rally, and the one that you proposed, the motion. There was 2 nights of speaking. And there was one tenant, reno-evicted tenant, because they had different circumstances than this demo-evicted. And it resonated with me most was, he said he's traveled around, he's lived his life, he's collected things, art, books, I could read, and then because of this whole damn crisis, he's been booted in here, now he's shoved over here. He's lost his life in a sense. Things that you have are meaningful to you. And then if you lose them, part of you goes. So part of me is going to go when this goes down. I don't know how much, but it's going to be a lot.
Thanks very much. We're at the 5 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, and no other questions, but thank you very much for coming in this evening and sharing your story. It's very important.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have Carrie Nyan. You're Carrie? Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okie doke. I've been a resident of Vancouver for approximately 44 years. I own an apartment 4 blocks away from the proposed development site. I'm here this evening to speak my adamant support for the development, as I believe it will fulfill 2 essential needs: public housing and addiction support services. I believe that the impacts of affordable housing to Vancouver's economy hasn't yet been fully realized. Vancouver-based businesses are on the verge of a staffing crisis. I run an office operation at a downtown firm. I have approximately 24 direct reports, and it's getting harder and harder to hire new employees and to replace employees due to wage affordability. My senior staff tend to be okay because they managed to find housing before affordability went off the charts. But as they retire, they're going to become exceedingly difficult to replace. Historically in my industry, Toronto wages far outweighed those of Vancouver. And now there's been a shift where the Vancouver wages are now exceeding those of Toronto, putting my firm at a competitive disadvantage to those operating in the national scale. Eventually, all service-based employers in Vancouver are going to have the same crisis. They're going to have to pass on the costs of increased wages through their product. And eventually, the affordability is going to pass from housing to virtually every service product purchased within the city. I'm also supporting this project because it maintains diversity within our community. Many have argued that gentrification is a modern form of colonialism. I don't disagree with that. In fact, I'm part of the problem. But quite frankly, I moved to this neighborhood to participate in the culture of diversity, not to replace it. I think it's essential that the city remain committed to a housing policy that combats the impacts of displacement of existing residents by offering affordable housing alternatives. I'm also in strong support of the Addiction Treatment Center. I've had loved ones who have struggled with addiction issues related to trauma and mental health. I have some understanding of what addicts experience while attempting recovery, and I can attest to the need for ready access to treatment and ongoing support when it is desired. It's also abundantly clear what an important resource this facility is going to be for our healthcare workers who provide this very important healthcare service. Finally, I'd like to speak to the issue of stigma associated with addiction. Addiction to date has been viewed as a criminal issue as opposed to a health issue. Addicts are viewed with extreme prejudice as lawbreakers instead of being viewed as people afflicted with a very serious disease, deserving of compassion and treatment from our healthcare system. I think we can all agree that addiction is not a criminal issue, it's a healthcare issue requiring a healthcare solution. I strongly believe that if the development under discussion this evening was meant to be housing mixed with a cancer treatment facility, that there would be far less contention from the community. Many who have spoken have insisted that their concerns are not influenced by stigma associated with addiction treatment only to contradict themselves by voicing fears which clearly demonstrate inherent prejudice. I do acknowledge that many of the concerns voiced in regard to this project are legitimate concerns based on fact and are worthy of the Council's consideration. The Council will have a difficult task of navigating through all the concerns presented to determine which are worthy of consideration and which are based in prejudice and fear. I respectfully suggest that the Council employ the following stigma test when considering the concerns that have been voiced. I suggest that you repeat the concern by replacing the terminology addiction treatment or addicts with cancer treatment or cancer patients, and ask yourself if the concern still makes sense. So, for example, I'm concerned about the increased presence and critical mass of cancer patients in the neighborhood due to our vulnerable population.
Just 15 seconds left.
Or people all over Vancouver require cancer treatment services, so it makes more sense to have cancer treatment services in local communities. I think you can see the absurdity of these statements when you view them in this context. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for coming this evening. No questions for you. That's good. Thanks very much. So we have Erna Staples Horninger. Okay, that looks like, if I'm right, that is, we've come to the end of the list, but I would go through and just do a quick call. That's right. So would anybody else like to speak to this? We'll have 3 calls, so please go ahead. Got 3 speakers. Please state your name and 4 speakers. Okay. Please state your name and up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry I wasn't able to make it earlier when my slot was came up. I was in the middle of work. It was middle of my work day. So yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I would like to proceed my comments by acknowledging that tonight's decision pertains to the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. There's much work to be done to reform our institutions and land governance to reconcile with this truth, and that we must take that in mind. For now, I'm here to speak in favor of the application before you. It is the single most significant, oh sorry, did I forget my name? Oh,
Do you
Craig
know what
Jorgensen.
number you were on in terms of the list? Sorry, could you just have
Number
your
30.
name again, please? 30?
Yeah, Craig Jorgensen, number 30.
Great, thanks very much. Great, we've got you there, so we're good. You have to go ahead.
I'm here to speak in favor of the application before you. It's the single most significant solution to address the dual crises that are facing our city, the housing crisis and the opioid crisis. I have worked for quite a while now as an advocate for affordable housing, and the intersection between the opioid crisis and the housing crisis is something that has become abundantly clear to me in my time doing this work. It is the most vulnerable that exists at the intersection that we need to be helping in this city. This project does that. Because this is the single most affordable way to achieve housing. It is publicly owned land with publicly operated housing. The affordability that you see before you is just the bare minimum that can be achieved. You are the landlord, and you are going to make several decisions going forward from tonight that will be able to achieve deep affordability in conjunction with partners across government. It is this combination that allows you to achieve that deep affordability. But in order for this need to be a reality, we need the zoning to be passed tonight. In order to move this forward so concrete decisions about operations can really be advocated for. It never makes sense for senior orders of government to provide operational grants for hypothetical housing. This is going to provide a continuum of care that is most necessary for the most vulnerable in our city. It is going to allow people to have a runway towards success from the absolute bottoms of crisis in terms of going, I need to fix my addiction, to potentially just having that moment that night in sobering up, all the way up to potentially being able to afford market rate housing. It provides the whole spectrum, and it is the space of care that we need in the city. It is the space of care that any community deserves and belongs anywhere. So yes, I say yes to affordable housing, yes to a continuum of care, and yes to reconciliation, which is present in this project. So please say yes to Clark and First.
Thanks very much for your time tonight. Are you good? Okay, that's good. Thanks very much. Next speaker, please. Sir, please go ahead. If you're, there's no particular order, I just asked you to come up and state your name.
Hi, my name is Kevin Hayes, and I live on the east side. I've been in my address for about 30 years now. I would like to read a letter that was sent to me by one of our tenants in the building that's overseas. Is that all right?
No, what we need to hear is directly from the person at the microphone. You're welcome to submit that to the clerk, and we can make sure that council gets a copy. But we'd rather hear your direct connection with this, and in fact, it's required by our bylaws. Yes, we can absolutely read the letter.
Okay. Well, I've got I'll submit this after.
You can just give it to us right now if you like, or
it's 5.
We'll make some copies and make sure council gets it.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Anyhow, my name is Kevin Hayes, and I've lived in the same address for 29, 30 years now. It's just a few blocks away from the Grandview area that's proposed here. A couple of points, actually. We're around the corner just off of Commercial Drive in Napier, and I've seen a lot of drug deals go on, both day and night. When I go to do my yard work, I'll find spent needles, spent condoms, empty booze cans, empty booze bottles, the smell of urine all over the place, sometimes clothes, sometimes nylons, you name it, it's there. And it's getting worse on a daily basis. And I guess one thing that I'm concerned about, that a lot of people are concerned about, is the fact that what's going on the east side right now on Main Street. As part of my day job, I travel from Clark Drive down Hastings Street and go through the abyss that I call it, the hellhole that it is. And it never seems to change. The only thing that seems to change are the number of people that are out sweeping the crap, the garbage, the spent needles, the clothing, the hot goods, and the people themselves that are selling this stuff. That changes on a daily basis. It's always there all the time. There's tents there all the time. And there's businesses that want to get started there. There's brand new buildings on the east side on the west side of Main Street.
If I could steer you back to this particular project, that would be great.
Okay, I'll be right there in just a second.
Okay, thank you.
Anyhow, just back to East Hastings Street. It's becoming worse and worse as the days go on. And I have friends that have businesses on Commercial Drive. I have friends that live in the neighborhood, obviously, because I've been there for a long time. And a lot of them are expressing their concerns and their feelings that what's going on in Main and Hastings right now, it's entirely possible and probable with this project going nearby that this type of buffoonery, I call it, is going to come out to Commercial Drive. And there's a lot of people that have been on the drive for a long, long time that have family businesses, and they want to keep their businesses. They pass them down to their sons, their granddaughters, and whatnot. So with the closure of the Harbor Lights on Gore Street and the closure of 2nd Avenue and everything moving to one proposed location, I'm in strong opposition of it, along with a number of other people, and I could go out and I could get tons and tons of signatures on that particular thing. I have a friend that's a paramedic, and I have a couple other friends that are first responders as well. And the one paramedic, can I quote him?
A paraphrase is okay if it's just brief. Yeah.
Well, one of his main concerns is the fact that when he takes people to the detox, and then sometimes the people come out of the detox, they're still quite disillusional, whether they've sobered up or they've dried up, whatever the case is, whatever the terms they're using. I don't do drugs myself, but I have a glass of wine once in a while. But he says that one of the main concerns of the paramedics, and a lot of the paramedics, is the fact that when the people leave that particular site, they're going to go right into a major artery. And I know that over the last 8 hours, you've heard major artery and main trafficways and main thoroughfare almost every time somebody's come up here. But the fact of the matter is that if you have a disillusional person that's walking out of a detox facility into 6-lane traffic going back and forth on Clark Drive, and then 4-lane traffic going back and forth on First Avenue into one of the most major intersections in the Lower Mainland. That's a danger, and they're concerned about that. They're also concerned about the fact that they have to, I don't know if you can see on the model or not, but the one street is Gravely, the next one over is Grant Street, and they're both on an incline. So they're concerned about the incline going up, whether it be snow, whether it be slush, whether it be very narrow roadways that they have to get up and negotiate. And the same thing for First Avenue as well. They concerned expression over that. And the other thing they concerned expression about, which I didn't even think about, is the fact that in this area, it showed it on your slide last night. I took a picture of it. It was called the conclusion slide, and it showed a picture of the facility from Clark Drive east to McLean Drive on First Avenue. So the artist's rendition showed that there was quite a grid there, quite a slope. So what the paramedics are concerned about is that people on wheelchairs, whether they be manual wheelchairs, whether they be electric wheelchairs, if those wheelchairs somehow manage to lose control, they got every possible way of slipping into oncoming traffic.
Okay, thanks. I've given you over the 5 minutes just because of the confusion at the beginning, but you do have a couple of questions here. One from Councillor Swanson. Please go ahead, Councillor Swanson, for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you for coming. Do you think that people choose to be homeless?
A little broad there, Councillor Swanson. So if we could just keep it to this exact project, that would be quite helpful.
I could answer that if you want. No, of course not.
I'd rather not. Yeah, thank you, but I'd rather not get into a larger
Thank you, Mayor.
debate. Just to stick to the project. Any other questions on this particular project, Councillor Swanson?
Maybe I'll think of one in a minute.
Okay, Councillor DeGenova has got questions for you too, sir. Just 1 second here.
Try and be a little more direct towards this project. So I heard you speak about a number of issues that you see facing the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And I've also heard our staff talk about how this could help people who are in those situations. And I'm not trying to focus Councillor Swanson's question, but from what I heard you say, you understand that people don't want to be in that situation, but this may provide some housing and some supports and some services for them. So do you feel that these facilities, and by facilities I mean the detox and the sobering center, is necessary, and the different types of integrated housing? And if you do feel that's necessary, so that's the first question, is it necessary? And if you feel that it is, if not, you don't have to answer any further, but if you feel that it is, where exactly should we put it in the city of Vancouver?
Well, I'm in agreement with a lot of the other people that have come up here, and I got to stream a lot of this, I'll call it a show, I'm an actor, over the last couple hours, and I was here in person last night for quite a number of hours. But back to your question.
Sir, I have to ask you, I'm going to have to interrupt. And
Actually, you could raise that as a point of order if you like. But
yes, I can raise it as a point of order.
Okay.
So I'd just like to direct through the chair that it's not appropriate to impugn other speakers' motives or whether or not their comments were disingenuous.
I'll answer the
thanks
question.
very much. Okay, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
I'm all for detox. I've never had a problem in my life, but I know people that have. And I'm all for sobriety. What I am against of it is what a lot of people have said. The fact that you're mixing those two components with social housing in a huge building on the corner of a busy intersection, I think is adding fuel to a small fire at the moment, which could inevitably be a big fire. Now, again, I'm going to stress my point. I'm for detox, I'm for sobriety, I'm for social housing, but not together in the same community that close apart or that close together. If it's entirely possible, a lot of these people said that this project is a big project, and it's a big project. It's huge. I mean, it's over 90 beds. It's over 2 city square blocks. I think that if it was moved in different sections of the city, quieter sections of the city, I think it would be a lot more a beneficiary to the people that are involved, whether they be patients, whether they be the people that are coming for detox or sobriety, or whether they're going to be in social housing. I don't think the two should be mixed again.
So do you think you had talked about a sobering center? So I'm trying to focus the comments that I heard from you around the project and how they connect. And what I heard from staff was that the sobriety or the sobering center and the detox, although they were separate programs, would work best and be most efficient if they operated in the same area. I'm asking you, so you said they should be in different locations. I also heard you say in your comments, and this is my question, you said in your comments that even after people come out of the sobering center, there were issues, and you talked about your friend who was a paramedic, who I'm sure you're speaking on behalf of his own personal comments to you. You said that he said that that people would kind of come out of there and not be still fully sober or would have some issues. So would you be okay if this was just the sobering center part of it, of the project? Would that be okay with you?
I think that's a broad question.
Okay.
When you say your
That's
staff,
a very
when you
specific
say
question.
what I said your staff said, are you referring to your paramedics? Is that, because I'm not clear on that all
No,
of a sudden.
I said I think that you paraphrased a comment
Yep.
by a friend of yours who was a paramedic. You paraphrased some comments, so
Correct.
I wanted to focus which comment, saying that they would come out of this sobering center and you were concerned about their behaviors, but you just said that any of these facilities should be co-located separately. You would be fine with any one of these facilities here, just not all of them together. Is that what I'm hearing you saying, or is it something completely different? Just a yes, yes
I
or
think,
no.
I'll answer.
Just have 10 seconds left.
I said two things, and the first one being that when I paraphrased my friend, the paramedic, who said exactly that he's concerned the fact that it's entirely possible that when these people come out of their facilities, that they could be delusional and they could walk into traffic and there could be dangerous,
And we're going to have to
dangerous
cut
things
you there.
happening.
So we're at the end of the 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your time this evening. And does not appear to be any other questions. So that's, there we are. Thank you so much.
Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker. Again, please just state your name and then you have up to 5 minutes to speak with potential questions as well.
My name is Lisa Christensen, and I live in the Commercial Drive area in between Grandview Highway and 11th Avenue. And I've seen Commercial Drive going downhill, but that's not really paramount in my mind at this night. I'm actually concerned about why I ran for office for city council this past election, and I know all these people here. I remember the most important thing that people were looking to have happen, and you, Kennedy, I met you on Broadway and Commercial and asked you, you were handing out your little bills right when the informal election period started, and I said, what are you going to do?
I remember meeting you.
And you said,
Yeah.
I'm going to fix housing. And I said, how? Well, we're going to fix it. And I said, how? And you said, well, we're going to build houses. And I said, where? And you said, on city property. And I said, oh, so taxpayers are going to pay into that.
If I could just steer you this particular project, that would be great.
Sorry, but I am,
That's
but it
okay.
is about the project.
Okay.
Because I'm a big fan of accountability and transparency. I'm not against, in principle, helping people get through their issues and be given great service to accomplish that. But the one thing I also heard all through all the events I went to and listened to everybody speak, and everyone kept talking, we need housing, especially when I went to the events on the downtown east side, and everyone kept saying, the most important thing is housing. We can't treat people until they have a home. And right now, we've got a tripartite agreement or we got all this money, and now it's completely taken away from that truth that we all thought made sense.
And so can we steer you to this one and just say how that's relevant to this particular project?
Because there's money. There's funding for money to deal with people who have substance use and detox, and they need people that need to sober, etc. But like when they leave in the morning, the sobering, they're going to end up going nowhere if they don't have a home. When people leave the bed that they spent however many days in, they're not going to have a home to go to. And when I went to the first meeting for this project on Commercial Drive, and I asked a question from the very beginning, what's the throughput of this facility? How many people are you going to put through? How much is it going to cost? And how many people are you going to be able to accommodate? And is the growth of housing going to meet that demand? Because if it's not, then you've got someone who's had some help, but they're cut off and they're not going to make it. I've read a lot of stuff about substance abuse. And I've worked in public sectors for a long time, many of them. I'm an evaluator and a researcher, and I'm a statistician. So I'm very focused on getting a business plan. I get it. This is one model that you could consider as the council and mayor. But there's been no business case written up for this. You should have the most thorough business case, and you should have 3 different options, not just plunk down some big buildings and let's put people there. Maybe think about building some or putting people, house people in places around the city. And how about if we try to get the city administration to stop shutting down secondary suites in houses around the city? And because that would be a lot more affordable. And you could have the people that if you're going through a detox, you could have a traveling person that goes to your own home to help you detox. Just like we treat our elders. We don't have everybody getting put into units for a minute while they're getting ready. We try to keep people in their home. It's the best place. It's the best for them. So my idea is that you should demand, as the mayor and council, a top-notch business case for 3 different options for where you're putting people, who's treating them, model within that space. And the last thing I want to say is...
Just have 10 seconds left, so I'll get you to wind it up here if you could.
10 seconds? Okay.
Yes.
So the last thing is that everyone talks about consultation. That's the very first step in something. That's just the very beginning. You need to act and talk about partnership. Partnership isn't something you just go, okay, we're partners now.
And we're just at 5 minutes.
Partnership requires a lot of conversation going and policy building and a business model that everybody in every part of the partnership understand what their role is.
Great.
It's very important.
Okay, thanks very much. And there's no questions, so that's it for this evening. But thank you for coming in. Nice to see you again.
Thank you very much.
And have at least one more speaker, so please come up and just state your name, and then you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Hi, everybody. I was supposed to be speaker number 54.
Thank you.
My name is Claire Lomas. I was actually here last week. I didn't expect to be back here quite so soon, but this project actually brings up some things that I spoke about last week. So for those of you who weren't here last week, just so everybody knows where I'm coming from, Councillor Carr brought forward a motion to define affordability, and in my opinion, it brings affordability to the incomes of Vancouverites, which is incredibly important. Because a lot of the projects and what it seems like the previous council has defined as affordable and social, I don't know if that meets the needs of Vancouverites, and I don't know if it meets my own personal definitions. So I'm from the West End. I've lived in Vancouver for about 12 years now. I'm formerly an engineer, and I now have a small dog walking business. So that's why I'm here late, is I was out working and I was caught in traffic, which is a side effect of the housing crisis, I might say. Anyways, so as I was listening to the applicants speak about this particular project, one of the things that they mentioned is that this meets the definition of 100% social housing. And I was really happy to see some of you councillors ask about what exactly that means. As somebody who comes from a math background, 100% is 100%, and you don't really wiggle around that too much. Anyways, I found out that the city bylaw definition of 100% social housing means that 30% has to be below HILS. Now, what the hell is that? I asked myself. So HILs, from the BC Housing website, housing income limits. It represents the income required to pay the average market rate for an appropriately sized unit in the private market. Notice there's no mention of the incomes of Vancouverites. So if this is the definition that we're using for social housing in this project, if I understand it correctly, if 50% is at below Hill's rate, we haven't really defined how far below Hill's rate builds a strong social community. It just has to be below for this project to go forward. And the other portion is at 50% market rate. That kind of sounds like 100% market rate. Is my math correct? Anyways, those are just some of the questions that I have forward. I'm just keeping an eye on my time here. I didn't prepare as much as I would like, and it's been a long day. But that's my primary question right now is like, if we're defining social housing, what does that mean? Who is that supposed to serve? When I think of social housing, honestly, I think of people who are in worse shape than I am. And I'm not saying that I'm succeeding by any standard. I am still struggling, but I have to recognize that I come from a place of privilege. I am university educated, I am middle class, and I'm white. So let's be honest here. There are other aspects of this project which sound really great on paper. The detox and sobering center, I'm all for that. As a West Ender, I do have some concerns that this is going to pull resources away from the downtown core and the West End, especially considering that there's the Granville Entertainment District, and we're going to be losing St. Paul's Hospital. St. Paul's Hospital is the first place I think of to go for late night care. There are a few Medi centers, so that's just a side note there. I'm getting into my last minute. I just love this city, which is why I'm here. And we have a big problem, but I think if we say that we're solving the problem by shifting the definition, we're not really helping anybody. And I think that that's the legacy that perhaps this council can put forward, is to bring honesty to the meanings of these words. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And you do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Please go ahead, Councillor Dejanova, with the 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks for coming back 2 weeks in a row. And I know that it's not easy to stay and wait and watch and try and get here.
I'm just glad I made it.
So I really do appreciate the effort that it takes you and your comments. I'm not sure if you had actually caught the answers maybe earlier on live stream. I don't assume everybody watched council all night long.
Essentially I've had a 12-hour day today, so I got up at 5 in the morning and started driving since 6, and then when you saw me walk in the door, that's when I...
No, I and that's why I didn't want to assume either way that you had or hadn't. So that helps me with this question. So it's very focused. We had heard one of the questions I had asked was about the cost of healthcare and specifically emergency room care. And it's my understanding that the bill for that care that was answered by Vancouver Coastal Health staff earlier was $10,000. So it totals up to $10,000 approximately for someone in that state who may need sobering.
Yep.
It could be up to that. Whereas with the sobering center, it would be about $185. That's
I'm not necessarily as focused about the cost. My comments were mostly on the housing aspect of things.
Yeah. It's just when you did talk about where somebody would naturally kind of go for this type of care.
Location is more of my concern in terms of the distance. Like I've gone to the East Side Culture Crawl, and transit can be challenging from the West End. That's just my note.
Thank you. So my question is kind of, and it's one that I'm going to ask staff, and I understand that they're two different areas and they come from different ministries, and there's a number of different partners involved at different levels of government here. But if we could save on the cost of that and provide the same, if not better, care to those individuals, and that money could be reinvested into supportive housing, would that be something you're supportive of? I know that's a very broad
for
question.
sure. Like when the medical side of things is not my forte, and I don't want to tell medical professionals the best way to spend their dollars. I'm just voicing just what feels like a loss of medical facilities, and a sobering center just seems like something that would be appropriate for the neighborhood. But again, it's not the focus of my comments. It's mostly on the definitions surrounding hills and social housing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming back.
Thanks for coming in. That's all for questions. And I'm just going to make another call for speakers. So I've done one call. I'm going on 2 calls. Anybody else want to speak to this? And I'll go for the 3rd call. Okay, go right ahead. Yep, thanks. Okay, so that's it. I don't see any of the speakers light up, so the speakers list is now closed. And as few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking further questions of staff, and to making a decision. So does the applicant have any closing questions or closing comments? Take a break.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, City staff, members of the public who have been here for a couple days, and everyone and absolutely everyone who has participated in this process. I cannot express my thanks for all of the support, and I have the utmost respect for everyone who did not support this project. It's this type of discourse that has really helped us to get to the best outcomes, and I thank you all. I would like to make a couple points of clarification. First, no rents within this building will be at market rates. There were 2 rent metrics that were noted in the application, the HILS or Housing Income Limits and the CMHC private market rates. Both of these metrics represent different levels of rents within the spectrum of social housing. CMHC private market rates are not market rents, so please understand that. Further to this, based on the provincial funding program for this project, 100% of the rents have to be below market rates. We're keen to support the existing tenants on site and the relocation process. I don't know, and I can't relate to the stressful situations that these tenants are going through, but I want to empathize with them. I want to listen to their stories, and I want to work towards solutions. BC Housing supports building housing, but the tenants who are the ones who may turn that housing into homes. This leads to my next and most important point. BC Housing and the City of Vancouver are aligned in our desire to create social and affordable housing. These are shared objectives that we are very, very proud of. We heard speakers today and yesterday talk about deeper affordability. In the engagement process, we actually received very similar commentary as well. As part of BC Housing's mandate, we want to create as much affordable housing as possible while ensuring the project is financially viable. We also heard that the spectrum of affordable housing and a spectrum of affordable rents is desired. BC Housing agrees with this feedback, and we're happy to work with city staff and the nonprofit Housing Society who will operate this building to address the spectrum of affordability as the project continues through the development process. We want to ensure we have the right balance of rents based on the objectives of this project and the fit within the portfolio of larger projects that BC Housing supports within the City of Vancouver. We support both breadth and depth of affordability and see the metrics presented within this application not as targets to meet, but as targets to beat. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
So I want to echo some of James's comments and reiterate the thanks to everyone. It's been, I heard the term used, spicy, a spicy discussion and a spicy debate, and I like that term. I have a deep respect for the open and honest dialogue that's happened, and I think it's critical that we give each other the space to share diverse opinions, and I think this process that the city has in place gives us all the opportunity to do that, so thank you. Well, I appreciate the concept that we've been talking about conjoining withdrawal management with housing, and I'm using conjoining very deliberately. I appreciate that it's new to us, but I would caution us from disadvantaging this project because it's proposing something new. Vancouver is often at the forefront of innovative solutions for our social challenges. There are countless examples where this city has been ahead of others where social housing, addiction treatment, and harm reduction are concerned. People come from all over the world to see what we're doing here and to learn from us. I've had the opportunity to travel to different cities to see various health and housing services and supports. And while I usually do learn something new from these visits, I'm always struck by how truly innovative and groundbreaking we are in Vancouver. Not to mention, I am very excited about this project and the opportunities that it affords in the community, but I have to be honest, that as new as this concept is, I don't find it particularly risky or radical. I don't share the concern that it's experimental in nature. Instead, I see it as building on a model we've been successfully delivering for decades. So finally, I want to comment on the power and the passion of the Grandview Woodlands community and its community members in particular. Myself, as well as many other people that you've heard from tonight, have been involved in numerous public engagements about projects related to health and housing, particularly focusing on mental health and substance use. The fears and concerns that we've heard from some of the neighbors in this community are not uncommon. I truly wish that there was something I could say or some key piece of information that I could provide that would ease those concerns. But while those concerns aren't unique, what has been incredibly unique for me is the amount of support that this community is actually offering for this project. What we typically hear and see is very impassioned concerns from neighbors about our projects, which I can completely understand. And sometimes we even have one or two courageous community members who raise their minority voices in support. But that's not what happened here. Something very different is happening with this project, and I want to commend this community. Our presentation yesterday, it mostly focused on how the project fits logistically with this community, but what I've seen particularly over the past few days, weeks, and months is that our project actually fits within the spirit of this community. I have never had a project feel so supported and welcomed by a community before, and I'm actually looking forward to becoming more a part of this vibrant and progressive neighborhood. So thank you.
Thanks so much. And Council has requested about 10 minutes to just digest the 15 minutes we have so I'll have staff do closing comments. We'll take a quick break so Council can review the letters that were presented to us and then come back and have questions for staff.
Thank you, Alison Dunnett, Affordable Housing. I just want to take a moment, because we've heard a lot from the tenants this evening and questions around the tenant relocation plan, just to take a moment to walk council members through that. This is a unique project. We are the landlord and owner of the site, and so I want to just walk you through that quickly. I want to just talk about the process. I want to talk about the interim housing options and then the right to return. So where are we at in this process? Well, as the landlord and steward of these homes, staff's primary concern is in ensuring tenants are supported and rehoused at a rent they can afford, subject to this project going forward. I do want to thank the tenants who've come tonight and the folks who've come from the advocacy sector. We really view that as a critical voice in this piece, and it's important to hear from renters on site at this moment. I also want to be clear that staff welcome advocates at the discretion of a tenant to participate in one-to-one meetings going forward. We would welcome that. It would be at the discretion of the tenant, but that would be encouraged. So we recognize how difficult and stressful this process is for tenants, and while we have held 2 meetings and opened our door for one-to-one meetings, we know tenants need more meetings, more discussions, more assurance as this process moves forward. It's hard in that stressful moment to hear what's on offer, and so we need to do a really good job of meeting with them and hearing their concerns. Interim housing options. I want to clarify this for staff and for the tenants who are here tonight in the community. Our city relocation staff will work with tenants to find interim housing in the neighborhood that is affordable for those tenants. Recognizing how challenging this is, given the vacancy rate in Grandview Woodlands and the current rental market, we will find options for tenants, and if additional supplements or supports are required to ensure residents have a rent they can afford, that will be arranged. That is in keeping with the tenant relocation policy. Our goal is real options for tenants, multiple options for tenants. It will, of course, ultimately be at the discretion of the tenant whether they take any of those options. This is not a forced options plan. These are options presented to them. Finally, on the right to return. Staff are meeting with tenants and will be continuing to meet with tenants. The proposed project before you is a social housing project, and income testing is required for a social housing project. This is a critical step given the significant investment and subsidy in this project and the high need for housing, social housing in our community. I can confirm for council and for the public that any existing tenants that have an income that is below $71,000 for singles or below $100,000 for couples and families will be able to return to this social housing project at a rent they can afford. I'll even repeat that if I need to repeat that, but hopefully that was very clear. And if there are any more questions, we're happy to answer those. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And so with that, we've got all the kind of input on this. We're going to take a 15-minute break to review the letters that were given to us by various folks and have sent them in. Then we'll come back and start our deliberations about this application. So if we can have a motion for a 15-minute recess. Thank you, Councillor Bly. Seconder, Councillor Dejanova. Thanks very much. All in favor? There we go. Okay, so thanks. We're in recess until 8 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, so I call everybody back to order. We need a few more folks. Hello. Great. Okay, so we had quorum. There we go. Back to having quorum. Okay, so we're into the questions round now, and I've got Councillor Dejanova on the list for a question. If anybody else would like to ask a question, please put your name on the list. I know a few of you thought you'd had some questions for either the staff or the applicants. So I've got Councillor Dejanova. Please go ahead. We'll do one round for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My first question is surrounding how this fits into policy. And while we're looking at conforming to policy of the Grandview Woodlands Plan, I was hoping that maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, I could ask staff to touch on how exactly this conforms to the policy of our 4 pillars drug strategy.
4 pillars drug strategy. Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Through the chair, Diana Herford, Senior Planner in Social Policy and Projects. So this project, of course, very much fits within the spirit of the 4 pillars approach. And I'd like to highlight 3 areas in particular. First of all, in terms of prevention and treatment, looking at an Indigenous approach, this project really does approach this as culture as treatment, both through the social enterprise component and the trauma-informed, culturally competent approach that VCH has taken for programming this site. In terms of prevention, it does seeks, in the 4 pillars, prevention seeks to prevent the harmful use of various substances, including illegal drugs and alcohol. And to reduce individual, family, and neighborhood, as well as community harm from substance use. It seeks to reduce the incidence and prevalence of problematic substance use and substance dependence, and it seeks to improve public health and safety and public order, or public safety. So to say that both the withdrawal treatment center and the combination of the housing as well as the social enterprise functions work well together on that. In terms of harm reduction, you've heard Vancouver Coastal Health speak about various treatment programs that are proposed in their operating program. This includes opioid agonist therapy and other addictions treatment practices that are aligned with harm reduction best practice. In addition, treatment, another one of the 4 pillars, treatment improves health by decreasing preventable deaths, illnesses, and injuries while improving social integration. Early intervention with treatment is key, and it includes withdrawal management services. In addition, I'd just like to note that there is an academic learning hub to increase knowledge and innovation in this area at a much needed crisis moment. Culture, again, plays a pivotal role, and we look forward to working with the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council and the City of Reconciliation Principles if the project is approved tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And another question that I have is regarding the some of the questions that we heard tonight, and giving careful consideration to the speakers, but not only the speakers, also the correspondence that was sent in to us. In looking at that number, and that number is, I mean, there is a huge gap between $185 and $10,000. I'm not sure who would be best to comment on this, but with that anticipated cost savings, is there a way that that could go into more supportive services? And if so, how would we see that return to those programs or those services, understanding that health is very different than housing for dollars, but how could that money be reinvested to meet some of the initiatives and fit in with the strategy as Ms. Herford just described?
Yeah, I'll clarify a couple of things. So really, emergency room visits cost a range, a wide range.
You said up to,
And
I always said up to 10.
And I appreciate where you're going with this. So, when I clarified, I was saying it was more likely around $3,000. Still,
Yes.
a significant sum of money. But we're already providing this service. So we're already providing the sobering service at our current Vancouver Detox site. So we are already, if there were any cost savings to be had, we're already appreciating those cost savings now. So there may be some reduction in emergency room visits, but in our healthcare system, sadly, a reduction in an emergency room visit in one area often is filled by an emergency room visit for another healthcare need. So it's very challenging for us to reallocate healthcare resources out of our hospital systems to put them into other services. But we certainly advocate for that as often as we can.
Thank you. And then just to the
Just
side of
25
dignity, you had mentioned before, and I just want to make sure it still stands, that this would offer people a more dignified experience and they may be more likely to seek treatment. Is that correct?
Absolutely. The project has single rooms, which I think goes a long way just in and of itself for providing dignity.
That's great.
Thank
Thanks
you.
very much. That's the 5 minutes. Councillor Carr, please, up to 5
Yes.
minutes.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I just have one question. My other ones have been answered, but thank you very much for that. The one question that arose from speakers was the one around transit. And I wonder if we've at all looked at transit access. Speakers specifically talked about why not request a bus stop, for example, right, on Clark at first. Of course, they talked also about a whole new bus route down First Avenue. But that aside, have we looked at potentially even requesting some better access?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Alina Chang with Transportation. So there is currently a bus route that runs along Clark, and there is a bus stop right on Clark at First Avenue, right adjacent to the site. So
Yeah, I'm just taking it from the speaker. So thank you for that information. That's all I need to know.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Harwick, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I'm not sure who to address this question to, but it's regarding the 109-year-old house. Is there someone in staff that could help me with the question about the house? I understand it's not on the Heritage Register, but it sounds from the tenant that it's in reasonably good shape, and so I'm wondering about the potential of moving it. I'm assuming that it was built with old-growth timber and probably has some years left in it. Can you advise me?
I can't, Councillor Hardwick, advise you on the composition of the house. What I can tell you from a policy perspective is how we approached character and heritage in the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, but I don't know that that's necessarily going to get to the question that you have around the technicalities of moving the building.
Good evening, Karen Herza, Assistant Director of Planning. When we have character houses on properties, we will often encourage the applicant to look into the opportunities to move the house. There's not always the opportunity to do so, but we do have that conversation to see if there are opportunities for other people to take the house or for it to find another location.
So the applicant's here. Have we had that conversation?
I don't believe we have in this case, but it's something that we would do through the development permit process.
Okay. Well, I'd be very interested in hearing more about that because I know that there are people, a 109-year-old house is something, if it's in good shape, that there would be a demand for, and it's, it's consistent with our values.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. How did we end up sort of landing on the number of proposed housing units? And I'm sorry if it was asked before, it's just been... Yeah. Oh.
Is this specifically around the number of units?
Yeah, no, just I'm not talking about affordability, but no, just how did we land on 90? I think it's 90, right?
There will be some aspects of that with respect to, the certain amount of density that is going to be desired on site, and so there's consultation with staff, so they may be able to comment on that. With respect to operational efficiencies, BC Housing does look at that with our programs and the size of building that we'd like to put on in any type of project. For example, the modular housing program that is just in the process of wrapping up, that is supportive housing. With that program, we're intentional and very specific on looking at a number of unit base that works with the operational programs for that program. In that case, anywhere between 46 to 52 units made sense. For this type of housing, when you're looking to do affordable housing, that 100 unit mark is a good metric that we've used.
Okay, I don't know if staff were going to comment, but that's helpful. Did you?
Sorry, just to add to that, obviously, so the applicant team had initially submitted approximately 97 units at the initial submission back in May. During the design revision phase, the latest count is now at 90 units. There may be more opportunity at the development permit stage to explore the floor area and the reconfiguration with that. So the numbers are in flux right now, but the density is set obviously at 3.22 FSR.
Okay, that's helpful. Just a question going back to obviously the subject of affordability, and I'm just hoping staff could maybe clarify this for me. Is we had the BC Nonprofit Housing Association represented earlier, and I seem to recall that they've indicated to municipalities that if you want to tackle affordability, housing affordability, one of the means is to leverage city-owned lands. Is that correct? Is that an assertion that they've made and advocacy to municipalities?
Yes, good evening. Abby Bond, Managing Director of Homelessness Services and Affordable Housing Programs. Yes, the leveraging of city land to deliver affordability is one of our most valuable tools. It's central to Housing Vancouver in our strategy, and it's also one of the reasons why we're working with our partners in this specific case. This gives us the use of our land, gives us the opportunity not only to deliver housing, but also to assist our healthcare provincial partner to deliver much needed healthcare service. So yes, they're right that it's a very important part of what we do.
Thank you. Last question, and this is probably more for BC Housing. I just noted in the briefing package that an RFP had closed at the end of January for a housing operator, and I'm just wondering if that proposed housing operator has been selected or if that's still pending.
So you are correct, the RFP has closed. We're in the process of the selection process, of course, pending the outcome of this rezoning application, but we would anticipate that if we were successful in this rezoning application, then a nonprofit society would be selected imminently, as they would be an integral part of future permit applications for this project.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, my question's for Vancouver Coastal Health. Do we have a good neighbor agreement where the neighbors, if they do see concerns, would be able to have a single point of contact? And also, I know there's a lot of organizations in the group that would love to partner and could help kind of incorporate this facility into the neighborhood. So do we have that type of agreement? And
Not yet, but we're certainly open to doing that. Any community advisory committee or good neighbor agreements or meeting with any of the community organizations, we're more than happy to meet with them to do that planning.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Kirby-Young, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief. We've heard a lot of support for the project. We've also heard concerns from neighbors. So I'm going to ask just two sort of very direct questions. Is how many housing units would we lose if we stayed to the 10 stories or 100 feet or 6 stories in currently existing or without rezoning? And would the project be viable with less housing units?
Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, could you repeat your question again? Just
Sure. Yeah, my question was really around asking staff to understand the impact for those folks that were worried about the scale of the project. If it was limited to the 100 feet versus the 120 or 6 stories without rezoning, how many housing units we would lose, and if that would impact the viability of the project.
great, thanks very much. Did you have another question, or is that the main one that you have? I'm just
That was the main one.
okay. So I just wondering
Unless
if
you want
anybody
to play
else
some Jeopardy music while we wait.
well, as the staff are working on that, I was just wondering if anybody else has any questions to ask. I don't see any.
I think they're
I
ready.
think we're good.
Yeah.
I think there's white smoke coming out of the chimney. There we go. Okay.
Apologies for the delay there. We were just doing our math, and it would be a rough guess at approximately 21, 25 units range. Obviously, that would be eliminating any of the units within the current Clark Drive Tower, and that would just keeping the RM4 and 6-story then in that case.
So for greater clarity then, would that be the market rental and retention of the Hills component of housing, or would it be a mix within the area?
That would be undetermined at the moment, but that would still have to be defined. Obviously, the Hills units are not defined, obviously, in the rezoning application phase. So they could come from either the Hills or the other units.
Okay, and the second part of my question, just to get on the record, I do have 2 minutes left, but just so staff can take the time to answer it, was would that still render the project viable if those units were removed?
Probably give it over to the applicant team to speak to that.
So one of the first points I want to make is with the proposal that we've made is we actually were trying to respect that Grandview Woodland Plan and retaining 6 stories with. With the proposal as it is presented, we were actually trying to keep to that 6 stories within the areas of the site that are part of the Grandview Woodland Plan. So I believe we're actually already respecting that. And I'm going to recognize that we're in a housing crisis right now, and so we also want to make sure that we are providing as much housing as we can, and that means every single unit and every single project. And so when I have those opportunities to work within the allowable densities of a site or what we can do on a project, I'm going to do that because that makes a difference for an individual who's just trying to find some rental housing or a family as well. In terms of the mix and by decreasing the building, what that would do to the mix, again, that's something that we would have to reprofile, and it's not a case of if you just chop the top off that you then just will carve off some of the units. There's many different factors that have to be taken into consideration with how you develop the mix of housing.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate BCH advocating for those units. I think it's what we need in the city. So I'm asking the question because it's been asked of us, and I want to make sure that we're clear in the decision tonight that council understand what the trade-offs are based on the feedback we received on both sides. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much. Anything else to add? There's 20 seconds, so.
Hi, Paul Chang, Senior Development Planner with the City of Vancouver. Just wanted to add a couple of things. The portion with the tall 10-story tower, just wanted to stress again, that is under the current zoning, something that would allow a 100-foot tall building. Also, with respect to the 90 units that this proposal is proposing, 90 units does equal roughly the amount of dwelling units we would have landed if it had been the more conventional apartment buildings under the Grandview Woodlands plan in that T shape that we had presented earlier. So it is about the same amount of unit density as what the rezoning policy had planned for this particular block.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you.
On to Councillor Carr, please, for up to 5 minutes. I'm just going to reset this here. Go right ahead.
Actually, I just had my name on this because I didn't see anybody else, and I was prepared to move the recommendations if we're at that point.
Do you have a... Okay. Okay, great.
So I would like to move the recommendations, and I'm not sure if anybody, well, I'm not sure if Councillor Weeb has sent something in, but if not, I would like to move the recommendations with the addition of a G. Sorry, I just didn't have a time to write it up. That just, the G would be that a good neighbor agreement be developed with the community.
Please, just 1 second, please. Councillor Dejanova, question?
Yes, point of information, Mr. Mayor, for you, but perhaps to be deferred to staff. Would this actually compromise the success or the viability of the project? Because I understand that with public hearing, whenever we refer something back or we ask for a certain consideration or put extra conditions on that, that it's not something that can come back to us without the entire application coming back to us with that.
I'll
So,
ask for a clarification.
Yeah,
whether
thank you
this
very
is-
much.
What the effect of this, perhaps the clerks can help me on this one, and I'll just take 2 seconds. So what is the impact of adding an extra clause onto this recommendation?
Perhaps I could also ask a clarifying question. A good neighbor agreement, would that relate to the entire building, or would it perhaps, it would help us
Just need some
understand-
clarification first.
Councillor Carr's question, or it's Councillor
We
Carr's.
just got to hold on here. We're just going to get a clarification on the impact first, answer your question, your point of order, and we'll come right back to you.
Okay.
I think it's coming.
So we actually just need to see the proposed amendment before we can have a ruling on the impact. So I'll just bear with me 1 second. Just waiting for it to be emailed over. Okay, so the clerk has informed me that the actual content of the amendment makes a difference in terms of how it would affect the technical procedure of the motion. So we need some clarification from staff, which as chair, if council's okay with that, we would ask for clarification. Sorry? Maybe they have to, just 1 second. So if we could get clarification from staff, where are you in terms of understanding how the amendment would affect the motion going forward?
I think I would need some clarification. I'm not quite understanding where we are right now.
Okay, great. So I'll move for a 5-minute
And that,
5-minute recess so we can kind of consider the point of order question, which is how this moves forward with this amendment. So can we just have a motion for this recess? Thank you, Councillor Carr. Second, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thanks. All in favor of 5 minutes? Okay, we're good. Thanks. Back in 5 minutes. Okay, so I'll call us back to order. So Councillor Carr, you have an amendment to the report as submitted. And do we have that? Can we throw that up on the screen? Is that? Yep, just 1 second. I'll wait for it to come up on the screen. And once we do that, I will call for a seconder. Let's let it get up there first. And okay, so is it up? Okay, great. So thanks. So we can all see amendment. We have a seconder, Councillor Deschanova, so I'll move us to the amendment queue. Right. But it's an amendment to this. It's, what is it then? In the main queue. Okay, so it's not an amendment. Okay, thanks very much then. So we have the main motion moved, and Councillor Carr, you'd like to
I would like to speak
this.
to it.
Please
yes.
go. Just let me reset your timer here. Yes, and the seconder is Councillor Deschanova. Okay, so up to 5 minutes, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I first just want to thank staff for their work on this, the applicant, the team, and everyone who came to speak. They were very powerful speeches that were made by people around this issue, and it was very moving. And this project is, in my mind, very exciting. It is a state-of-the-art withdrawal management center, plus much more. So co-locating, some people question co-locating, detox, sobering, social housing, academic training, teaching hub, social enterprise space operated by MVAC with urban Aboriginal health and wellness programs. I mean, this is a lot, but the answers were given to us as to why co-locate all this. They were given to us by the applicants to say, that this is evidence-based best practices in terms of a continuum of care, and it will result in better health outcomes for the people who are seeking such services. Some people feared, I know, co-locating sobering and detox services, but we were told that this is not innovative. It is exactly what is happening. Co-locating those two things is what is happening at Vancouver Detox. It is in a residential neighborhood on East 2nd. For 30 years it's been there, and there's never been an incident. Other concerns were raised by speakers in terms of the project size. I took the time to look up every reference that was made to a section of the plan, 6.4.4 or whatever, and I found there was complete consistency with what the plan allowed. So 6 stories in the residential area is consistent with what the plan says can happen for 100% social housing. 10 stories on Clark. Clark, as staff told us, and I looked up the plan, the reference in there, the map shows Clark is not in that plan, and it is up to 10 stories, so it's completely consistent with what could be done there. In terms of shadowing, revisions have been made by the applicant, which is, and I love that garden on the top. 90 social housing units are not really affordable, said a number of people, and I agree. The social housing is not at the level of affordability that I would love to see. It still is a challenge. Nonetheless, we have a lot of work to do at this council in terms of getting more affordability in our social housing and in our rental housing. And most of the speakers who came to speak specifically about housing, most of them did say that they supported the social housing that was going in there. Could it have a negative impact on locally vulnerable populations, said a number of speakers. Dr. Daly was clear, no, it will not have a negative impact. It will provide hope. There are people around all of us, she said, who are leading normal lives on opiate agonist therapy, and we cannot distinguish them. Overall, I was really impressed with the number of people who wrote to us and who came to speak. I summarized them. I went through and added them up. We got 180 emails in support. Well, staff added these up. And a letter with 89 endorsements. That was the letter from the UBC students in medicine. We had 85 emails against. Amongst the speakers, We have 30 who spoke in support, 14 against. My conclusion is that the people who came who expressed fears, they legitimately felt that way, but I felt and I hope that they listened to the responses that would have mitigated those fears. And sort of much like the temporary modular housing in Marpole, my hope is that really in the end, those fears are going to be unfounded. It's going to take time, but meanwhile, I think we have applicants who are really willing to work with this community, and it's going to be, I think, an incredible addition to our city. The pluses are many, and they do supply a resolution to what is one of the biggest crises within our city, which is the opioid crisis. So in the end, I have agreed with the speaker who said, this project will enhance the inclusivity of Vancouver. And with Dr. Daly, who said, this project will reduce stigma. The 20 transitional beds, 51 inpatient beds, coupled with long-term agonist therapy will reduce deaths.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova, so we're just switching cues here. Just 1 second. How am I doing? We're good? Yep, there we go. Councillor Dejanova, please, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I do have an amendment to the motion. And I just want to make sure that that as an unintended consequence, because there are a number of good neighbor agreements, and that's why I wasn't quite sure what that outlined. If you look up good neighbor agreements, I understand BC Housing has their own. There's many nonprofit organizations that have their own. So I wanted to make sure that the amendment said that this good neighbor agreement was at the discretion of the Director of Planning, so that we made sure that it wouldn't, if we heard from the applicant that this was something that they couldn't meet, or if someone from the neighborhood felt that the good neighbor agreement that they were going to sign or receive would be a signed document instead of just an agreement as a clause in a housing agreement or in an agreement with the applicant, the nonprofit operator or proponent, I'm not sure, that it would be at the discretion of the Director of Planning to make sure that it wasn't something that hindered the project to the point that it could not move forward. So that's my reason for the amendment. And I just think that it would offer some comfort to making sure that there weren't any unintended consequences of the broad term good neighbor agreement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have an amendment on the floor. We need a seconder for that amendment. Councillor Dominato, thank you very much. We'll go to the amendment queue then, if people would like to speak to this. Councillor Dejanova, I've got you on the queue. You don't want to? Sure, I'll just put you, go ahead, Councillor Carr, please. You have a question?
I do. I have a question.
Okay.
I'd like to ask staff. I've never seen that language included in any reports that I've seen in the last 7 years around a good neighbor agreement. So I'm wondering what the practice of the city is to include words that leave this at discretion of the Director of Planning.
Yeah, we're not really at the staff asking
Who can ask
section,
that?
but I can ask the clerk about a procedural matter. We'd have to take a recess if you're going to do that. So I've just been informed by the clerk that the city manager can speak to this question, so I will please invite you to do so.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have done that in the past. I've been engaging with the legal department, and their recommendation would be to provide some specificity to who would have the discretion to guide this. And actually, the recommendation was similar to the motion, the development of a good neighbor agreement to address the impacts of the development on the neighborhood. So a little bit of shaping of what this is to be on terms and conditions satisfactory to the GM of Arts, Culture, and Community Services would be the recommendation, since that's likely the group that will be engaging with Vancouver Coastal Health as this project moves forward. So that would be a slight refinement, but it's something that we have done in the past.
Okay, thank you very much for that information. So, Councillor Carr, you still have the floor. It'd be possible to amend.
And I can, yes, I'd like to
Okay,
amend
so
the
we're
amendment.
going to amend it to replace the Director of Planning with the GM of
Yes, of,
social and
social
community.
service.
Arts, Culture, and Community Services.
Okay, so
And
is that,
or the Director of Legal Services. Sometimes we do both, so you could, that would be the recommendation, those two.
Councillor Carr, what's your?
Yes, for sure, at the discretion, or the language that is about the Director of Arts, Culture, and Social Services.
Okay.
Community.
Okay, so I'll need a seconder for that. Okay, actually, I saw Councillor Kirby Young's hand first, so we're on the. Okay, so we're on an amendment queue because we're seconded, and I have Councillor Dejanova on to speak. Please go ahead.
Considering the application has a number of different partners, and the RFP also, I understand, is still out for the nonprofit housing operator. Although nonprofit housing falls under arts, culture, and community services, I think that there are a number of unique factors to this that I heard. So that's why I had, because it is an application that a DP would, I understand, not be issued by the general manager of arts, culture, and community service. So I was hoping to add both. So I would have hoped that the amendment would have been to add the GM of Arts, Culture, and Community Service. So I would hope that you would indulge me in either a recess or to ask staff, just as Councillor Carr was able to through you, Mr. Mayor, because I did check with staff on this language, I had thought, or else I wouldn't have brought it forward. It's not one over the other. But I understand that ultimately it's going to be the planning department that's going to issue the okay and the permits here.
Well,
And this is all, I understand now, under G, riding on that one factor. So I think that the good neighbor agreement would go through that department, but ultimately it would lie in the hands of the director of planning. So I need to understand the process there before we can move forward.
okay, thanks. So we have this, this is the amendment to the amendment that's on the floor at the moment.
I'm asking for...
Right, and so we've asked for recess. I just wonder if there's anybody else that wants to speak to this. And we don't, so what we'd have to, what I would suggest we do is we vote on this and then we amend back in the other bits.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, clerk's looking for clarification here. That's the text, yep. Okay, good. So that's what, so that's, we'll vote on this.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep, we'll vote on this, and then if we want to amend again, we can amend it.
Point of information.
Sure.
Sorry, but as I tried to explain, I can't vote on this without clarification. I don't have the information that I need to vote on this because I did speak with staff during our recess break in the proper process as to how I was supposed to, and I was told that that language was fine that I had before. So I would need to confer with staff before I could vote on this. And it's essential to how I'm going to vote on this.
Okay. Just procedurally, how we are at the moment is we can't really do anything else with this because this is an amendment to an amendment. So we can vote on this or, and then afterwards it could be totally struck and there could be something else put in, but we are kind of stuck voting with this one because there's no further amendments allowed. So I'm going to call the vote on this and then it can be amended again.
I understand, but my point of information is I can't make my decision without that information from staff. That's why I've called for a recess to get that information from staff,
Okay.
unless I can get that information from staff here on the
Okay,
floor.
so we want to recess on this. We have a motion for a recess.
Move.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor of a 5-minute recess?
2.
Here we go. 5 minutes it is. 8:45. We're coming back. Point of information. Okay.
What
We are
was
in recess.
the...
You can come on up.
My point of...
You can just come up.
Recess? My point of information was what the vote was on
Sorry,
taking
you're
the
calling a
recess.
standing vote here. Okay.
So my question is whether
Sorry,
there's enough councillors in favor to take the recess.
Councillor
I didn't see enough
Dejanova,
hands.
we actually have a question on the recess. So we don't know if enough votes were. So let's have, well, I guess we can call for a, come on back. We're going to do a counted vote on the recess. As been requested, so all in favor of recessing for 5 minutes, I'm going to ask you to vote on your voting machine.
I don't run behind the mayor's chair.
Okay. All in favor of voting, we're going to vote on our machine. Here we go. And how are we doing here? Okay, we have a couple in opposition, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Kirby-Young, but it has passed, so you do have your 5-minute recess.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I call people back to order. Councillors? Okay, so trying to think where we are here. I'm just thinking who has the floor. I have Councillor DeGenova on the floor. Off the floor. Okay, so Councillor Carr has the floor. So please go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, so I had moved an amendment that that replaced the director of planning with the director of or the general manager of, and then it had a list of those.
Yes.
Right. I'm withdrawing that. I would
Okay,
move to withdraw.
we will have to vote on that.
Yeah.
We'll have to vote on the withdrawing the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, that's
I think.
right.
Yeah, okay. So maybe we can do that by a show of hands. All in favor of allowing the withdrawal of the amendment to the amendment? Do we have any opposed? That's the more important question. Could we have unanimous consent? So that has been withdrawn. So now we're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Carr, I have you on. Is there anything else you wanted to say?
Just take me right off.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova, you're on the queue.
Okay. In the spirit of continuing to work together, I think that we've found some collaboration on some of the language. So I'd ask the clerk to put that up. And although I used abbreviations, I'm hoping that.
So you're moving an amendment?
Yes, I am moving an amendment.
So you're moving
An amendment to the amendment.
to the amendment. Okay, thanks.
So that would say the good neighbor agreement with the community on terms and conditions satisfactory to the GM of Arts, Culture, and Community Services, and the Director of Legal Services, or the General Manager of Planning and Development.
Okay. So I can, let's see, I have to move over to the seconder first. Do I have a seconder to that? Councillor Carr, seconds. Nicely done. So now we're on the amendment to the amendment. So we have Councillor Carr.
I'm good.
You're good? Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova?
That's all.
You're good. Councillor Boyle?
I just want to name two things, which is one that I'm a bit concerned about how we're making up policy on the fly like this. It's not clear to me exactly what a good neighbor agreement is, what this looks like, what this means for the project, the folks living in it. So I just want to name process-wise, this doesn't feel like a great governance process to be throwing things in like this. And my second piece is that I think it's stigmatizing to add this to the motion. I didn't need to sign a good neighbor agreement when I moved into my neighborhood. I'm not thrilled with the idea that we preemptively expect that there will be problems that we need to lay this on this particular project. So I will be not supporting this, though I appreciate the work that went into making it legally legit on the fly.
Okay, and we are speaking to the amendment right at the moment. Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson on the amendment to the amendment. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Boyle. My understanding of good neighbor agreement is that when you have a pub and the people surrounding it want to keep rowdy patrons, drunk patrons from coming out and throwing beer bottles or something all over the neighborhood, then you sign a good neighbor agreement. But we're not in a situation here where we're having any drinking, at least not any drinking beyond what happens in a normal house. And I think I agree it's a stigma thing. You don't ask for a good neighbor agreement if you're putting in a condo. And I know I'm speaking to the amendment, but I'm going to have a hard time voting on the amendment, and I don't like the original motion, so.
Okay, right. Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson. Councillor DeGenova.
I just wanted to quickly say that I don't disagree with Councillor Boyle's comments or Councillor Swanson's comments. However, I also didn't want the unintended consequence of something failing because there was some thought as to what a good neighbor agreement was by others, and it wasn't specified. So the reason I moved the amendment to the amendment was to make sure that it wouldn't have to come back in a whole process to council through public hearing, which could be costly and could end the project possibly. And instead that it was something that was at the discretion of our staff. So really right now we're voting on the amendment to the amendment, which is at the discretion of staff. And the reason that I added that was to make sure that the project wasn't in a situation where it couldn't move forward because the good neighbor agreement wasn't defined. So I was working on what we had in G, and then what I would suggest we do perhaps after this amendment, which I really do hope it would pass, because if a good neighbor agreement passed and it wasn't with if it wasn't with staff oversight, then that could hurt the project. That being said, I would suggest for anyone who didn't want to vote on G, they could sever and not vote for recommendation G. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
I will not, you'll be happy to know, use that much. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank Councillor Boyle for her comments. I hadn't looked at it in that context. I appreciate Councillor Carr bringing this forward originally, but I think Councillor Boyle raises an excellent point and an excellent question, so I'm hopeful we can dispense with this component quickly and move on to discussion on the material and important decision on the project that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hardwick.
I just wanted to point out, I was just looking and found that the Union Gospel Mission has a good neighbor agreement. So this is not something that would be done just for pubs as was suggested. This is something that is done in goodwill in communities. So I just wanted to point that out as part of this discussion. We shouldn't be suggesting that, to me, there's no stigma attached to it, and I just wanted to raise something that is in some ways a comparable, which is the Union Gospel Mission that I'm just looking right here at the Good Neighbor Agreement. So there's strong context for it.
Okay, thanks very much. On to Councillor Bly, please.
Thank you. I too would like to thank Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward in terms of the context around I wouldn't say the appropriateness, but the timeliness of this kind of amendment when we're in a public hearing looking at the actual project itself. And this may be something that comes down the road and could be appropriate. That said, there's a lot of different folks that will be living in this 55,000 square feet. And, we have a lot of neighborhoods. Some have a lot of teenagers. I'm sure that people would like a good neighbor agreement in those situations, but that really wouldn't be appropriate. So I just don't really see the timeliness of this particular amendment, and so I won't be supporting the amendment to the amendment to then follow up to the amendment. But I'll just speak once.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, you've already spoken to this one, so just the amendment to the amendment. Could you hold it till the amended one? Okay. So, yes, we're good. We are. Yep. Councillor Dominato. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think just to add a comment, because I actually appreciate the dialogue happening on this, and just to Councillor Hardwick's comments, I was also sort of looking at what do good neighborhood agreements look like, and note that, and my sense of the reason this was brought forward, it was actually not to be applying to residents necessarily living there, but to Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing, because of the agencies that would be providing, and more like the Vancouver Coastal Health. So that was sort of my understanding of the reason it was brought forward. And that's not unusual for service providers to be, at least from what my very 2-minute quick look, because we're doing this on the fly, that it's around partnership. The intent is, the spirit of it is really fostering a relationship. I don't think it's intended to be stigmatizing, but again, that's like a cursory look at online in the few minutes I've had. So I just wanted to add that comment.
Thank you very much. That's the end of the queue for speakers, so I'm going to call the vote on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, so let's see. We have Councillor Swanson hasn't voted yet. Okay, that amendment has passed with Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition. So now Thank you. And so that once the clerk does the correction, we'll move back to the amendment queue. We have Councillor Dejanova. Okay, Councillor Swanson.
So is this to the amendment?
We're on the amendment now? Yes, the amended amendment.
Yes, I'm going to vote against it because of what I said before.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Councillor Boyle. Sorry, did you have a point of order? Point of information. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Could you just clarify, is it my understanding is that Councillor Carr moved G with the recommendations? So are we actually voting on G as an amendment, or are we going to be just deliberating on?
This is on the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
We're still talking about the good neighbor agreement, but as amended. Thanks. Am I wrong? We haven't added this yet to the motion, though. No, we just the amendment to the amendment.
You were wrong. I'm gonna get more hot water.
Okay, just want to clarify for council. So G has been added to the motion, but we have not finalized the wording of G yet, so that's what this vote will be on. We'll be finalizing the wording of G. Thank you. Because it was the wording for G, we had G put in, and then we had a suggested amendment to that wording of G. It was because it was moved with the main motion. No, we had an amendment to the amendment. Yep, we need a point of information. We're going to discuss this, but.
Oh.
Did I get it wrong? I did get it wrong. I got it right. I was right. That's great. Okay, so so we have moved G, and what we're doing, just explaining this, G was moved with the initial motion, but we've changed the wording of G. We started to change the wording of G. We changed it again with the amendment to the amendment. So now we've made the amendment to the amendment. Now we're back to the amendment of G. Okay. Another point of information.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
But what my point of information, Mr. Mayor, through you, if possible, if you need to ask the clerk for this information, is once G is passed and in the motion, the main motion, then we would go back to if it failed, it wouldn't go in there. The amendment wouldn't go in there, but it would still say it needed a good neighbor agreement. It would just not have the stipulation that staff would have any oversight over that good neighbor agreement.
That was like a long question there.
So that's part one, but part two of that is if a council member's intention was to vote against the good neighbor agreement, they could sever the motion and vote against all of G. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Did I get the no from the clerk?
So I will be voting for.
Okay.
Mayor Stewart, the what you're seeing on the screen was the original wording from Councillor Carr when she moved the main motion with
Right.
the new added G. And since then, there was an amendment proposed by Councillor Dejanova, which is what we need to vote on now. And
Right.
we'll have that in the different fonts so council can see what the difference is.
And that's the next one.
Right, so the red letters are what we're voting on now to add to the main motion. So just to clarify, if you are not in favor of adding the good neighbor agreement, we would have to go back and amend to knock it out. I don't think we can, oh, we could sever it. We could sever it when we're voting on the main. Okay, cool. So red lettering, does anybody want to speak to the red lettering? Point of order.
Or just of clarification,
Information.
point of something.
Information.
If we vote for this, are we voting for the whole thing?
No, we're only voting for the red lettered words to add to the main motion.
Okay.
Okay? So does anybody else want to speak to this? We have Councillor Boyle. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Up to 5 minutes.
I appreciate the clarity, and so I just wanted to speak to this, saying that this amended language is fine and seems necessary if this passes, and so I'll be supporting it, but then I will be moving to sever G when we vote on the full motion.
Great. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Dominato.
That was a holdover from.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I just want to speak in support of the amendment to this, and the reason being that I understand that some councillors may well be concerned that of the project itself and its viability. If there is a good neighbor agreement, it's not my experience around good neighbor agreements, but given that this would be reviewed by the appropriate staff, I think is the right thing to do. So I'm happy to support it. And I just want to say, in the context of that we have done as a city many, many good neighbor agreements. They are not about stigmatizing or identifying groups of people, or it is about really enabling a project to be the most successful project it possibly can be. So the applicants, the people who are running the facility, get the chance to work with the neighbors and bring them into an understanding and deal with any concerns or fears or anything else. It's a really fantastic communication tool between the community and the project managers. And so I've seen it to be a very useful tool that builds bridges and builds support for the work of the organization within the community.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'm also very supportive of the amendment. I think that having a good neighbor agreement can work out really well to partner a organization like this, to find other organizations in the community to work with. Because I find that sometimes we put in these different facilities into neighborhoods and we don't really connect them to the neighborhood. And one of the most amazing things I've heard today is the inclusiveness of this neighborhood. So I look forward to voting for this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's it for the speaking queue. And so we're going to call the vote on adding the red letters to the entire motion. And what do we got? Great. So we have passed that. All in favor, no opposed. Thanks very much. So now we're back to the main motion. Let me get back to my queue here. We're on the main queue. I have Councillor Dejanova. Anything else?
Yes, yeah, I'll speak to the main motion as amended. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for bearing with me as I just had to get that legal comfort in there, and I appreciate all of council working together on that. I was very moved by the speakers on both sides. I understand that there are speakers who spent a lot of time working on community plans, speakers that myself and Councillor Carr heard from last term when it came to the Grandview Woodlands plan and the importance of their neighborhood. That being said, we have a plan, but I also understand from staff that this conforms to many of our policies, that in fact it exceeds our family housing policy, that it integrates housing, different income levels of housing, that it will create supports for people who otherwise may not reach out and get them because of the stigma attached currently to those to those supports or resources for them. And I was very encouraged to hear that there would be an opportunity for people, especially women, in situations where they might not be able to get the treatment they need because they have young children who don't have care, because they're single parents, because they're working, that they will be able to receive those individualized treatment plans. So for that reason, I will be supporting this. That being said, we've received a lot of correspondence. Some of that correspondence I felt personally was meant to bully me into voting perhaps a certain way. You know, it said, you know, don't vote for this, you shouldn't vote for this, but it didn't say why. And when I asked speakers where instead we should put this, I didn't receive an answer. I didn't receive a different community specifically that we should put this project that seems to offer a lot to the community. And I haven't even spoken about the social enterprise yet. And the fact that it does meet it certainly does, as I received clarification from staff recently, it fits within the 4 pillars drug strategy as well. Harm reduction, I don't know that we'll even be able to measure the prevention. Especially for people who perhaps are able to move on to housing in this development with their families and not be dealing on a daily basis with addiction as they did before, and be able to spend more time with their families and be able to get resources that make them feel that they're lifted up, as we heard from a few speakers that were very moving presentations. I want to thank each and every person who came to speak to us, but especially those who shared their life experience with us. Those personal experiences, those experiences that must be really hard to share. I know people who wouldn't be people that would be suspected to have substance abuse issues. I don't know what that's like, but I know that it must be stigmatizing, especially for people who perhaps wouldn't be seen to want to be walking into a specific center. And instead, I think this project encompasses a number of different elements. You know, people could be going to visit a friend. They could be stopping by the social enterprise. They could connect to these centers in different ways. I'm really hoping that, like other projects that we've seen in Vancouver, and one of them is very close to the Olympic Village, perhaps there was some stigma and there were a number of police calls reported when that first opened. And certainly I know that the nonprofit partner that has worked with the community, the City of Vancouver, first responders, to make sure that they are being a good neighbor. So I think together we all have to consider a good neighbor agreement in anything we move forward with and do. That being said, I don't disagree with what Councillor Boyle said about the stigma, perhaps, of a good neighbor agreement. But if that's what this community that works so hard on this community plan needs to feel, that conforms to their buy-in for this project, I think that it's important that we try and bring people together and not separate them. And it's hard at public hearing when we have to ask people, are you in support or are you against this project? And I really think that not only will this benefit so many people, people that we've heard from our staff, from Vancouver Coastal Health, from BC Housing, from our partner agencies and the nonprofit world. It's not about...
15 seconds.
And I understand that. Thank you. I see my time here clearly, but I think that the benefits tenfold will be to our community, and it will be a community benefit. So for those reasons, I will be supporting the motion, and I appreciate Councillor Carr moving it and her amendments. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
So I have some amendments. Is this
Time to
the
move them.
appropriate time?
It is.
Okay, I sent them in. So I was really so pleasantly surprised by the delegations. I was steeling myself for a bunch of poor bashing that some of it happened, but not too much, not too bad.
And don't want to impute folks on character and intention.
For the, it's okay to say stigma, but it's not okay to say poor bashing.
Yeah, I prefer if you didn't. That'd be great.
Anyway, so a lot of the speakers who spoke, they had so much community spirit and so much compassion and understanding for the need for affordable housing and for non-stigmatizing life-saving care, which is why I love Grandview Woodlands, all that caring and intelligence. And I just wanted to clone all those lovely speakers and send them out to Maple Ridge. And also so many people talked about how when you do get a social housing development in your neighborhood, that even though people are opposed to it to begin with, after it's been there for a while, there are no problems. That's because the people who were on the street are now nicely housed. And anyway, so, but all that being said, the problem with this proposal is that it won't provide much, if any, affordable housing for the people who need it the most. I was really impressed with Allison talking about how hard the city staff is working with the tenants, but I'm also really concerned about those 18 units of affordable housing that are being destroyed. I read the tenant's statement. They have pets, they have possessions, they have been offered housing that costs twice as much as what they're paying now. The city is the landlord here. The city needs to be a model landlord if we're going to expect other landlords to act properly. And so that's why I put forward these 3 amendments. I don't know if you want to deal with them separately, but the idea would be to add to point 9 in Appendix D, in Appendix B, which is on page 15 of 17 of Appendix B, F, basically requiring that 1/3 of the units be rented at welfare shelter rates. And then G, making sure that all tenants who are dem-evicted for this building are able to return to the new building at their current rent or less. And H, ensuring that the tenants who are dem-evicted be guaranteed suitable accommodation during displacement at their current rent or less.
Okay, thanks very much. Need a seconder for that motion. Sorry, the amendment to the motion. Okay, we've got a seconder, so we're on to the amendment queue. Councillor Boyle, second it. So I have Councillor DeGenova on the amendment queue. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I'd like to start with a point of information. I actually think it's a point of order, but perhaps I'll be polite with a point of information, Mr. Mayor.
Everyone's fine.
G, I'm not sure that, I understand demo-victing to be demolishing a building specifically to take the tenants out, but I see a proposal in front of us here.
We need a question, though.
I understand. I'm just asking you, I don't feel that this actually meets the demo-viction guidelines, so.
I'm okay with the word.
Okay,
Yep.
so it is in order. Okay.
Keep the words in there.
And another point of
You
information.
can amend it out, though, if you'd like.
Another point of information that I have is, will the project be viable? And I think that's a fair question to be able to ask the applicant at this point, if possible.
Yep, we can't speak to the applicant, but I can, through the clerk, talk to the city manager. So 2 things. I can talk to the clerk about the procedural matter, but the city manager at this stage, we're allowed to consult about the...
Is it viable, and would this possibly jeopardize the entire project that is before us?
So I've got the city manager here, and
Thank you,
please go ahead.
I guess particular to, as it relates to F, it certainly would deem the project uncertain whether it would be viable. It could definitely jeopardize the very foundation of the project. So that's on F. On G, I think there would be very significant concerns from BC Housing on not income testing tenants that come in, and they're receiving a benefit on behalf of the taxpayers of the province, and BC Housing does income test tenants to ensure that they need the housing. And H, I think, could be accommodated by the city. That would be my sense of this.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So the motion is in order from my account. Councillor Dejanova, do you have anything else you'd like to say to this?
I would like to make an amendment to the amendment to H. That being said, I have not yet sent it in because I've needed that information from staff, but it would be very simple. And just instead of getting wordy, I'm going to say after less to be explored. And this is H. This is on H. At the end of H to be explored.
If you need a recess.
Yeah, I do need a recess. A very quick one, but I'm going to have to type it out.
Oh, so we actually didn't call for recess.
Oh, so moved.
And seconded on the recess. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor of a 5-minute recess? Thank you very much. Looks like we're good. Okay, 5 minutes. How much more fun can you have? Okay, we're back on here, and so we've got the amendment to the amendment coming up. Just waiting for it to be pulled up here. And then we'll need a seconder. No, we had a seconder to Jean's motion, but not on the amendment to the amendment. Sorry, it takes a while to get a seconder over there. Okay, Councillor Bly. So we'll go on the amendment Q2, and I've got Councillor Dejanova on there. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. One amendment opens it all up, I guess, but I just wanted to make sure that we were following the same policy as we would for other tenant relocations, and also not offering something that wouldn't be viable and that could possibly, again, compromise this entire project. So for H, it now states that staff offer options and work with tenants to explore similar accommodations for current tenants during their displacement at the lowest possible rents as outlined in the City of Vancouver's tenant relocation policy. I don't know why it says carried at the bottom. I don't think it's carried yet, but.
Okay, so we've got the, is that it?
I would like to speak to this.
Go ahead,
It's my understanding that from the comments that were made before by our city manager, that we do have a tenant relocation policy. It would be hard to provide tenants with exactly what was prescribed in Councillor Swanson's motion or amendment, and I will not be voting for, and I would hope that others would consider not voting for F or for G for the reasons, I'm just speaking to this, but I am speaking to this in the context of how I crafted the amendment. So I crafted this amendment so that there would be some certainty for tenants, and what I heard from BC Housing, what I heard from others, was that there certainly would be efforts. What I heard from our city staff, what I heard from everyone who is a part of the applicant team or our city team, was that they would do everything that they could to work with tenants to ensure that our tenant relocation policy, which is one of the strongest, if not the strongest in the region, if not the province, made sure that the tenants did find homes that were similar to what they currently live in. Suitable? I don't know. Suitable for one person to another differs. So that language was concerning to me. I am crafting these amendments in a way that I want to make sure that when we leave this room after this public hearing's over, if this project passes, that one amendment that came forward that wasn't a staff recommendation would not unfortunately cause this entire project not to be viable anymore, the pro forma not to work any longer, or for there to be a specific or a certain clause that would make it unviable for the entire project. So that's the reason I'm moving this forward for H.
Thank you very much.
I also just would like to, so I can be expedient in my comments, I won't be
2
voting
minutes.
for the other two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weeb. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I also want to thank staff for talking about how we are going to be amazing landlords, and if we can't find rents in the neighborhood that has one of the lowest vacancies, that we will do more and supplement and go beyond the rents that we can find. So I will be voting against this because I think we can do more than finding the lowest possible rents. We can make sure that we are finding rents that people can afford and actually live in. So I appreciate staff and the words they had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Swanson on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, I just want to guarantee that the tenants get the best possible deal. I know the staff is trying to do that, but I think if we put it in as I've put in my amendment, that it has a better chance of happening. And just to add, I know in the downtown east side, 1/3 at welfare rate, 1/3 housing at welfare rate is required under the zoning, and it doesn't jeopardize the project. So I'm assuming that it wasn't necessarily jeopardize a project in another area.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I will not be supporting the amendment to the amendment. And my reason for not supporting it is that it is, in my mind, the same as what is currently required under the tenant relocation or protection relocation program. So it doesn't really add anything different or new. It doesn't take us beyond, which the original amendment did. So that's my reason.
Okay, thanks very much. And that's all the speakers on the amendment to the amendment queue. So I'm going to call the vote on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in opposition. 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. So that, and one abstention. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tied. So it fails. Okay, thank you very much. That has lost, yes. Okay, so now we're back to the, where are we? On the amendment queue. We did put it up pretty fast there. I could read out opposition if you like.
You have to, yeah.
I did call it out, didn't I?
No.
Oh, I just counted the number. Sorry, perhaps the clerk can help me with that, letting me know who voted in opposition. Myself. It is on my screen. Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Okay, in opposition, myself, Councillor Carr, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Wiebe, and Councillor Boyle. Okay. So we're on Councillor Dejanova. Are you?
Yes, I just want to speak to all three of these, considering the amendment was not considered.
And in this round, you've only got.
I understand. So I'm going to be voting against all three of these because it's my understanding from the city manager that the advice that has been given to us is if we don't, this project may not be viable at all. So I would like council to consider that when voting on these amendments, that we wouldn't have a detox center, we wouldn't have a sobering center, we wouldn't have all of the amenities that are provided here and the affordable and social housing.
Thanks. On to Councillor Boyle for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. I'm hoping that when we vote on these amendments, we can sever them and vote one at a time on them. I really appreciate the notion. I've heard from a number of people that the goal that the city could be even better at our tenant relocation ourselves than we expect of others that we place that on. And in that spirit, I'm happy to support H, but the other two pieces do concern me about threatening the viability of this project. And I just want to name, I think it's valuable to recognize that not every project needs to solve every challenge that we face. I agree that we need childcare, but I don't think we needed to add childcare to this program. And I agree it's desperately important that we have more welfare shelter rate units, but I don't think we need to add that in here where we're already getting an incredibly valuable amenity and service for the community. So I'm happy to support H of this.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Swanson.
I just wanted to reiterate that in the downtown east side, 1/3 of the units are required by zoning to be at welfare rates. So I don't think it necessarily has to jeopardize the project.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I thank Councillor Boyle for requesting severing these three amendments. I would have wanted to, or I would have asked for the same thing. So I appreciate that. You know, I have to take advice at a time like this when something comes forward and we're not able to ask more questions of staff. I do turn to the city manager for some sense of whether or not the amendments are problematic or not. So just to to state clearly, the city manager said regarding F, that could deem the project, if it was to pass, could deem the project unviable. On G, he raised significant concerns regarding the BC housing standards that people who move into the building need to be income tested, and said regarding G that this could be accommodated by the city. So I intend to vote for, I mean, did I say F? Anyway, I vote for the last one, and I do not want to vote for the first two for the.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you very much. I also would have asked to sever. Just want to state that I wouldn't be able to support F because I think it will compromise the project and have the opposite effect of compromising the viability and delivery of a project and very much needed housing units because the numbers simply don't work. I think 50%, while we obviously have identified a key issue around affordability, at this council, and I know we'll be spending a lot of time on that, still having a project at 50% at Hills is right now a good thing and an accomplishment. So for that reason, I wouldn't support F because I would not want to jeopardize all of those units and homes for people that need them. In terms of G, I am challenged with that because I think staff articulated very clearly that they would be giving all of the tenants the ability to return or to actually live in the new buildings, perhaps a better way of putting it, return to the site or go to a new building, but based on means testing, which, you know, dependent upon individual situations may vary by tenant. But I really appreciated the commitment from staff. So I would either have to vote against that or make an amendment. And if we sever, I might take the opportunity to do that. And I think those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, we've had great discussion over the last 2 days, and I feel that F wasn't discussed or asked, and we had days to write letters. And so for me, without getting the information on the viability, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's all for speakers. So I'm going to call the vote now. We have asked, and a number of folks have asked that we sever this vote. So what I'm going to, when we sever it, I would say we would vote on F first, G second, and H third. So we're voting on F. Adding F to the main motion. And in opposition, myself, Councillor Carr, Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young. So that has failed. Now we're going to vote on letter G. Whoops. Did we miss it? We have to vote again. Councillor Dejanova? Okay, great. Okay, so myself, Councillor Carr, Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Weeb, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition, so that has failed. And now we're on H. And Councillor Kirby-Young, just waiting for you to, great. Okay, so that is Councillor Dejanova in opposition, all, so that passes. So Councillor, letter H has been added to point 9 in Appendix B. Okay, so good work everybody, and then we're back to the main queue. So I have Councillor Swanson. Is there anything else that you'd like to say?
Yes, I'm going to be voting for it. I think it's a good project. I think it would have been made a lot better if my amendments had been passed, of course. I think it would be better if we didn't have to displace tenants and if we could ensure them of good affordable housing that meets their needs. And I think it would be better if we could ensure that some low-income people get in that building. You know, saying hills are under isn't a guarantee that anybody that's low-income is going to get in there. And it could be pretty exclusive. I'm hoping, and I feel confident that our staff are going to work as hard as they can on the TRP to get the most that they can. And I really appreciated the offer to work with advocates and the tenants. That was great. And I think we definitely have to remember that as a landlord in this case, the city has to be like a model landlord. And I hope we can do that and get the best possible deal for all the tenants. But I don't want to jeopardize the project, and I hope it can go ahead. And thanks to all the great speakers who supported it.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Boyle.
So I want to echo what I've heard some people say about how moving it's been to hear from speakers on this project. I came into this with an open mind, as is our commitment, and I was moved to tears a number of times in hearing speakers talk about their warm neighborhood, which is also the neighborhood I live in, and their desire to keep it continuing to be that inclusive. So I'm grateful for that, and for the great work that our staff have done, and the pretty impressive collaboration. I've worked enough in nonprofit institutions to know it's not easy to have that many big bodies come together on an important project. So just am grateful for that, and glad that this project, hope that this project will move to my neighborhood, and I'll get to welcome these neighbors. And I'm hoping to call the vote and vote to sever G, to vote separately on G from the rest of the recommendations.
So just get it straight, just so I've got this straight, you're calling the vote now? Because there are a number of speakers on the list that would like to speak.
Okay,
But your indication on severing is noted, and I'll...
Great,
yeah.
okay.
And so that'll happen, because once somebody calls for severing, it's severed, so we're good.
Great.
Point of information, Councillor DeGenova?
I have a point of information that will inform my vote on the entire motion because the amendment is now embedded in the motion.
Okay.
And it doesn't need to be answered now. It could be answered after the speakers, but I'm really concerned about the viability of this project and also setting a new benchmark for our tenant relocation policy that we are promising people rents at their current rent, which could be $200 a month in the next project.
Not a point of
So
information.
I need to know if this will compromise our tenant relocation policy as it stands now. And I also need to know if it will compromise the viability of the project.
Okay, so we have heard from the city manager. So I've got just one point of information here first, and then I'll come to Councillor Bly for a point of order information, something. So we'll answer this one first. I'll come right back to you. The city manager has already clarified that he thought we could accommodate H, but I will ask the city manager to so the question was, the point of information was, based on your preceding information that you provided to us about the letter H that we added to from the last amendment. You had indicated in your last comments that might be able to be accommodated. Just like you to refresh our memory on that one.
Restate it?
Sure.
Well, through the mayor, it isn't written the way we might have written it as staff. The term demoviction, for instance, it's not a term that we would use in this particular instance, but I think the approach that's being taken for this particular project, staff feel we can work with. And I think given that we are, these are our tenants, and the special circumstances here, I think don't get the sense that it would put our tenant relocation protection policies into question.
That's great. Okay, thank you very much for that. Are you satisfied, Councillor DeGenova?
The other part of my question is would this set, for us, would this set a new benchmark? Would we do this in other projects?
We've just heard it doesn't jeopardize it, so I'm going to...
Not this project.
Doesn't jeopardize
Okay.
the policy, for what I heard. Councillor Bly, did you have a... Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle? Finished? Okay, Councillor Bly then.
Thank you very much. So I will be supporting this project, and I was taken by the many residents that have come to speak, and also the commitment of the applicant working with our staff, and as Councillor Boyle pointed out, the coming together to make this project happen. And I also was taken by the people that came to speak yesterday, the speakers that shared from the neighborhood, that although they were speaking out against the project, they understood the challenge that was before us in terms of making this decision, because the need is there in our city, regardless of where it goes. So I'd like to also thank Councillor Boyle Councillor Swanson for bringing forward H. I do think that it's a very well taken point that the city is the landlord of these tenants, and we do need to lead by example. So that's sort of not necessarily an aside, but I think it is a very important addition to these recommendations, so that our tenants that will be, if this passes, that will be relocated, have the utmost certainty that they'll be taken care of. We heard a lot that this is experimentation, or perhaps it was, or wasn't it, or is it innovation? But I think at the end of the day, we have a crisis of housing and addiction in our city that's causing a lot of stress on many different services in the city. And I believe that whether this is the first time or not the first time, we do have to try something new to expect or hope for a different result at the end of the day. And this project holds that hope, as far as I see it. And I must say that I was also taken at the number of people who came to speak in favor. I had a prejudice perhaps that wasn't going to be the case, and in fact it was. And we heard from a lot of mothers in the speakers, and they have kids in this neighborhood, and I live in this neighborhood, and I have kids, and I would want to teach my kids that it's okay to have people that are struggling around us, and that the way to support those people in society and in a community is to accept and love and see them as part of the whole, and that really does help people rehabilitate, no matter what the concern, issue, whatever they're dealing with. And I've experienced that also personally. So, and then finally, I think that the multi-service care, we heard about that through the campaign, and we're still not that far out of that part of being here and being a newly elected council, that the need for a multi-service, multi-tiered transition beds. We have an overburdened ER. Those that are taken to the ER, when we think of the sobering center, but also the withdrawal, they then lose their spot in the SRO or in their shelters, and then they're homeless, and the cycle just starts again. So I really see this as an opportunity to really change that. And so I think finally the story of Remy and her brother coming to speak. 11 years is a long time to suffer. And so if this project can be the first of more in Vancouver that can help people like Remy's sister, or like Remy, not suffer as long and be on the road to recovery faster, I think we have a responsibility in society to do everything we can to make that happen. So I trust that because human beings are easily adapt change, even though change may seem in the unknown, may feel like there's a lot of fear because we don't know what's going to happen. I trust that the community will adapt, the neighborhood will adapt, people will adapt, and this will become a real success. And so I really appreciate everybody that came to voice their concerns and also their support, and I will be voting in favor.
Thank you very much. We're at 10 to 10 now, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 councillors who want to speak to this. So I'm going to have to ask for a motion to extend until we're finished. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato, thank you very much. All in favor? There we go. Okay, thank you very much. Did you have a point of order or something? Motion to extend? Sorry, if you, we did vote on it informally, but I can go back. Didn't see you there, sorry. Right? Until it was finished is what my motion was. But if you would like to put forward another motion,
Well, I think that we should check in every half hour. I don't know about others, but I have childcare considerations.
Okay.
So I think that it's fair to check in every half hour, and considering all of the counselors that seem to be on the queue, I can take myself off. I was waiting to speak to this. I just think that since we've been going until 10 o'clock every single night with very few breaks, that it's important to consider. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thanks very much. So we've extended now by vote until we're finished on this. We have Councillor Bly is finished, so we've got Councillor Hardwick. Please go ahead for up to 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. It's been interesting walking through the logic of this project. It all started with this notion of a dual crisis, a housing crisis, an opioid crisis, and it's been interesting to observe the parties come together, the city with the land, BC Housing with the housing, and with Coastal Health with the facility component of it. I'm still yet to fully understand how this site was selected, other than the fact that it was a city-owned one. Concerns raised themselves early, the fact that we were overriding the rate of change policies, and that we were overriding the industrial land policies, overriding the Grandview Woodlands, and in some cases concerns about overriding tenant protection. But this has continued to move forward. I don't think anybody has had objections with the housing component of it. 6 stories, I think I heard across the board that people would be satisfied with 6 stories. The rental affordability, of course, the definitions of affordability continuing to be a bit of a thorn in the side. But I didn't hear any real objections to the housing component of this. My concerns were coming more, not about the co-joining. I understand the merits of the co-joining, and I think that was well argued. I'm a bit concerned about 55,000 square feet and 5x over the size of other facilities in the mix, because I think scale was the overall issue in combining these two things, these two elements together. I don't think there was any issue about the social enterprise component of it, nor in combining both the addiction detox and sobering components in it. My personal issue with this is I'm keen to see more of a distributed approach to dealing with these kinds of issues throughout the whole of the city. I was involved years ago in the development permit process where we approved a facility in Dunbar, which, you know, like so many of the other things that we heard about today, initially got a negative response from the community, but then they warmed to it, and in the end there had been, you know, not the alarm bells that everyone had been expecting, that it's managed to work within a difficult, within a neighborhood that was supposed to be difficult, that wasn't. But it still pointed out to me that people suffering from these issues are experiencing them all over the city. So I do have some concern about locating everything in this one place. And so I'm hoping that there can be some more thought in the finessing of this going forward on again, the scale of that element. Finally, I think there's still some tweaking to do around the traffic issues. I know this intersection, and there is a lot of traffic on it, a lot of trucks on it, and I'm sure that engineering can take a particular look at that. I'd also, as I asked the question earlier, like to know about that 109-year-old house, because it sure would be nice to see that available for relocation. That goes back ultimately to the applicant on this. So it's a toughie. You know, I'm not challenged by the innovation aspects of it. The experimental nature of it. I think that those are things that just are challenges to us to do a better job. I'm glad to see that we got the good neighbor agreement component into this. I think it's important because this is going to set a precedent for greater density and greater activity in this neighborhood. And it's going to be just absolutely critical. And glad that we have a couple of councillors that live in the neighborhood. You can provide neighborhood leadership in this because it is going to impact the people that live here without a doubt. I'm encouraged that we're going to try and help as city, as the landlord, will go the extra mile to help with relocating people, and you know who you are. But it all did come back to this dual crisis that we've been facing, and that's the duality of is what I keep coming back to here. And as difficult as it is, and as much as I'm struggling with the scale, I think at the end of the day, I'm going to have to support it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's 5 minutes. Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I will also be supporting the project. I really need to thank, the speakers did an amazing job telling the story, but City of Vancouver, obviously we're contributing 2.5% of the cost of the actual running, so Coastal Health coming in as big as you have, really appreciate it. This is a service that's needed. BC Housing with your grant and mortgage is another huge component, so thank you so much for coming in and bringing the housing that's needed if this does pass. And also the design panel, urban design panel. I think that the original design had some issues, and I think they recognized what could help with the community. I think the new design really breaks down the massing. I think taking the massing off Clark Street so it doesn't feel like it's falling over onto the street. I think taking some of the bigger gap in the middle, more green space for the units. I think the drop down for the clinic. I think there's a lot of unique elements done in the design. So to the proponent, I think you did a good job looking at the recommendations from the design panel and really moving forward and delivering a project that will be able to fit with the community plan. And so I think some of those little design components really go a long way. And so I really appreciate the effort done and the work by the architect to make a building that will fit with the neighborhood, and the neighborhood for really being as inclusive as you are and accepting a building like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to start, I mean, a lot of my comments, I think, have been probably covered off by other councillors, but first of all, I'd like to thank all of the staff and the applicant, but in particular the speakers. I know some of them are still here this evening to listen to the outcome. Who, on both sides of this discussion, a number of people obviously expressed concerns about this initiative, and then obviously we also heard some very strong support has been indicated. But I do want to thank you. It is probably one of my favorite parts of this job is actually hearing the different perspectives and recognizing that in the sort of democratic process that we have, we are going to hear diverse perspectives. Not everyone's going to be satisfied in these discussions, and certainly recognize that we have a changing city. I think we all recognize, and that there is, and I think it may have been Councillor Blythe that acknowledged this as fear of change. I also did hear concerns around scale of this project, in particular in this neighborhood as it is today. But on the flip side, was surprised by the amount of support in terms of letters and correspondence that we received, as well as speakers who came and spoke in support of this project. I found it interesting in actually listening to all of the speakers, whether they supported it or don't support it, that there was sort of some universal common views about the importance of dealing with substance use in the city, the importance of affordable housing, and so I actually felt there was a lot of agreement there. But one of my observations has been, and I think it certainly emerged during the election campaign, and no surprise here, it echoes other people's comments, is we heard from the public that they are looking for other different housing options. We know housing affordability is a challenge. By no means is this a panacea, but I certainly believe that it does offer additional options, more affordable housing for residents of our city. I was asking earlier about the BC Nonprofit Housing Association and a role that we can play as a city in addressing affordability, and that is leveraging our lands, and that's what this project does. And so I think that the 90 additional homes is going to be a huge benefit to the city. With respect to the Withdrawal Management Center, having come from a background in working in social policy in the areas of mental health, K-12 education, I was not surprised to see the partnership that was proposed here by BC Housing as well as Vancouver Coastal Health and the co-location of services, because in the work where I come from, that is part, and people spoke to the evidence base around this, but it is common practice and it does help with that continuum of care. I I was very moved by the lived experience, people who came and spoke about their lived experience and how they could have potentially benefited, or their family members could have benefited from these services. And I think it's really important to note, and I think maybe Councillor Hardwick talked about this, is that we've talked about this in the context of a housing crisis, as an opioid overdose crisis, but when it comes to these services themselves, the withdrawal management services and detox, it's actually not just about the opioids. We have needed, the City of Vancouver and other municipalities have needed withdrawal management services for a very long time. We know there's a dire need. So this isn't just about that. We actually have people throughout our city who are struggling with this substance use, whether that be opioids, whether that be alcohol, whether it be other drugs. So I think there's a huge health need. And so I appreciate that Vancouver Coastal Health has stepped up and is partnering with the city. And that's another thing, that a big theme for me that came out, is that this is a partnership, and I think that's very important, and that it's an innovation, and also there are significant community benefits. So I don't want to downplay the concerns that we did hear about this, but when I consider it as a whole and what the city needs, the housing piece, the affordable housing piece is key, and then also the health services that will be provided there. And so for those reasons, I'm supportive of this project.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to also echo and thank all of the community members, residents, and people that came out to speak. It was very helpful to inform this conversation. I think that this project is very representative of some of the tough choices that we're having to make. And we will have to at council. I'd also like to acknowledge the applicants and the partners that have come together on it. I think for me, where the challenge was that this council made very clear commitments to working on affordability issues and much needed housing supply for those that need it the most. And this council also made a very strong statement and a commitment to doing the best that we could to try to see reduction in our opioid crisis. And we know that one of the biggest issues there is treatment and access to treatment. I have regular and ongoing conversations with a lot of members of the law enforcement community, and they cite consistently that the challenge is that they are simply rotating people through, and if that treatment isn't available, then folks are back into the same behavior. It's not helping people that need to get help, and it's also putting a drain on our first responders. It has impact on them and on our resources. So I'm really intrigued by the idea of co-locating the detox services, because if people can have easier access to them and we can move some people along that continuum, I think that's an extremely positive thing to do that. Having said that, there were a number of concerns that I wrestled with, which were, how do we meet a lot of the commitments that this council had? And I mentioned affordability, and I mentioned trying to deal with the opioid crisis, but the other one was really respecting our communities and our community plans. And we did hear from residents with concerns about their neighborhood. I sit on behalf of council on the Metro Vancouver Industrial Lands Committee. Losing any of our industrial land space is a real significant issue. So council were being asked to do several things in this application, was to rezone that, being asked to waive the change of pace policy in the Grandview Woodlands Community Plan, and also look at the additional stories, recognizing that Clark Drive, to go from the 100 feet to the 120 feet, recognizing that Clark Drive is on the perimeter of that area in that plan. And so those were things that I wrestled with in terms of, as we went through the process and heard the speakers, is how do we move forward into a citywide plan and have the goodwill of the neighborhoods and have people feel that those plans will be relevant and respected, and when and how is it appropriate to override that when you're dealing with key crises like excuse me, affordability and the opioid crisis. So having said all of that, on balance, and I did ask the question around downsizing, if you want to use that term, and how many housing units we would lose. And I'm cognizant as well, it's an experiment, and that's by definition an unknown and potentially a little bit unsettling for people. But if we don't try something new, we're not going to know if it worked. I do know that what we're doing now is not working as well as we hope it would. So the old adage of if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always gotten comes to mind. And so do we have the ability to try something different here? So having weighed all of that, and I don't think it's an easy decision, and I don't think it's a black and white decision. It's more about what is the best decision, and for that reason, I will be supporting this project tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Just put myself at the end of the list. Having have a friend in Montreal. His name is Dimitri Rousopoulos, and he always a great Democrat there. And he says democracy is like washing dishes; you have to do it every day. And we're doing it every day here in council. We've had a great debate every night too. Yeah, 3 times a day. So I just wanted to thank everybody for their patience and goodwill as we've gone through this. Again, the folks who presented. I do hope some of the amendments went some of the way to alleviate some of the stress and also the change in design with the shadowing and that type of thing. I'd like to thank staff, of course, for their diligence as always, and also for the proponents for helping us understand this project in a way that's new to us as we're coming into this council. So I'll be supporting it. I think it does kind of hit that housing and overdose crisis, ticks both those boxes for me. So thanks everybody for their participation tonight. I don't have anybody else in the queue, so I'm going to call the question. Now there'll be 3 votes because we've had a request to sever. There wasn't, so we're going to bring them up into 3 different pieces. My screen here. So this will be the first one we vote on is all the recommendations in the report from A to F. And then we'll be severing out G and have a 3rd vote on the Appendix B, Councillor Swanson's addition. So 3 different votes. If you have any questions, you can raise a point of information. The first one is from A to F as written in the report and not amended. The second one will be on G that was amended. That's on the neighborhood good neighbor thing. And then the last vote would be on the appendix. So this is the first one. Okay, so that's unanimous. Thanks on A to F. So now we're going to the second vote, which is on, wait for it to be pulled up. Letter G. Okay, be right there in a second. Okay, this is on the good neighbor agreement. And we have votes are, that's it. So 4 in opposition to this, Councillor Bly, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Swanson, and myself. So that passes. And we're on the last one now. The addition to the appendix from Councillor Swanson. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Councillor Dejanova's amended. Yeah, right. That's right. This is H that we're voting on. What's on the screen is what we're voting on, and that will be the last vote. Did we get the wrong one up there? That's all right. Yep, we'll get the right one up on screen. Be up there in a second. Just ask the clerk to clear the voting queue too, so we can have a fresh start there. No problem. So this is what we're voting on. H. Two more votes. Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato. There we go. So that is passed unanimously, and that's it. So we have completed votes on this. Congratulations, everybody, for your work on this project. And now I think I need a motion to adjourn. Anybody? Oh, Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Hardwick second. All in favor of adjournment? You sure? Okay. That's it. That's passed. Thank you very much for adjourn for the evening. See you at Metro tomorrow at 9, directors. Yeah.